Chapter 4264. Of course, without waiting for Yun Qingyan's reply, the clan leader of Yun clan continued, "Even if you choose the former, I'm afraid your uncle won't support you in marrying your cousin." His words cut off Yun Qingyan's last shred of hope. "I'm afraid we've crossed his bottom line by intercepting Xueqi outside the Xia clan's estate." Earlier, when the clan leader of Xia clan, Xia Yu, had appeared, he had said, "Let's stop here." It was clear Xia Yu had made it clear that he would not force his daughter to marry him even if he did not care about Yun Qingyan's threat. In fact, Yun Qingyan had already guessed this would happen before he brought Xia Yu here. He knew his brother-in-law's character very well. In the past, he had succeeded in threatening Xia Yu because his brother-in-law had not interacted with his daughter in this life. Now that his daughter had regained her memories and cultivation base from her previous life, she was still determined not to marry into the Yun clan. It would be difficult for him to threaten his brother-in-law again. Perhaps in a fit of anger, Xia Yu would take the risk and threaten him with the life of a direct descendant of the Yun clan. Today, Yun Qingyan had changed his mind at the last minute because he had sensed Xia Yu's unyielding attitude. He did not only ask Xia Yu to help him kill Duan Lingtian. Now, it was almost impossible for him to force Xia Yu to marry his daughter off again. On the other hand, if he wanted to kill someone he did not have any feelings for, the chances of success were slim. After the clan leader of Yun clan told Yun Qingyan the truth and analyzed the pros and cons, Yun Qingyan had no choice but to accept his fate. "What do you want me to do?" Xia Yu, the clan leader of Xia clan, asked in a low voice as he stared coldly at the clan leader of Yun clan. Hearing those words, the Yun family's master knew that the other party had agreed. He wasn't surprised at all because it was all within his expectations. "I hope you won't let Xueqi know that Xia Jie has released Duan Lingtian's family. Let's seal her in a spatial tunnel left behind by the Ling clan. What do you think? With the two of us working together, it'll be difficult to break the seal unless a supreme powerhouse makes a move. Even I, without you, would not be able to undo the seal. In addition, even if there were many existences at our level, it would be impossible to break the seal in a short period of time. That little bit of time would be enough for us to rush over. Xueqi is sealed there, so you don't have to worry about her safety. You also don't have to worry about her cultivation. That place is very suitable for cultivating and comprehending the various laws. You should be aware of this." The Yun family's patriarch transmitted his voice to Xia Yu. Hearing this, Xia Yu said in a deep voice, "You've thought it through. And then? Spread the news and let that Duan Lingtian save Xueqi?" Facing Xia Yu's question, the head of the Yun family replied, "Of course not. I sealed Xueqi because I didn't want Xueqi to cause more trouble. To the public, our two families have been spreading the news of Xueqi and Yan'er's wedding. The news will be spread after 100 years, when the planar battlefield closes. I suspect that Duan Lingtian is currently in the planar battlefield, and he might not know if we spread the news outside. Moreover, he should already know that Xueqi entered the planar battlefield first. Perhaps he's currently in the planar battlefield looking for Xueqi. So even if he receives the news now, he might not believe it. 100 years from now, when the planar battlefield closes, will be the best time to spread the news. 10 years after the planar battlefield closes will be the wedding date in the news we spread. At that time, our Yun family and your Xia family will hold a grand banquet and invite everyone." The Yun family's patriarch pondered for a moment before saying these last words. "Of course, if we do this, even if we kill that Duan Lingtian, it will damage Xueqi's reputation. At that time, I'll personally explain that Duan Lingtian has killed many of our Yun family's direct descendants, so our Yun family must kill him, and your Xia family is merely helping. What do you think?" As the Yun family's patriarch finished speaking, he stared at Xia Yu with a look of certainty, as if he wasn't worried at all that Xia Yu would refuse. As for Xia Yu, although he seemed to be moved, he was still hesitant. At this moment, the Yun family's patriarch looked at the woman standing not far away and said in a low voice, "Xueqi, from today onwards, Yan'er will never bother you again. However, your actions in this lifetime are too negative for our Yun family. To give the rest of the Yun family an explanation, I will join forces with you and seal you in a space tunnel. Don't worry, it's very safe there, and it won't affect your cultivation, comprehension of the laws, or the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth. Just for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, your father and I will return you your freedom." As the Yun family's patriarch spoke, Xia Yu also looked at his daughter not far away. His gaze was calm, but it seemed like he was also seeking her opinion. At this moment, Kerr heard the Yun family's patriarch's words and was first stunned. Then she felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. It was that simple? Only sealing her for 1,000 years? The Yun family would completely give up on the idea of marriage with her and the Xia family? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem realistic. After all, when she returned in the past, her father's attitude and the Yun family's attitude had once made her feel hopeless. She never thought that after a lifetime, they would still not let her go. But now, when she compared the two, she felt that it was very unrealistic. Father. Kerr looked at Xia Yu. She knew that this matter could only make the Yun family compromise because of her father's efforts. Otherwise, the Yun family would not have compromised like this. They're fine. Xia Yu seemed to be able to read the meaning in his daughter's eyes. He said bluntly, back then, not long after you went to the dimensional battlefield, an enemy of mine in the land of sanctions came looking for me. He fought with me, and your third uncle took the opportunity to send them all out of the divine offering land. He forcefully tore open space and sent them back to the mundane realm. Xia Yu said, if you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your third uncle yourself. Your third uncle entered the dimensional battlefield to look for you after that. You can ask the people around him. A hint of joy appeared on Kerr's face when she heard Xia Yu's words. Then, a slight frown appeared on her face. She could roughly guess how her third uncle had sent them away. There was a certain risk involved. After all, they would be sent to an unfamiliar mundane realm. It was almost impossible to accurately send them back to the Saint Province realm. Xueqi. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun family said with a smile, follow your father back to the Xia family. After you've confirmed that they're fine, your father and I will send you to a place to be sealed. The reason I sent people to stop you is because I'm worried that you won't want to talk to Yan, and the Yun family after you know they're gone. We've gone overboard this time. Your father is angry as well. Let's call off the marriage agreement. As for the Yun family, you only need to be sealed for 1,000 years. In the Heavenly Adjudicator battlefield. It was a single-person secret realm that required a lot of battle merits to open. Two young men stood facing each other. Young man, you're considered unlucky to have met me. Ning Yixuan stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him with a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he did not intend to attack directly. Or rather, he was confident enough that he was not worried that his opponent would attack him first. Can you tell me why you're accumulating so many battle merits to open this single-person secret realm? Is it to seek opportunities to prepare for the opening of the chaotic area? Ning Yixuan asked with a smile. So many battle merits? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yixuan's words. He almost wanted to ask why Ning Yixuan had said what he wanted to say. Is this little bit of battle merits considered a lot? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. His tone was natural and calm. Is it not a lot? Ning Yixuan smiled. It would take an ordinary lower-level ultimate god like you at least a few hundred to 1,000 years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? Even if your strength is good and you're considered an upper-class lower ultimate god, it would be difficult for you to accumulate so many battle merits in less than 100 years. What? Are you going to tell me that you've only spent less than 100 years to accumulate these battle merits? If that's the case, I'll have to look up to you. You've accumulated so many battle merits in less than 100 years. Ning Yixuan's smile became even brighter as he spoke. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had accumulated so many battle merits in 100 years. It was impossible to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years if one did not have the strength to kill an ordinary middle ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yixuan's words. He then looked at him deeply. What you mean is, you didn't spend much time to accumulate those battle merits. He also knew that even a top lower ultimate god would find it difficult to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. However, judging from Ning Yixuan's behavior, he obviously did not believe that he could accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. Coupled with his confidence, there was a high probability that he was one of the top lower ultimate gods. It might have taken him more than 100 years to accumulate those battle merits. No wonder you're so confident. When you saw me, you immediately ran up to me. Do you think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Duan Lingtian secretly laughed. Not bad. Ning Yixuan smiled faintly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Although it took me some time, It's definitely shorter than yours. Let me introduce myself. I'm the most dazzling person in the land of sanctions Ning clan. Although Ning Yixuan was introducing himself, he did not mention his name because he knew that he was very famous even in the land of divine remains. As long as the ultimate gods in the land of divine remains were not those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 1,000 years or those who did not interact with others, there was a high probability that they would not know about him. You didn't even mention your name. Is that a self-introduction? Duan Ling Tian was a little speechless when he heard Ning Yixuan's self-introduction. Or do you think I should know about you, the most dazzling person in the land of sanctions Ning clan? If that's the case, I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. Chapter 4265. You've never heard of me? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Ning Yixuan completely. You've never heard of me, Ning Yixuan? In his opinion, there should be very few people in the various planes of gods who had not heard of him. After all, his talent and comprehension were shocking in the various planes of gods. As long as one was in public, there were very few who did not know of him. Especially in the circle of ultimate gods and above. Those who did not know of him were even rarer. But now he had actually met one. Moreover, he felt that the other party did not seem like an old antique. He even had a feeling that he was mistaken. The other party seemed to be younger than him. Of course, he only treated it as an illusion. Because he felt that it was impossible. One should know that he was not even 4,000 years old. A lower ultimate god under 4,000 years old. Looking at the past history of the various planes of gods, the number of people who had appeared could be counted on one hand. Apart from him, there was no one else in the current generation. Even among the group of older generation living in the current generation, including some of the strongest experts he knew, no one had entered the lower ultimate god realm before 4,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, the Xia clan's proud daughter, Xia Ningxue, who had appeared in the world of divine remains, had only entered the lower ultimate god realm after 4,000 years old. At that time, it had shocked the entire world of divine remains and even many people in the land of sanctions had mentioned it. Until his appearance completely overshadowed Xia Ningxue's limelight. Because of that, in the various planes of gods, except for those old antiques who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, there were very few existences above the ultimate god realm who had not heard of him. He's pretending? Strange. Ning Yixuan stared at the purple-clothed young man in front of him, and felt that there was no reason for him not to have heard of him. He must be pretending not to have heard of him. However, if he had really heard of him, there was no way he could be so calm at this time, right? Who did not know that although Ning Yixuan was only a lower ultimate god, he had the strength to fight against most medium ultimate gods. Many of the weaker medium-level ultimate gods were no match for him. So your name is Ning Yixuan. Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood. Why don't you introduce yourself? Ning Yixuan now completely believed that the person in front of him was acting. He must have heard of him and deliberately pretended not to have heard of him. I want to know who you are to have the courage to be so calm in front of me. Ning Yixuan. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard that. He's just a nobody. My name is Duan Ling Tian. You're far away in the sanctioned lands, so you definitely haven't heard of me. Duan Ling Tian said. Although he was famous in the Mystic Starland, this was not the Mystic Starland after all. Moreover, the person before him was from another realm of gods. This time, even if the chaotic region of the sanctioned lands opened, it would not mix with the profound handle region. Insert a perfect copybook chasing artifact old version changeable source app. Changeable source artifact, he had already understood this point. After some time, the other realms of gods that formed the chaotic region with the divine offering land and the sanctioned lands did not have the mystic starland. Duan Ling Tian? Ning Yixuan was startled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, his pupils shrank slightly. The first thing that came to his mind was a rumor from the mystic starland that he had heard some time ago. Although the dimensional battlefield had opened and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods had been sealed, it was still very easy for existences above the ultimate god level to travel between the realms of gods. They only needed to transit through the dimensional battlefield. Even if it was different dimensional battlefield, as long as they found the weak point of the spatial barrier, they could travel freely. Not to mention existences above the ultimate god realm. Even many powerful god emperors could easily do this. Therefore, Ning Yixuan had also heard some rumors about the mystic starland. A peerless genius had appeared in the mystic starland. He was not even 1,000 years old and was already a higher god emperor. This achievement had even surpassed Ning Yixuan's. One had to know that even Ning Yixuan had only just stepped into the God Emperor realm when he was 1,000 years old. Even he had only broken through to the lower God Emperor realm when he was 1,800 years old. Many people might not think much of this rumor or even believe it when they heard it. However, Ning Yixuan remembered it in his heart. He even had someone go to the mystic starland to confirm it and finally confirmed that it was an indisputable fact. Only then did he realize that someone who was not even 1,000 years old had surpassed him back then. Of course he did not care. Even if someone who had stepped into the higher God Emperor realm before the age of 1,000 years old might not necessarily be able to step into the ultimate God realm. Now, the reason why he was shocked was because, as far as he knew, the name of the higher God Emperor monster who was not even 1,000 years old in the mystic starland was Duan Tian. Impossible. He's from the world of divine offering, not from the mystic starland. At this moment, Ning Yixuan even thought that the person in front of him was the monster from the mystic starland. However, on second thought, the other party came from the world of divine offering, so it was impossible for him to be that person. It was not that he did not guess at that moment that the other party might have run from the mystic starland to the world of divine offering, and then entered the god's adjudication battlefield as a person from the world of divine offering. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was dispelled by him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this person was really that person, then wouldn't he have stepped into the ultimate God realm before the age of 1,000? Wouldn't his record of being the fastest person to step into the ultimate God realm in all the planes of gods be broken by someone else? It could not be that person. Therefore, at this moment, although he did not think that the other party was that person at the same time, he told himself that the other party was not that person. Don't tell me that you know me. Although Ning Yixuan's complicated expression changed in an instant, it was still caught by Duan Tian. Duan Tian could not help but laugh mockingly. When he heard Duan Tian's words, Ning Yixuan, who did not intend to ask if the other party came from the mystic starland, asked this question out of curiosity. You came from the mystic starland? Faced with Ning Yixuan's question, Duan Tian could not help but be stunned. It can't be, right? This person really knows me? Am I so famous now? Even the land of punishment knows about me? Duan Tian was dumbfounded. It was impossible for him to imagine that the reason the other party had heard of him was because the other party was a genius and had paid attention to some of the monsters that appeared in the plains of gods. This was especially so for someone like him, who had become a high-level God Emperor faster than the other party. What's with your expression? Seeing Duan Tian's stunned expression, Ning Yixuan's originally calm expression suddenly froze. Then he raised his voice. Don't tell me. You really came from the mystic starland. Although he still did not quite dare to believe it, the other party's expression was enough to express many things. Duan Tian also came back to his senses at this time. His expression returned to normal as he said indifferently, if the Duan Tian you heard of from the mystic starland came from the mystic starland's Myriad Law Academy, then it should be me. Mystic Starland. Myriad Law Academy. At this moment, Ning Yixuan was completely sure. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's really him. Ning Yixuan's heart trembled. Then, his voice trembled slightly. Didn't you just become a high-level God Emperor not long ago? You actually became a lower-level God Emperor? At this time, Ning Yixuan took a closer look at the person in front of him. It was not difficult to see that although the other party was a lower-level God Emperor, his divine power was obviously very unstable. This was clearly a lower-level God Emperor, who had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Everything made sense now. The other party was really that peerless monster Duan Tian from the mystic starland. I had some fortuitous encounters after entering the planar battlefield. Duan Tian smiled faintly. It's just that I didn't expect that there would still be people in the distant land of sanctions who have heard of me. Duan Tian. When Duan Tian said this, Ning Yixuan's expression became complicated. Then he asked somewhat unwillingly, Duan Tian, tell me the truth. You really haven't heard of me, Ning Yixuan? Not only was Ning Yixuan not reconciled, he was also somewhat unwilling to give up. Duan Tian shook his head. No matter how many times you ask me, it's the same. I really haven't heard of you. Are you very famous? Are you really famous, or do you think you're famous? Duan Tian was somewhat puzzled. In fact, Ning Yixuan's fame was naturally very great. It was just that Duan Tian's environment made it impossible for him to hear of Ning Yixuan's existence. If Duan Ling Tian mingled with the ultimate god-level forces in the mystic starland or the world of divine remains, it would definitely be easy for him to know of Ning Yishuan's existence. However, he was in the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, he was in the Myriad Law Academy's internal division. Everyone in the internal division was a monster. Although Ning Yishuan was also a monster, he was still not worthy of being praised by Yang Yuchen, the third senior brother of the internal division, in front of his junior brothers and sisters. No matter how high one's talent was, it would be in vain if one couldn't grow. Moreover, many people were very talented in the early stages and made rapid progress. However, in the later stages, they might be stuck in a certain cultivation realm and not make any progress. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yishuan wanted to vomit blood. What did he mean by he was really famous, or did he think he was famous? Duan Lingtian. Ning Yishuan furrowed his brows and shouted angrily, I've heard that you're very strong and can fight enemies above your level. Although you've just entered the lower-level ultimate god realm, I won't treat you as an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. In addition, you must have entered the dimensional battlefield not long ago, less than 100 years. If I'm not mistaken, your strength shouldn't be weaker than some of the weaker medium ultimate gods. However, this time, I, Ning Yishuan, am destined to kill you. Even if I don't gain anything else this time, it's worth it to spend so many battle merits to kill a monster like you. As Ning Yishuan finished speaking, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, divine power rose from his body along with a terrifying aura of life. Then, a vision appeared and shrouded the surroundings, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become solemn. The power of the law of life illuminated millions of miles. Chapter 4266. The power of law illuminated 1,000,000 miles. It was Duan Lingtian's first time encountering such an existence in the dimensional battlefield. Even among the medium-level ultimate gods he had killed before, none of them had comprehended the power of law to the point where they could cover 1,000,000 miles. At most, they could only cover 100,000 miles. Today, however, he had seen such an existence. Moreover, the other party was not a medium-level ultimate god, but a lower-level ultimate god. Even third senior brother's power of law was only close to covering 1,000,000 miles when he entered the dimensional battlefield with me. It was still at the level of covering 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian was amazed by the scene before him and could not help but sigh. At least, his third senior brother's comprehension of the power of law was not as good as the other parties when they were at the same cultivation level. Moreover, the other party had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the life law. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian did not know when, but a long spear had appeared in Ning Yishuan's hand. It was 2 feet longer than an ordinary 7-foot-long spear. It was a full 9-foot-long spear. The long spear's tongue was dark green and surrounded by green light. The tip of the spear was bright gold and flashed with another color of light. It was like the light of a golden sword condensed and flashed. A condensed soul was faintly discernible and was about to come out. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound as the terrifying power of law condensed under Ning Yishuan's feet. It shook the void and made it seem as if it was about to shatter. In the next moment, Ning Yishuan's entire body shot out. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, causing the air to stagnate. The terrifying power of law gathered and gradually condensed at the tip of the long spear. The void was torn apart and there were bursts of ear-piercing sounds in the air. Tiny spatial cracks were faintly discernible. Whoosh! Wherever the long spear passed, an even more mysterious power appeared, causing the spatial cracks to become more obvious. It was as if the long spear could tear the space apart with a simple shake. At that moment, the power of the long spear increased by a level. Spear principle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also confirmed that the person in front of him had another shocking technique. He had actually mastered the spear Dao of the 4 Dao of weapons of heaven and earth. The Dao of the spear was the same as the Dao of the sword and the Dao of the saber. They were all part of the Dao of weapons, and there was no difference in strength between them. The difference in strength completely depended on the comprehension level of the person who comprehended the Dao. Now that Ning Yishuan had displayed his spear Dao, Duan Lingtian was surprised. It wasn't hard for him to confirm that Ning Yishuan's spear Dao was inferior to his sword Dao. It could even be said that it was inferior. His opponent's spear Dao had clearly only just been fully comprehended. It was only recently that the embryonic form of spear Dao had officially transformed into the true form of spear Dao. Very strong. You've already surpassed most of the medium-level ultimate gods I've met. Seeing Ning Yixuan's strength, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He was definitely the most powerful lower ultimate god he had ever met. Just like him, Ning Yixuan had the strength to kill a medium-level ultimate god. In the face of such a strong Ning Yixuan, Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. He teleported a second time and dodged. Facing Ning Yixuan, who continued to attack him, a 3-foot-long green sword surrounded by colorful light appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was overflowing with light. A sharp sword essence rose as if it could tear and destroy everything. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength skyrocketed and turned into bursts of spatial storms. It seemed to be able to distort the surrounding space, causing the surrounding space to darken. One could vaguely see that many spaces were folded together and swaying like pieces of paper. The Tao of Control was also displayed at the right time. Although Duan Lingtian's divine power and power of law were inferior to his opponents, the existence of the Tao of Sword Tao and the Tao of Control were enough to allow Duan Lingtian's strength to catch up with or even surpass his opponent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used his body to control the sword. Wherever they passed, the space was torn apart. At the same time, there was also the spatial energy to open a path, seal and imprison the space in front of them. The purpose was naturally to obstruct Ning Yixuan's attack. It's useless. Ning Yixuan charged with his spear, his tone indifferent. So what if you've exhausted some of my attack? My life law is endless. Small losses can be recovered in an instant. The truth was just as Ning Yixuan said. Although Duan Lingtian had exhausted a portion of Ning Yixuan's attack, this portion of power was quickly regenerated, as if he had instantly recovered to his peak state. The law of life, the power of life, grew and multiplied endlessly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also deeply realized the power and terror of the life law. The life law that he had mastered was on a completely different level from the life law that he had mastered, yet it was powerful to such an extent. It should be known that he had also mastered the life law and had the sacred tree of life in his body. He also had a deep understanding of the power of life. But this time, facing the life law that Ning Yixuan had displayed, Duan Lingtian realized that the life law that he had previously understood was only a drop in the ocean. The life law not only had astonishing recovery ability and long life, but its attack power was also extremely frightening. It was as if the attack power was not afraid of being exhausted. Even if it was just a single power, it was enough to give one a headache. Moreover, during this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that the rapid recovery of Ning Yixuan's attack consumed very little of Ning Yixuan's energy. It could even be said that it was negligible, and he recovered in an instant. The life law is amazing. Sighing in his heart, Duan Lingtian no longer used small paths to exhaust his opponent's attack. He directly chose to meet force with force, his sword whistling as it swept out, meeting force with force. The space law was no longer hidden. A 100,000-mile heaven and earth anomaly appeared. The sword principle appeared, and a terrifying sword essence soared into the sky, as if it could pierce through the heavens. The way of control followed like a shadow, and together with the space law, it further increased the power of the space law. It was no weaker than the space law that illuminated millions of miles. So powerful. At this moment, Ning Yixuan's face was unprecedentedly solemn as he faced Duan Lingtian's sword that was prepared to meet force with force with force. If he did not face it personally, he would find it hard to believe that a guy who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base could display such terrifying battle power. The battle power displayed by his opponent was no weaker than his. He's stronger than me. Deep in Ning Yixuan's heart, such a thought popped up for no reason. He did not feel that the person in front of him was stronger than him, but he felt that the person in front of him could achieve such achievements at such a young age and was stronger than him. As for strength, he did not feel that he was weaker than his opponent. Kill him. Ning Yixuan, am still the most dazzling and outstanding genius in this world. There can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. This person should not exist. Kill. Ning Yixuan's originally calm eyes were entwined with blood qi at this moment, and instantly turned into blood-red eyes with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Around him, streaks of blood qi shot up into the sky. It was his bloodline power. After Ning Yixuan's bloodline power shot up into the sky, it did not envelop and merge into his body. Instead, it condensed into a giant beast above his head. The bloodline power condensed into a giant beast that looked like a cat. It also looked a little like a tiger, but more like a cat. As soon as this big cat appeared, its eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Then, 2 blue light beams shot out from its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once the 2 blue light beams shot out from the cat's eyes, they spread out in the air and turned into 2 layers of waves that enveloped the area. The blue light that covered the sky and earth seemed very thin and faint, but after it enveloped the area, it seemed to be all-pervasive. It directly swept through Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, it was not affected at all. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian realized that although his soul was not directly attacked, it was still somewhat affected. Even his entire body seemed to have stiffened at this moment. This is a bloodline power? Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted sharply. There were many kinds of bloodline power. Some were directly integrated into the body to fight against the enemy, and some were displayed through divine ability means. Some of them were very terrifying and had astonishing characteristics. And at that very moment, his body was affected by it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was frozen in place. This was not space imprisonment, nor was it time stop. It was a manifestation of a characteristic of a bloodline power. With his body frozen, Duan Lingtian's attack naturally stopped in the void. It was greatly affected and even showed signs of stagnation. It was no longer as indomitable as before. In this kind of battle, suddenly stopping was undoubtedly a destructive blow. And Ning Yishuan also took advantage of this opportunity to explode all his strength. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, and the condensed life force shot toward Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, it suppressed the sword radiance whizzing out from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian, today, I, Ning Yishuan, will kill you here and now. Ning Yishuan's eyes revealed a hint of madness. At the same time, a drop of terrifying power also appeared in an instant and fell on his body, causing his attack to greatly increase. An ultimate expert's divine power. At this moment, Ning Yishuan even used an ultimate expert's divine power, causing the divine power in his body to increase by a level in an instant. It was comparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Obviously, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, he did not intend to hold back. Even teleportation can't be used. This bloodline power is really impressive. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian didn't panic, and a figure that emitted an extremely formidable aura whistled out from within his body. It was his space law doppelganger, which had also used an ultimate expert's divine power. It held another soul-grade upper-grade divine sword in its hand and attacked at lightning speed. He attacked with all his strength. He did not hold back. In the next moment, Ning Yishuan, who was originally suppressing Duan Lingtian's original body, had a slight change in expression, but he quickly regained his composure. Do you think I don't know that you have a Dharma doppelganger? As his voice fell, his bloodline power rolled up a branch with rich life force that appeared out of thin air and met Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger head-on. This branch exploded in mid-air, and then the shadow of a towering tree appeared and blocked Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger. Chapter 4267. The Divine Tree of Life. As the silhouette of the towering tree appeared in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was originally calm, had a change of expression on his face. Ning Yishuan actually possessed a branch from the Divine Tree of Life. Moreover, the branch was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon the Divine Tree of Life's apparition to defend himself. Duan Lingtian attacked with all his might, intending to destroy the Divine Tree of Life's apparition. However, the Divine Tree of Life's apparition seemed to have the ability to repair itself. No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian's apparition was, it could still repair itself and prevent Duan Lingtian's apparition from helping his main body. Of course, it was not unlimited. During this process, Duan Lingtian noticed that the speed at which the Divine Tree of Life repaired itself could not keep up with the speed at which his apparition was destroying it. Even so, it would be difficult to destroy it without a certain amount of time. Duan Lingtian's main body was in imminent danger. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could feel death approaching him. This was the second time he felt death approaching him since he entered the ultimate god realm. Even the previous time when he faced the Yun clan leader in the Divine Offering Land was not as dangerous as this. Duan Lingtian, I know you very well. I know what you're capable of. Now, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Ning Yishuan had a victorious smile on his face as he continued to attack Duan Lingtian with the 9-foot-long spear in his hand. Duan Lingtian was the only celestial emperor he knew who was more talented than him. Therefore, after hearing about Duan Lingtian, Ning Yixuan had done a thorough research on Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods and Duan Lingtian was from a mundane realm. He knew Duan Lingtian did not have a bloodline to rely on, but he had his apparition. From the beginning, Ning Yixuan had calculated everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Ning Yixuan felt victory was within his grasp. There was almost no suspense. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian's feeble attacks were mostly destroyed, Duan Lingtian finally regained control of his body. The sword light on the 7 orifices exquisite sword rose again. Although Ning Yixuan's bloodline mystique was powerful, it couldn't restrict Duan Lingtian forever. There was a time limit, and after using it once, he needed to recover for a long time before he could use it again. Otherwise, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? In this world, there was no such exaggerated bloodline power. Even the descendants of the most powerful masters could not have such exaggerated bloodline power. It's useless. It's too late. Ning Yixuan smiled faintly. His unstoppable offensive instantly suppressed Duan Lingtian's later offensive, completely suppressing Duan Lingtian. It seemed that if this continued, Duan Lingtian would definitely lose, or even die. At this time, the illusory figure of the sacred tree of life was still entangled with Duan Lingtian's spatial law doppelganger. As for Duan Lingtian's other law doppelgangers, even if they were to come out, they would not be of much use. They were too weak to block the opponent's powerful attacks. If they were to come out, they could only be cannon fodder, and the useless kind of cannon fodder. Your strength is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to have the branch given to you by the sacred tree of life. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian sighed. It was not difficult for him to see that the branch of the sacred tree of life came from a complete and powerful sacred tree of life. And that kind of sacred tree of life only existed in the small world of an ultimate master. Obviously, Ning Yixuan had a close relationship with an ultimate master. Otherwise, he would not have been given such a treasure. Such a treasure could not only be used for healing, but it could also be used against enemies. Just like now, it easily blocked the attack of his law doppelganger. If he did not have any other means to rely on, he would definitely die today. It seems like I can only rely on the power of the sacred tree of life again. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then he opened the small world in his body, and the life-divine energy on the sacred tree of life surged and swept out, shrouding the aggressive Ning Yixuan. The life-divine energy of the sacred tree of life was endless, attacking and counteracting the law of life on Ning Yixuan's body. At the same time, it consumed a lot of its own energy. This was because the life-divine energy came from the same source. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to counteract such a level of law of life. The sacred tree of life. At this moment, Ning Yixuan's expression changed completely, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "You have a complete sacred tree of life in your body." Ning Yixuan naturally knew what this meant. It meant that although the person in front of him was not an ultimate master, he already had the shadow of one. This was because the sacred tree of life in the small world in the body was a characteristic of an ultimate master. Of course, the opponent was not an ultimate master. This meant that the opponent had found a complete sacred tree of life through other means and made the sacred tree of life recognize him as its master, willing to guard the small world in his body. Swoosh! At the same time, after Ning Yixuan's attack was counteracted by more than half, Duan Lingtian's counterattack instantly turned the tables and suppressed Ning Yixuan's attack. Then, he swept his attack toward Ning Yixuan. In just a blink of an eye, not only was the situation reversed, but Duan Lingtian even gained the upper hand. In fact, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was about to kill Ning Yixuan. Ning Yixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. If I hadn't exhausted so much of my profound divine metal last time and it's still in a deep slumber, I might have been able to kill him this time even with the help of the sacred tree of life. What a pity! What a pity! Not only was Ning Yixuan talented, but his luck was also heaven-defying. He had obtained a piece of profound divine metal in his early years and successfully transformed it into a high-grade profound divine metal. In the Ning clan, he was widely acknowledged as the most likely person to become an ultimate master. This was because he had mastered one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the weapon Tao, and the spear Tao. This was because he possessed a high-grade profound divine metal. At this moment, Ning Yixuan was unaware that his opponent also possessed a high-grade profound divine metal that was in a deep slumber. In fact, his opponent not only possessed a profound divine metal, but he also possessed the other 4 divine elements. Moreover, all of them were in a deep slumber. Otherwise, the divine elements could easily destroy or even devour the profound divine metal in his body. Ning Yishuan's law of life was being counteracted by the sacred tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world, making it impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. A hint of struggle flashed on Ning Yishuan's face before a jade talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the jade talisman appeared, Duan Lingtian felt as though it contained a terrifying aura. It was as though a dreadful beast was hiding inside. Before he could react, Ning Yishuan had already crushed the jade talisman. Crack! The jade talisman shattered into pieces as a terrifying explosion reverberated through the skies. After which, an incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air. It was faintly discernible, as though it was an illusory image, yet at the same time, it also seemed as though it was real. It was the face of a middle-aged man. His calm eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Lingtian's heart to palpitate. Then, he shifted his gaze to Ning Yishuan. Old ancestor, I'm useless. I've embarrassed you. In front of this giant face, Ning Yishuan appeared a little dejected, even restraining his strength. Duan Lingtian's attack and the sacred tree of life's attack were blocked by an invisible barrier. The invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere like an impenetrable wall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt powerless. At the same time, the sacred tree of life in his body trembled and withdrew its life force. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the sacred tree of life was trembling in fear. It was as if the huge face in front of him was some kind of scourge. This is a supreme expert? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he saw the huge face blow out a breath. It tore open the space in the secret realm and took Ning Yishuan away. A spatial crack appeared. Then, a terrifying suction force extended out and forcibly took Ning Yishuan away. The gigantic face glanced at Duan Lingtian calmly again before it vanished again. It was as if it had never appeared. In the next moment, the spatial crack that sucked Ning Yishuan in also disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian was stunned. What was going on? He was only guessing before, but at this moment, he was completely sure that the huge face that appeared just now was definitely a supreme expert. Otherwise, it would not have been able to take Ning Yishuan away. This was a secret realm in the dimensional battlefield. Once it was opened, even the top upper ultimate gods would not be able to intervene, let alone save someone. What is this? A supreme expert is cheating. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he did not attack me, I did not kill Ning Yishuan either. Will this single-person secret realm still give me the rewards I deserve? Just as Duan Lingtian was frowning and lamenting the darkness of this world, in the battlefield of the divine judgment, a middle-aged phantom was preparing to leave through space with a young man. However, just as he was about to attack, a gentle energy appeared out of thin air and stopped him. It prevented him from attacking and shattering the space. Ning Yunheng, you've crossed the line. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion appeared. He looked at the middle-aged phantom and spoke indifferently. At the same time, a tall and handsome young man in green appeared. He glanced at the middle-aged phantom and said coldly, Ning Yunheng, are you deliberately provoking us today? Chapter 4268. Ning Yunheng. The Ning clan was one of the most powerful godly venerable rank clans in the Land of Sanctions. The God's Judgment battlefield was a planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land. It was the handiwork of many supreme experts from the two planes. Usually, there would be two supreme experts stationed at the God's Judgment battlefield to monitor the surroundings. The purpose was to prevent other supreme experts from interfering in the battlefield of planes and destroying the fairness of the battlefield of planes. The battlefield of planes was a place they created to train their juniors so that more supreme experts could be born. With more supreme experts, the probability of a supreme expert being born would naturally be higher. Now the two supreme experts in charge of the battlefield of divine judgment had appeared to stop Ning Yunheng, and supreme expert, from interfering in the battlefield of divine judgment. They had clearly seen Ning Yunheng's previous actions through some of the arrangements in the battlefield of divine judgment. Ning Yunheng had interfered in the fight between two geniuses in a single-person secret realm. When one of them was about to die, he had hastily intervened and saved him. He had even brought him out of the single-person secret realm and avoided death. Fellow Taoists. As for Ning Yunheng, who was preparing to leave with his Ning family's genius junior, Ning Yishuan, when he saw the two of them appear in such an aggressive manner, not only did he not get angry, he instead sighed. This is the most outstanding descendant of my Ning family in history. I don't wish for him to die in the planar battlefield at this time. I'm sure both of you have heard of this descendant of mine. As long as there are no accidents, the probability of him becoming a supreme expert in the future is extremely high. The planar battlefield exists to nurture even more monstrous geniuses. If a genius like my descendant were to perish there, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Although Ning Yunheng was a supreme expert, he was very humble at this moment. First, it was because he was only a projection of his divine power as a supreme expert, while the other two had come in person. Second, it was because he was in the wrong and had violated the rules of the battlefield of planes. Ning Yixuan. At this time, the old man of the two supreme experts who had just arrived also calmed down a little in the face of Ning Yunheng's humble attitude. At the same time, he looked at Ning Yixuan beside Ning Yunheng and said, I've heard of him. He is indeed a good genius. Even when he fought in the single-person secret realm earlier, his skills were astonishing and even stronger than ordinary medium-level ultimate gods. Right after the old man's words left his mouth, the young man who was the last to arrive declined to comment. Compared to his opponent, I'm still much weaker. Wasn't the Tree of Life and the escape methods Ning Yunheng left for him? The young man paused for a moment before looking at Ning Yunheng. Ning Yunheng, how do you think your descendant compares to his opponent? Hearing this, Ning Yunheng was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. No. You also know that I'm not as good as Yub. If we're talking about becoming an omnipotent, that person's potential is much greater than your descendants. Today, you rashly interfered in a fair fight between them, violating the rules of the planar battlefield. If you were him, what would you think? Now, as long as he's not stupid, I'm afraid he'd have already guessed that you're an omnipotent. What's the difference between your actions and suppressing him? Now that you've taken your descendant away, although that secret realm will give him a reward in the end, do you think that's fair to him? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the old man looked at Ning Yunheng. Ning Yunheng, take something to compensate that little fellow. At the same time, the two of us will call for an omnipotent meeting to reveal your actions. In the end, you'll definitely have to bear some additional responsibility. Even if the two of us are willing to make things easier for you, the truth can't be concealed forever. Instead of being found out later and being held accountable by the three of us, it's better to directly resolve this matter publicly. What do you think? The old man asked. Seeing that Ning Yunheng seemed to be hesitating, the old man continued. Of course, you have another option. That is to send your descendant back and no longer interfere in the fight between him and that young man. Under such circumstances, you can just compensate that young man with something. There's no need to call for an omnipotent meeting to hold you accountable. The old man gave Ning Yunheng two options. The young man did not speak, but it was obvious that he agreed with the old man. At this moment, Ning Yixuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Patriarch, send me back. I didn't know that you would be held accountable for saving me. If I knew, I would never have crushed the life-saving jade token you left for me. Ning Yixuan regretted it. Although he did not know what the omnipotent meeting was and did not know what responsibility he, the patriarch, would have to bear, since it was a responsibility agreed upon by the omnipotent meeting, it would not be a simple responsibility. Perhaps there would even be a certain degree of danger. If this patriarch encountered danger and something happened to him, it would be a great blow to the Ning clan. At that time, he, Ning Yixuan, would become a sinner of the Ning clan. Although there were only two people left in his lineage, because of the glory of his lineage in the past, although his lineage no longer had the glory of the past, it still received all sorts of courtesy and preferential treatment in the Ning clan. If he became a sinner of the Ning clan, not only would he let down the rest of the Ning clan, but he would also let down the ancestors of his lineage. However, as soon as Ning Yixuan finished speaking, Ning Yunheng raised his hand and knocked him unconscious and took him away. At the same time, Ning Yunheng's divine power projection shattered the space and left behind two metal pieces before taking Ning Yixuan away. These two embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts are the compensation I gave him back then. You can start the omnipotent meeting at any time. I, Ning Yunheng, will bear any punishment. These were the words Ning Yunheng left behind for the two of them before he left with his people. The old man, who was standing in the same spot, put away the two embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts and sighed. It seems that this guy sees his descendant as the hope of the Ning clan. Last time, it seems that he was seriously injured and left a way out for the Ning clan. The old man sighed, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. It seems that it won't be long before another old friend leaves this world. I can see that, the young man said calmly. The young man spoke with a calm expression. I only hope that his descendant doesn't disappoint him. I don't think so. The old man shook his head. I've heard of that Ning Yishuan. He's indeed a good seedling. With his help, there's a chance that he'll become a superior ultimate god within 3,000 years and an omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. An omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. The young man smiled faintly. It's not that easy to become an omnipotent expert. Who among us didn't go through hardships to become an omnipotent expert? I'll take my leave first. You can finish the rest. It's best not to let that little guy harbor any resentment. He's a good seedling and may become one of our comrades in the future. Before the young man's figure faded and disappeared, 2 streams of light shot toward the old man. Give these 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts to him as well. After the young man disappeared, the old man looked at the 2 embryos of sword-shaped omnipotent divine artifacts in his hands and couldn't help but gasp. Is this guy going to invest in that little guy? He thinks so highly of him. Just because that little guy mastered such a sword principle when he just entered the lower ultimate god realm? I don't understand these guys who practice the sword. The old man's figure began to fade on the spot and then disappeared. At the same time, a voice muttered to himself and gradually dissipated. Should I also give him 1 or 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts as an investment in him? In the single-person secret realm, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. It wasn't until the sky was filled with rosy clouds and beams of light fell like a meteor shower that he regained his senses. So many rewards? In fact, Duan Lingtian wanted to get 1 reward the most, not multiple rewards. Multiple rewards meant that the rewards had to be shared. After sharing, the value of each reward would be reduced accordingly. But now, there were 7 rewards falling down at the same time. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Just now, the omnipotent expert had forcefully intervened to save the other party. But now, even the rewards had become 7. Could it be that the omnipotent expert was behind this too? Because I almost killed his people? Now, without guessing, Duan Lingtian could also guess that the arrogant guy named Ning Yishuan must have been saved by the omnipotent expert behind the Ning clan or the omnipotent expert's other friends. Thinking about how the other party had not only taken the person away, breaking the rules, but also causing trouble with the rewards of the secret realm, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Of course, although he was a little angry, he also knew that he could only endure it. That was an omnipotent expert. An existence that could kill him with a flick of a finger. Although angry, now that the rewards had fallen, Duan Lingtian didn't ignore them. Even if they were shared and each reward was very ordinary. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Even if he couldn't use it, it was fine to keep it for his family and friends. However, when Duan Lingtian lazily took the rewards, he was stunned again. Other than a fist-sized aquamarine bottle with a cork, there was nothing special about it. The other 6 items all gave him a familiar feeling. These are the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. It hadn't been long since he had obtained the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian held these 6 ordinary-looking pieces of metal in his hand, he recognized them immediately. Are the rewards of this single-person secret realm so generous? It can't be, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was dreaming. Didn't they say that the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts were very hard to come by? How did he get 6 of them in such a short time? Including the one that merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, there were a total of 7. In other words, if 2 more embryos of the omnipotent artifacts merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, as long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword was given a certain amount of time to digest them, it would directly transform into omnipotent artifact. Chapter 4269. Last time, in the extremely rare natural secret realm, the last test that was as difficult as ascending the heavens for an ordinary upper god emperor was only rewarded with 1 embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, this time, Duan Lingtian had received a total of 6 embryos in this single-person secret realm. Even though he knew that this single-person secret realm had cost a lot of battle merits to activate and that the rewards were extraordinary, Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe that there would be such a generous reward. The value of this reward, excluding the unknown bottle, could be said to be more than half a supreme divine weapon. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled and confused. Could it be that the supreme divine weapon who abducted the person gave me an extra reward because he was in the wrong? Right when this thought appeared in Duan Tian's mind, an aged voice seemed to resound out of thin air by his ears. The 6 supreme divine weapons came from me and 2 other people. One of them was the person who abducted your opponent. That person was his descendant and extremely talented. He was also the hope of their clan's future, so he could not bear to see his descendant perish just like that. After all, he broke the rules, so he left behind 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. To you, this should be considered a good thing, not a bad thing. As for the other 4 embryos of supreme divine weapons, 2 non-sword-shaped ones were given to you by me, and the other 2 sword-shaped ones were given to you by a sword practitioner like yourself. I won't introduce myself. In the future, if you become a supreme divine weapon one day, you will naturally know about us. The old voice seemed to ring in the air, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have returned to dead silence. Duan Tian, on the other hand, finally came to a realization at this moment. So this was the truth. The 6 embryos of supreme divine weapons did not count as the reward for the single person's secret realm. To be able to let me hear his voice, this old man should also be in supreme divine weapon. The sword practitioner he mentioned is most likely also in supreme divine weapon. As this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Tian took a deep breath and cupped his hands slightly toward the vast void in front of him. Then he said sincerely, "Thank you, Senior. Senior, please thank that sword cultivator Senior on my behalf." As for the supreme expert who took Ning Yishuan away, the other party did not thank him, because in his opinion, he and the other party were at most a transaction. The 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts were nothing more than the money he gave to his descendants to buy their lives. With that, Duan Tian summoned the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Huang fuse these 6 embryos into the sword as well. Take your time to absorb them. I will try my best to obtain 2 supreme divine artifact embryos for you as soon as possible so that you can officially transform into a supreme divine artifact. The supreme divine artifact embryo was used to increase the quality of ordinary divine artifacts. Therefore, Duan Tian did not intend to keep it. All of them fused into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Thank you, Master. Huang Er's figure appeared in a flash as she repeatedly thanked Duan Tian. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. At that moment, Duan Tian could also clearly feel that the other full soul superior grade divine artifact hidden in the space law doppelganger was also getting restless. Sensing this, Duan Tian said faintly, "When I have gathered 9 embryos of the supreme divine artifact for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, I will give you the next embryos of the supreme divine artifact. My doppelganger of the laws of space will eventually need an ultimate divine artifact." If it had been in the past, Duan Tian would have felt that he was getting carried away if he thought of obtaining a second supreme divine artifact. But this time, he had obtained 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact at once, and he saw the hope of completing a supreme divine artifact. The first supreme divine artifact was very close. Would the second be far away? With Duan Tian's cooperation and Huang Er's efforts, the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact had all been integrated into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword completely absorbed and digested all of them, its power would rise to another level. Huang how long do you think these embryos of the supreme divine artifact, will you be able to completely absorb and digest them? Duan Tian asked. If I am in seclusion and can't come out to assist Master in battle, it will be faster. But like now it will be slower. It will take at least 10 years to barely absorb and digest all of them. Huang said. Huang Er's words enlightened Duan Tian. It was no wonder that Huang had yet to completely integrate the first embryo of the supreme divine artifact. It turned out that it would take such a long time. Of course, only Duan Tian felt that it would take a long time. Even if 1 embryo of the supreme divine artifact took 10 years to integrate, 9 embryos would only take 90 years. For an ordinary cultivator, 90 years would pass in the blink of an eye. But for Duan Tian, 90 years was more than 1/10 of the time he had experienced in his life. This bottle is the reward for the solo secret realm this time. After Huang returned to the 7 orifices exquisite sword and put it away, Duan Tian's attention returned to the bottle that he had obtained along with the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact. This bottle was green and round. It was the size of his fist and had a cork on it. Is this a divine elixir? Duan Tian's first reaction was that this was a bottle of elixir. although this bottle of elixir was very different from the elixir bottles that he usually saw. Let's see what it is. Curious, Duan Ling Tian opened the elixir bottle. Of course, he opened it slowly. When he opened the cork a little, a soft and sweet smell wafted out of the bottle and into Duan Ling Tian's nostrils. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian felt that the divine power in his body was flowing smoothly and he felt refreshed. With Duan Ling Tian's eyesight, he could clearly see that the bottle did not contain any divine elixir but a pool of liquid that filled the entire bottle. Of course, this liquid was not the supreme divine power. It should be drinkable, right? Duan Ling Tian took a drop of the liquid from the bottle and after confirming that there was no problem, he swallowed it into his body. In the next moment, the liquid released a magical medicinal effect in his body, causing the divine power in Duan Ling Tian's body to boil even more. He felt as if his divine power was burning. When the medicinal effect was completely absorbed, although the change in his divine power was minimal, Duan Ling Tian could still feel the changes within. It can increase divine power? It can even increase an ultimate god's divine power. As far as I know, even those so-called supremacy divine elixirs that claim to be able to increase divine power have very little effect. Even if they are refined into supreme supremacy divine elixirs, the medicinal effect will not increase much. Moreover, any kind of supreme supremacy divine elixir usually requires rare medicinal herbs as the main ingredient. Even a powerful ultimate god faction may not be able to gather enough medicinal herbs to refine a cauldron of such a divine elixir in 10,000 years. Most importantly, even if the refinement was successful, the improvement would not be significant. When one reached the ultimate god realm, the improvement of divine power was more dependent on oneself. External help would not be of much help. However, Duan Ling Tian realized that just one drop of the liquid in the elixir bottle had made a slight improvement in his divine power. If he swallowed all of it, there should be a definite improvement. Although it was impossible to completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, it should be close. If I can use this, so can other lower ultimate gods. Some lower ultimate gods who are close to becoming a medium ultimate god can also be closer to becoming a medium ultimate god if they consume this liquid. Just as this thought came to his mind, Duan Ling Tian saw a spatial crack appear not far in front of him. It then turned into a spatial whirlpool and a suction force attacked him. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian immediately plugged the cork of the bottle in his hand and put it into his storage ring before being sucked into the spatial whirlpool. After all, he was not leaving the natural secret realm this time. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not have to go through any tests in the space. He was directly sent out of the space. After being sent out, Duan Ling Tian found himself in the sky above a vast barren mountain. After coming out, Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle. He immediately poured the remaining liquid in the bottle into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Duan Ling Tian dared to do so because the unknown liquid's medicinal effect was not strong and was even very gentle. This time, I've gained quite a lot. At least, I got what I wanted. Moreover, this bottle of liquid is a treasure for an ultimate god. If a divine pill is to achieve the same effect as this bottle of liquid, I'm afraid it would take at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of effort by a powerful ultimate god force to collect the herbs needed to refine a supreme-level divine pill that can enhance divine power. Moreover, my gains this time are not much compared to my previous ultimate god cultivation base. After all, it only helped me to quickly consolidate half of my cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Duan Ling Tian had long known that it was difficult to cultivate as an ultimate god. However, he entered the secret realm this time with the ambition to completely consolidate his cultivation base. Now, his ambition had not been realized, or it could be said that he had only achieved half of it. Next, I just have to wait for the chaotic area to open. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. That area has been open for 10 years. In addition, there are many people from the realms of gods in that area, so the speed of obtaining battle merits will be much faster. Moreover, there are more opportunities in that place. It said that there are ultimate gods taking special care of that place. Ultimate gods. When he thought of ultimate gods, Duan Ling Tian could not help but recall the scene earlier. A huge face appeared. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. It might not have been the real person, but it gave him a sense of oppression. It was as if the other party only needed to glare at him if he wanted to kill him. It's not difficult to see that even ultimate gods have the same emotions and desires as ordinary people. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Ning Yixuan to be able to get an ultimate god to help him. Also, The branch from the divine tree of life that he detonated earlier must have come from the divine tree of life in the ultimate God's little world. Chapter 4270. After further confirming that the person who saved Ning Yishuan was a supreme expert, Duan Ling Tian was able to understand some of Ning Yishuan's previous tricks. The branch from the divine tree of life obviously did not belong to Ning Yishuan himself. The jade slip that he crushed had even attracted the attention of a powerful supreme expert. It seems like he wasn't bragging. He's definitely not an ordinary person to be able to get a supreme expert to leave him with so many life-saving tricks and even break the dimensional battlefield's rules to save him. Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Ning Yishuan was so surprised that he had never heard of him. He even seemed unwilling to believe it. A person who could get a supreme expert to help him was definitely not an ordinary person even in the Ning clan of the Land of Sanctions. Even the current head of the Ning clan, that supreme expert, might not have left him with such life-saving tricks. He's also the strongest lower ultimate god I've ever met. It seems like there are still some monsters in this world that I didn't know about. I can kill a medium ultimate god with the cultivation of a lower ultimate god. There are also upper ultimate gods who can do the same. After fighting with Ning Yishuan, Duan Ling Tian was certain that Ning Yishuan's strength was stronger than an ordinary medium ultimate god even without using the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by a supreme expert. Right now, there are still 2 years before that chaotic region opens. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not know when the chaotic area where multiple planes of gods converged would open after coming out of the single-person secret realm. He only found out when he went to a nearby military camp. He was currently in a military camp in the inner area. There were very few military camps in the inner area, and they were all surrounded by formations. Anyone who left the camp would be concealed by the formations. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to track someone down and kill them. Of course, this also limited the cooperation of some people. This was because no one could walk together after leaving the camp. Even if 2 people were to leave the camp hand in hand, they would be forcibly separated by the outer formation the moment they left the camp. This was a formation left behind by an absolute powerhouse. Even a high god emperor would not have the ability to resist it. After Duan Ling Tian obtained the information he wanted, he was about to leave and enter the inner area to search for more fortuitous encounters when he heard a voice calling out to him. Before he had even left, a loud and clear voice rang out beside his ears. It was actually a burly man with a face full of curly beard who was bragging with a grin on his face. The last time I met a beautiful woman in the upper god emperor realm, her looks were really not bad. Most importantly, her daughter was even more peerlessly beautiful, making people drool. It's a pity that she ran away with her daughter in time. Otherwise, I might be able to capture that pair of mother and daughter alive and have them warm my bed together. It's a pity that I didn't make a breakthrough the last time I was in seclusion. If I had become a half-step ultimate god, that mother and daughter pair wouldn't have been able to escape from my grasp. Fourth brother Qiu, you've been bragging about this for years. An old man immediately exposed the other party as soon as he spoke. Moreover, every time you used your divine power to create their appearances, yet no one recognized them. You wouldn't have purposely made up a story and created 2 women to deceive us just to brag about it, right? As soon as the old man said that, many people immediately hissed. Some people even chimed in. Fourth brother Qiu, stop bragging. I'm sick of hearing it. Why don't you change the story next time? Fourth brother Qiu, why don't you create their appearances again? Who knows? Maybe someone can recognize them now. The person who said this had a mocking expression on his face. Clearly, he was dismissing the curly-bearded man. However, it was unknown whether the curly-bearded man was really not lying or felt that what the other person said made sense, but he actually used his divine power to sketch out the appearances of the 2 women in the void. They were 2 women with graceful figures and beautiful appearances. Especially the younger one. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if she could make people fall head over heels for her. Even the beautiful woman had a different kind of charm that made people's hearts flutter. The crowd was silent for a moment before someone laughed and said, Fourth brother Qiu, looks like you've really seen such beauties somewhere before. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to draw them. Fourth brother Qiu, I believe you've seen them before. However, I'm not sure if it was in the dimensional battlefield. What a pair of beautiful sisters. If I can get them, it'll be worth it even if I'm killed by the lightning punishment in the next 1,000-year tribulation. Everyone present, including the group of men, was mesmerized by the women that were drawn in the void. More and more people gathered to watch. Even some of the women felt ashamed of their inferiority when they looked at the two figures in the sky. Some of them looked envious, and many of them looked jealous. If there was anyone who was calmer than Duan Lingtian right now, it would be none other than him. Duan Lingtian looked at the women in the void. His heart was extremely calm. However, this calmness was formed because his heart had sunk. The reason for that was because she had seen one of the two women drawn by the curly-bearded man before. She was none other than Linghu Chuyin. In the profound Handle land, she was the daughter of Linghu Renfeng, the younger sister of the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. At the same time, according to Linghu Renjie, she was also Ker's twin sister. This beautiful woman looks like she's Linghu Renfeng. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian saw what Linghu Renfeng looked like. Even in front of Linghu Renjie back then, Linghu Renjie had never drawn his sister's appearance. However, he had seen Linghu Chuyin before. She looked exactly the same as Ker. There was almost no difference. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, there was not much difference. It was also because of this that when he first saw Linghu Chuyin back then, he had thought that she was his wife, Ker. Where have you seen them before? Duan Lingtian stepped forward and arrived near the curly-bearded man in the blink of an eye. He stared at him coldly and asked in a quiet voice. When the curly-bearded man heard someone speak to him in such a manner, his first reaction was to frown and reveal a cold expression. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, he extended his divine sense and probed the powerful divine power that covered the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. His expression instantly returned to normal and a flattering smile appeared on his face. In that instant, he was certain that the other party was a godly venerable expert. Even if he was only a lower ultimate god, he was not someone he could afford to offend. He was only a upper-level god emperor who had yet to become a half-step ultimate god. Lord Supreme God. The curly-bearded man hurriedly spoke and said to Duan Lingtian, I met them 5 years ago in the southern part of this military camp, near the edge of the inner circle. Lord, could it be that you know them? The curly-bearded man asked curiously. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have bragged. Could it be that this person knew the mother and daughter pair and had a good relationship with them? However, on second thought, it was not a big deal even if he knew them. Duan Lingtian could not touch him even if he wanted to. This was a military camp. Even an upper-level god would not dare to touch him, let alone a lower-level god. In the military camp, once someone attacked someone, they would be punished by the formation left behind by a supreme expert. At that time, when the killing formation was activated, even an upper-level god would die. While the others were also looking at Duan Lingtian curiously, Duan Lingtian ignored the curly-bearded man. After glancing at him indifferently, he left the military camp. It was as if he wanted to carve the curly-bearded man's appearance into his heart with that one glance. The curly-bearded man panicked when he saw that. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? However, when he thought that even if Duan Lingtian left the military camp, he would not be able to find him, he felt relieved. Unless he was really unlucky to have met him. Otherwise, this dimensional battlefield was so big that it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for Duan Lingtian to find him. The others also saw the clues at this time. Could it be that that person knows the mother and daughter pair that fourth Cho Laosi created? Should be. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Fourth Cho Laosi. Looks like you accidentally offended that person just now. That person seems to know the mother and daughter pair, and they might have a good relationship. Actually, it might not be so, right? Maybe that person just now also took a liking to the mother and daughter pair? Haha. If that's really the case, fourth Cho Laosi should be careful. If that mother and daughter pair did not exist and you can't find them, he might come looking for you when he meets you in the future. Actually, there's no need to worry. The dimensional battlefield is so big. Unless fourth Cho Laosi is really unlucky, it's very difficult to meet him. That's true. Within the army camp, while many people were still discussing Duan Lingtian had already left the army camp and was walking towards the edge of the inner circle. According to the bearded man, Linghu Renfeng was now a high god emperor, but her strength was not as strong as his. 5 years ago, she was wandering around the edge of the inner circle. Now she might still be there. High god emperors were not weak in the dimensional battlefield, but they were definitely not strong either. Rashly entering the inner circle, it could be said that 9 out of 10 people would die. She came here to find Ker. She will either wander around the edge of the inner circle or the outer circle. For the next year, I will wander around the edge of the inner circle and see if I can find them. Although he had not met Linghu Renfeng face to face, in the past, Linghu Renfeng had personally come to him to give him a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Furthermore, Linghu Renfeng might be Ker's mother in her previous life, so he could not personally see Linghu Renfeng in danger. Especially when she was in danger now, and it was because of Ker. Ker was his wife. She could be considered his mother-in-law. He had the responsibility to find her, send her out, and tell her that all she needed to do was to stay and look for Ker. Let's see how lucky I am. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that in such a huge dimensional battlefield, wanting to find a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It could only depend on luck. Chapter 4271. Now, there were only 2 years left until the chaotic region formed by the intersection of many realms of gods opened. Duan Lingtian did not have much time left. Spending a year to find Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin was more or less enough. He could not spend any more time because he still had to make preparations for the opening of the chaotic region. Moreover, if he could not find them in a year, he might not be able to find them in 2 years. Most importantly, when the chaotic region opened in 2 years, Linghu Renfeng might also bring Linghu Chuyin there. In the following year, Duan Lingtian began to wander around the periphery of the inner area, focusing on finding Linghu Renfeng. Occasionally, he would encounter people from the sanctioned lands, but he could not be bothered to kill them. Time passed quietly. Day after day passed, but Duan Lingtian did not find anything. He even suspected whether Linghu Renfeng had entered the inner area or returned to the periphery, waiting for the chaotic region to open before entering the inner area. Ker entered the realm battlefield because she wants to become stronger and recover her previous life strength as soon as possible. She will definitely go to the chaotic region. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only heard of Ker's whereabouts twice. One of the times was when he heard someone from the Xia family mention Ker and said that he had met Ker. However, Ker did not go with him. The other time was when a distant relative of the Xia family saw Ker and recognized Ker. However, Ker did not have much interaction with him. The two of them did not know where Ker went after that. Looks like I can only go to the chaotic region to see if I can find them successfully. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not only looking for Ku-er but also Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin. After all, it was not safe for them to stay in the realm battlefield. Battlefield of the Gods' Judgment. In a military camp, a figure appeared. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him and exclaimed, "It's Ning family's young master Ning Yishuan." It really is young master Ning Yishuan. Young master Ning Yishuan, when did you leave? Now you've come in again? Young master Ning Yishuan is definitely here for the chaotic region that will open a year later. This time, he should be able to enter the medium ultimate god realm, right? I've long heard that young master Ning Yishuan is very close to becoming a medium ultimate god. He'll most likely be able to step into the medium ultimate god realm during the opening of the chaotic region, and become the youngest medium ultimate god in our sanctioned land. It's said that young master Ning Yishuan has the potential to become the second supreme expert of the Ning clan. After Ning Yishuan entered, he heard a group of people from the land of sanctions greeting him. Moreover, their words were all flattering and praising him. If it was before, Ning Yishuan would be secretly happy about this, but on the surface, he would have a natural attitude, as if he was used to it. However, when he heard these words today, he felt somewhat irritated and his heart was filled with anxiety. If these people knew that he was defeated by a guy who was not even 1,000 years old a year ago, would they still be praising him like this? If these people knew that the guy who defeated him was not a native of a plane of gods, but a nobody from a mundane realm, perhaps they would not be praising him like this. Instead, they would think that he was a piece of trash. Duan Lingtian, although it had been a year since he left the realm battlefield and the Ning clan's ancestor had advised him to adjust his mentality, how could he adjust his mentality in such a short time? Since the last battle, the name Duan Lingtian had been like a nightmare that coiled around his heart. He could not let it go. At that time, if he had not used the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by the ancestor to block Duan Lingtian's space law clone, he would have most likely lost. Even so, he was still defeated and almost killed. After all, Duan Lingtian had a complete divine tree of life in his body. If he had not used the life-saving method left behind by the ancestor, he would have died. Ning Yishuan knew that even if he had the profound divine metal, he would not have been a match for Duan Ling Tian without the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by the ancestor. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. Duan Ling Tian was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he was from the lowest mundane realm in the lower realm. Ning Yishuan's life had been smooth sailing for thousands of years. No one could compare to him. His peers could only eat his dust. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, Ning Yishuan, who was dazzling in the Ning clan and even in the land of punishment, had become a joke. It was the biggest joke in the world. The #1 genius of the younger generation in the land of punishment? That's just a joke. Until now, Ning Yishuan's state of mind was still somewhat broken, and he had not completely recovered. A year's time was not short, but it was definitely not long either. I'll strive to enter the medium ultimate god realm as soon as possible. At that time, if the profound divine metal recovers, even without the branch from the divine tree of life given to me by the ancestor, I might not be weaker than Duan Ling Tian. Ning Yishuan was still comforting himself. At this moment, he had deliberately forgotten the age difference between him and Duan Ling Tian. Of course, it was only for a moment. After a while, he could not help but think about it. At the same time, he felt depressed and could not calm down for a long time. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know that Ning Yishuan had entered the battlefield of the divine judgment again. He also did not know that Ning Yishuan's mentality had collapsed because of their previous battle. Currently, he had spent a whole year looking for Ker and Ker's mother, Ling Hu Renfeng, but to no avail. At this time, he had temporarily given up. Maybe it'll be easier to find them when the chaotic area opens. Thinking of this, he prepared to enter the inner area and find a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He would sort out his cultivation during this period of time, and allow the 7 orifices exquisite sword to fuse with the embryo of the supreme divine tool faster. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian had encountered some people from the divine offering land and the sanctioned land. Duan Ling Tian ignored the people from the divine offering land. There was not a single lower ultimate god in the sanctioned land, so he ignored them. On the other hand, when the people from the sanctioned land saw him, they were so scared that their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. After Duan Ling Tian walked for a while, another person appeared in front of him. This person was from the divine offering land. Originally, Duan Ling Tian planned to ignore him. However, when he got closer and saw the other party's appearance clearly, his eyes flickered. Then, he teleported a second time and directly appeared in front of the person, blocking his way. Whoosh! The person who was blocked had a drastic change of expression. His pupils shrank rapidly and he looked flustered. However, when he realized that the person who blocked his way was also emitting the same light as him, he was secretly relieved. They were all from the divine offering land, so they should not make things difficult for him. Moreover, the person was obviously an ultimate god expert, so he should not make things difficult for him. Master, as soon as he spoke, he felt that the person looked familiar as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Do you have something to ask me? Master, if you have any questions, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know. The person who was blocked by Duan Ling Tian was none other than the curly-bearded man who boasted in front of a group of people that he almost kidnapped Ling Hu Renfeng and Ling Hu Xueqi in an inner-area military camp that Duan Ling Tian visited a year ago. However, a year had passed and he had only seen Duan Ling Tian briefly, so the curly-bearded man did not have a deep impression of Duan Ling Tian. Of course, now that he felt that Duan Ling Tian looked familiar, he did have some impression of Duan Ling Tian, but he could not recall who Duan Ling Tian was. A year ago, we met in a military camp. Duan Ling Tian looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him calmly and said indifferently, "That time, you said that you almost got a mother and daughter pair." As soon as Duan Ling Tian said that, the curly-bearded man was stunned at first. Then, the blurry memory from a year ago suddenly became clear. At the same time, he finally remembered why he found the person in front of him familiar. The person in front of him was the ultimate god expert who asked him where he had met the mother and daughter pair a year ago. Master. After remembering who the person was, the curly-bearded man immediately panicked. Qiu Laosi liked to brag. What I told them was all lies. I don't have such intentions. I really don't have such intentions. Although he was not sure what the relationship between the person in front of him and the mother and daughter pair was, he still felt that the person did not have good intentions and subconsciously began to save himself. Do you know who they are? Duan Ling Tian ignored the curly-bearded man and asked him with a smile. The curly-bearded man heard and shook his head. I don't know. But, Master, I really don't have any thoughts about them. I was just bragging. Moreover, I didn't lie to you. I really did see them at the edge of the inner area. Master, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. At that moment, the curly-bearded man was completely flustered. They are my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm and his tone was still indifferent. However, when those words fell into the curly-bearded man's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. That mother and daughter pair were the mother-in-law and sister-in-law of this ultimate god expert in front of him? This, at that moment, the curly-bearded man's mentality collapsed. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he released his divine energy and the power of law as he planned to escape at once. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that he was imprisoned in a confined space. The terrifying confined space originated from the law of space. Even when he attacked with the full force of his divine weapon, it only caused the confined space to tremble slightly. However, there were no signs of it being broken at all. Master, please spare my life. Master, I have no intention of offending your mother-in-law and sister-in-law. End of chapter. Chapter 4272. Even if the bearded man knew he was not lying or boasting, he could not help but admit that he was boasting. What a joke! Now that the ultimate god expert in front of him had said they were his mother-in-law and sister-in-law, he would be digging his own grave if he still insisted that he was not boasting. However, even though he was boasting, it was obvious that the other party was not going to let him go so easily. Master, I'm really just boasting. When the bearded man saw that he was still unable to break free from the spatial profundities binding him even after using his bloodline power, despair filled his heart, but he still continued to explain. In his opinion, his last straw of hope was whether or not the other party was willing to believe him. How strong were they when you met them? Duan Lingtian stared calmly at the bearded man and asked indifferently. When the curly-bearded man heard this, he quickly said, When I first met them, there were only 2 of them. However, when they discovered me, your mother-in-law took your sister-in-law into her little world. Therefore, I'm not sure how strong your sister-in-law is, Master. As for your mother-in-law, she should have just consolidated her cultivation base in the Upper Divine Emperor realm not long ago. The bearded man seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly continued. However, when she attacked, I told her I meant no harm. After that I left on my own. After all, she's from the Divine Offering Land just like me. We might have a chance to work together in the future, so there's no need for us to kill each other. What the bearded man said was, of course, half true and half false. The front part was true while the back part was false. In fact, when he first met the 2 of them, even if they were from the Divine Offering Land, he was still attracted to them. After all, the mother and daughter were definitely the most beautiful women he had ever met in his life in terms of appearance and temperament. As a man, how could he not be attracted to them? At that time, when he wanted to capture the 2 of them, the mother hid her daughter into her little world and started to escape. She was lucky enough to escape from him. As for him, he was unable to catch up to her because his cultivation base had not reached the half-step ultimate god realm. That was the reason why he could not let it go. He was so close to entering the half-step ultimate god realm. He had already entered the half-step ultimate god realm and thought he would be safe even if he was alone in the inner region. However, he didn't expect to meet the person in front of him. Milord, everything I said is true. I'm definitely not lying to you. The bearded man looked at the purple-clothed youth in front of him. Although his face was serious, the depths of his eyes were filled with apprehension. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Now, his life and death were in the hands of the other party. And the current Duan Lingtian, after hearing the words of the curly-bearded man, muttered to himself in a low voice. He has already consolidated his cultivation of Upper Divine Lord Realm? That's good. In the inner region, as long as you keep a low profile, you should be able to protect yourself. Although he had yet to meet his mother-in-law, he felt that she was definitely not a reckless person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive until today. After all, his mother-in-law was from the Linghu clan, which was considered mediocre among the forces in the realms of gods. To be able to survive until today, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, after meeting the person in front of him previously, she must be more vigilant now. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, the worry in his heart lessened slightly. However, His gaze towards the curly-bearded man grew colder and colder. The bearded man's expression changed again when he sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze. Milord, however, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. This was because the space windstorm suddenly raged in the confinement space, forcing him to divert his attention to defend himself. He did not have the time to speak to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at the bearded man who was busy defending himself in the confinement space. He calmly raised his hand and casually pointed a finger at the bearded man. In the next moment, the lower ultimate god divine energy, the space law that had yet to be fully displayed, and the sword principle turned into a sword ray that pierced into the confinement space. As the space law had yet to be fully displayed, the 100,000-mile heaven and earth phenomenon did not appear. For the bearded man, the confinement space's barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken through. However, it was useless in front of the sword ray from Duan Lingtian's finger. In the next moment, the sword ray entered the confinement space. No. On the other hand, the curly-bearded man noticed Duan Lingtian's attack as well, and he emitted a miserable howl that tore through the sky and seemed to be extremely horrifying. At this moment, he could barely fend for himself and did not have the energy to defend himself against the sword ray. Spurt! The sword ray broke through the bearded man's body and bloomed. In an instant, the bearded man's body was shredded into pieces, leaving behind a cloud of blood that drifted in the air before completely evaporating. Only a divine artifact was left behind and fell from the sky. Duan Lingtian casually put away the divine artifact and glanced sideways. Unknowingly, a young man had brought an old man to the vicinity. Judging from the dim light on their bodies, they were obviously from the world of divine remains. We're both from the world of divine remains. Why did you kill him? The young man stood there and frowned at Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, moreover, he's only a higher ultimate god. You're already a lower ultimate god. What's in it for you to kill him? Judging from the turbulent divine energy on the young man, he was obviously a lower ultimate god. Like Duan Lingtian, he was a lower ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. As for the old man behind the young man, he was a medium ultimate god. A medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Perhaps that was why the young man dared to question Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian indiscriminately killing his compatriots. After all, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a lower ultimate god like him. Even if he was not as good as Duan Lingtian, the old man behind him could easily suppress Duan Lingtian. Faced with the young man's question, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly, "Is it any of your business who I kill?" Duan Lingtian's words angered the young man. What's with your attitude? You're in the wrong. Now, you're saying it has nothing to do with me? I'm also from the world of divine remains. If you're really that powerful, why don't you kill me too? The young man sneered as he spoke. Young man. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the old man behind the young man spoke first. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. You've crossed the line. We're all from the world of divine remains. If our cultivation bases are the same, it's understandable that you killed him for the reward. However, he's only a higher ultimate god. You won't gain anything by killing him. Don't tell me you're doing this for his divine weapon? The old man's eyes turned cold as he spoke. Why? Do you know him? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at the old man. Before the old man and the young man could speak, Duan Lingtian continued, if you know him and want to avenge him, you can just do it. Why are you wasting time here? If you don't know him, this has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight for justice and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, you can also attack me. Duan Lingtian's eyes left the old man and glanced at the young man. His tone was as indifferent as before. It was as though he did not show any emotion from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to the two young men after he finished speaking. With a sway of his body, he prepared to teleport away. However, as soon as he tried to teleport away, he discovered that the space around him was unstable. He could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the young man. His originally calm gaze turned cold in an instant. You really want to stop me? The young man glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. So what if I stop you? When you killed the people from the divine offering land, you should have thought about the possibility of being killed by them one day. Today, I, Yun Qingpeng, will represent the Yun clan to kill you for killing your own people. the young man said coldly as a spatial storm appeared around him. It was obvious he was skilled in the law of space as well. Due to this, he was able to interfere with Duan Lingtian's teleportation earlier. Yun clan? Yun Qingpeng? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then, an expression of shock appeared on his face. Yun Qingyan? What's your relationship with him? He's my cousin. The young man sneered. What? You're not going to tell me that you know my cousin, are you? It's useless even if you know him. You'll definitely die today. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. A soul could be vaguely seen on the saber. The saber gleamed coldly as though it was indestructible. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man deeply. If I told you that the person I killed earlier had a grudge against me and that's why I killed him, would you think it's pardonable and not hold it against me now? It doesn't matter if he has a grudge against you or not, you'll still die. The young man said coldly. I understand now. Duan Lingtian smiled as he came to a sudden understanding. I was wondering, could it be that the members of the Yun clan are so different? Some of them hold their heads high and are arrogant for their entire lives. Yet there are also some that bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, and like to do justice for the heavens? Now, it seems like it's just an excuse. They're all jackals of the same tribe. In fact, Duan Lingtian had only asked the young man this because he wanted to see if the young man was really compassionate and seeking justice on behalf of the heavens. Now, it seemed like the young man was just looking for an excuse to kill Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, even if the young man did not see him kill Duan Lingtian, he would not have shown mercy when he encountered him. The people from the Yun clan were all jackals of the same tribe. It seems like you're not my cousin's friend. Yun Qingpeng could not help but sneer when he heard that. The young man had said that he was arrogant and haughty. Was that not the character of his cousin, Yun Qingyan? Even Yun Qingpeng himself was no different from a grandson in front of his cousin. You're very lucky. You'll be my first whetstone after I become a lower ultimate god. Yun Qingpeng shouted coldly as his body moved with his saber. The spatial windstorm condensed and turned into a saber ray that continued to expand. Finally, it seemed like it was going to break through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 4273. Yun Qingpeng made his move. The space windstorm condensed into a gigantic saber light that slashed through the air with terrifying power. He stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he was looking at a dead man. Although the old man behind Yun Qingpeng did not attack together with him, he stood by the side to support Yun Qingpeng. His divine power was stirred up. The old man was a medium ultimate god elder in the Yun clan. He was also Yun Qingpeng's father, the second master of the Yun clan. Although he was already a medium ultimate god when he entered with Yun Qingpeng 800 years ago, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base completely. It was not until some time ago that he had an opportunity to successfully consolidate his cultivation base and improve his strength to the next level. In his opinion, even if his young master was no match for the purple-clad young man who was also a lower ultimate god, he could easily suppress the purple-clad young man. By then, he could either kill him or let his young master kill him. After all, they had the other party completely under their control. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully at Yun Qingpeng who had attacked him. Even your cousin, Yun Qingyan, has to behave himself in front of me. Let alone you. Duan Lingtian made his move as soon as he finished speaking. Of course, he remained motionless on the spot while his space law doppelganger attacked with his sword. He had been waiting for a long time to unleash his power. The saber light dimmed where the sword light pointed. Whoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air and caused the void to tremble. Countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. At the same time, the heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles appeared. Whoosh! The sword light was like the waves of the sea. Wherever it passed, the saber light was extinguished like a flame being extinguished by water. At the same time, it continued to envelop Yun Qingpeng. Yun Qingpeng's attack was shocking as though his saber could split heaven and earth. However, at that moment, his power was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian's space law doppelganger's power. Overpowered. Completely overpowered. No. When Yun Qingpeng came to his senses, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to teleport away but realized that the space was affected by the space energy and could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian? He was good at the space law. Even Yun Qingpeng could affect Duan Lingtian's teleportation? There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian could stop him from teleporting away. Elder Yun Zhang? Save me! Yun Qingping shouted anxiously. At that moment, he could feel that death's approach. Even though he had activated his bloodline power and infused it into his attacks, he was still unable to withstand the attack head-on. At that moment, he felt that he was not facing a lower ultimate god at all. He was a top existence among the top experts among the lower gods. Even when compared to his cousin, he was not a Ling Tian. Coupled with the fact that the other party had mentioned his cousin again, he was almost certain that his cousin was not as good as the other party. Otherwise, he would not. Yun. He's elders. He wanted to save the other party. However, just as he was about to move, he was stopped by another figure who had moved ahead of him. It was Duan Ling Tian himself. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yun Zhang did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately unleashed his full strength. Flames raged in the sky as the Divine Venerate silhouette appeared. The Divine Venerate silhouette that was more than 100 meters tall charged toward Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, it moved to save Yun Qingpeng. In order to save Yun Qingpeng, he used his divine weapon, a pair of meteor hammers. The meteor hammers shot out with a terrifying might, blocking the sword light of Duan Ling Tian's law avatar that was about to kill Yun Qingpeng. The sword light was shattered, and Yun Qingpeng was saved from danger. I didn't think that you would be so powerful. However, no matter how powerful you are, you still aren't a match for Elder Yun Zhang. After Yun Qingpeng averted the danger, the fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by indifference and disdain. At the same time, he wanted to mock Duan Ling Tian. However, before he could finish speaking, he stopped. This was because in the next moment, he saw Duan Ling Tian's main body transforming into a sword. The seven-colored sword light shot up into the sky and pierced through the foot of Supreme God Yun Zhang's illusory avatar. Then, before Yun Zhang could retract his attack to save himself, an even more terrifying power exploded and directly annihilated Yun Zhang's Supreme God image. Impossible! Yun Zhang's shocked and disbelieving voice was heard. In the next moment, his Supreme God image was completely annihilated. His entire body turned into ashes. At the same time, a huge illusory figure rose into the sky and let out an unwilling cry before crashing to the ground. A medium ultimate god had fallen just like that. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yun Zhang had just saved Yun Qingpeng and died in the next moment. In fact, if he did not save Yun Qingpeng, even if he was no match for Duan Ling Tian's main body, he could still hold on for a while if he gave it his all and concentrated. However, he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian and saved Yun Qingpeng, causing him to walk into a dead end. He was almost killed by Duan Ling Tian's main body with a single blow. No. Impossible. Impossible. Yun Qingping's mocking smile towards Duan Ling Tian completely disappeared and was replaced by a pale face that was trembling non-stop. Even his body was trembling. What did he just see? Yun Zhang, a medium ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base, was killed by a single blow. Even if Yun Zhang's carelessness played a part, was this not too ridiculous? This lower ultimate god was just like him. He had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not even consolidated his divine power. However, in the blink of an eye, he had killed a medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Yun Qingpeng felt his soul trembling at that moment. A lower ultimate god like that would be as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn even in the various divine planes. However, he had encountered one today. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to provoke him. If he could turn back time, Yun Qingpeng felt that he would never provoke him again even if he was given 1,000 times more courage. Initially, he had wanted to fight with Duan Ling Tian who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and use him as a stepping stone. However, he did not expect to lose the medium ultimate god who was guarding him in the blink of an eye. What a strong bond between a master and his servant. Duan Ling Tian chuckled as his law avatar returned to his body. He flew out and came in front of Yun Qingpeng as he stared deeply at him. He wouldn't have died so quickly if he didn't save you. Yun Qingpeng was so frightened that he took a few steps back when he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching him. His face was pale as he asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? The man who almost killed your cousin, Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly before he said with a regretful expression, It's a pity that your Yun clan leader left him a way out. Otherwise, He would have died earlier than you. His words were tantamount to sentencing Yun Qingpeng to death. Initially, Yun Qingpeng was wondering if he could threaten Duanling Tian by mentioning the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god family in the Divine Offering Land, so Duanling Tian would not dare to kill him. However, Duanling Tian's words sent a chill down his spine as he realized Duanling Tian was not afraid of the Yun clan. Your Excellency. Yun Qingpeng took a deep breath and tried to suppress his fear. You won't get much out of killing me. If you're willing to spare my life, I can help you kill Yun Qingyan. Since you've attacked him before, I'm sure Yun Qingyan and my uncle must be very careful now. It'll be difficult for you to find an opportunity to attack Yun Qingyan again. If you spare my life today, I can repay you with Yun Qingyan's life. I'll help you kill him. He will be wary of others. But he won't be wary of me at all. With my help, it won't be difficult for you to kill him. The more Yun Qingpeng spoke, the calmer he became. At the same time, a hint of fanaticism could be seen in the depths of his eyes. If he could kill Yun Qingyan, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. Yun Qingyan was a vengeful person. Yun Qingpeng had offended Yun Qingyan because of a small matter when he was a child, and Yun Qingyan had held a grudge against him ever since. If he was not the son of Yun Qingyan's uncle, the second master of the Yun clan, he might have been killed by Yun Qingyan a long time ago. Even so, Yun Qingyan did not like him and would humiliate him whenever he had the chance. Even if Yun Qingyan died, the position of the Yun family patriarch would not fall into his hands. After all, his uncle, who was the patriarch of the Yun family, still had other sons. However, if Yun Qingyan died, he would be happier than anyone else. At the very least, he would not be bullied like a grandson anymore. It seems like you don't have a good relationship with Yun Qingyan. Duanling Tian had planned to kill Yun Qingpeng. However, when he heard Yun Qingpeng's words and saw the fanaticism in the depths of his eyes, it was not difficult for him to figure out what Yun Qingpeng was thinking. He could tell that Yun Qingpeng was not lying. Yun Qingpeng's emotions were most likely real. If this was all fake, then Yun Qingpeng was too good at acting. To be honest with you, sir, Yun Qingpeng said in a deep voice, I can't wait for Yun Qingyan to die. If you're confident you can kill him, I don't mind creating an opportunity for you. Of course, I'm also afraid of death. I'll only help you after I find an opportunity to escape unscathed. I won't hide this from you. I won't lie to you, Yun Qingpeng said. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed. Then he smiled faintly. Interesting. In that case, let's exchange soul pearls so we can contact each other when we return to the Divine Offering Land. All right. Yun Qingpeng's eyes lit up when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He knew his life was saved. At the same time, he realized Duanling Tian really wanted to kill Yun Qingyan. How did Yun Qingyan offend Duanling Tian? Yun Qingpeng's heart was filled with curiosity about this. However, he was not surprised. After all, with Yun Qingyan's character, it was normal for him to offend someone. Chapter 4274. Although Duanling Tian wanted to kill Yun Qingpeng, Yun Qingpeng's desire to live made him think it was better to keep Yun Qingpeng alive than to kill him. Even if Yun Qingpeng's hostility toward Yun Qingyan was just an act, he would only have to kill one less lesser ultimate god. The death of a lesser ultimate god would only bring him limited rewards. Even if he could obtain a divine weapon, he did not lack any ordinary divine weapons. Even if Yun Qingpeng was only willing to help him kill Yun Qingyan, Duanling Tian would let him go. Even if Yun Qingpeng was willing to help him, he would still let Yun Qingpeng go. To Duanling Tian, Yun Qingpeng's life was not important. However, Yun Qingpeng was on his kill list. One day, he would kill Yun Qingyan. It did not matter who was behind Yun Qingyan or what force he belonged to. Duanling Tian's original intention would not change. I'll look for a military camp and leave now. You can contact me when you return to the Divine Offering Land. I should have a plan to lure Yun Qingyan out by then. After reaching an agreement with Duanling Tian, Yun Qingpeng was no longer afraid of Duanling Tian. He smiled before he turned around and left. Although Duanling Tian seemed free and easy, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Duanling Tian watched Yun Qingpeng leave calmly. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. To him, it was not a big deal if Yun Qingpeng went back on his word. It would be a pleasant surprise if Yun Qingpeng kept his word and helped him. Next, I'll look for a place to cultivate in seclusion. The chaotic zone will open in a year. At that time, I'll not only have to face people from the divine offering land and the land of punishment, but people from the other realms of gods as well. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself after Yun Qingpeng's figure disappeared from his sight. Naturally, there was no Xiangang land in the other realms of gods. I wonder how Ke is doing now. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of loss. Although there was no way to confirm whether his wife Ke was dead or alive, because Ke's soul orb had already lost its effect with the passage of time, there was no way to determine whether she was dead or alive. However, he had a strong premonition. Ke must still be alive. However, he didn't know how Ke was doing now. Once the chaotic realm opened, as long as Ke was in the God's Judgment battlefield, he was almost certain that Ke would definitely go there. After all, Ke's purpose in coming here was to become stronger. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was now focused on the chaos zone that would open a year later. At the same time, deep in his heart, he also hoped to meet Ke there and reunite with her. Not long after separating from Yun Qingpeng, Duan Ling Tian finally found a place that he was satisfied with. He began to cultivate in seclusion, waiting for the opening of the chaotic region a year later. Currently, Duan Ling Tian only needed to focus on improving his cultivation base and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. With the Supreme Divinity constantly increasing his understanding of the law of space through his soul, there was no need for him to spend any extra effort. This was a good thing that only happened to him after he became a divine venerable. Huang I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a year. In this year, you'll focus on smelting the 7 embryos of the Supreme Divine Weapons and strive to improve the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Before going into seclusion, Duan Ling Tian reminded Huang Huang immediately responded, Master, Huang understands. I'll definitely give you a pleasant surprise in a year's time. Huang said seriously. Master. At the same time, another soft voice sounded. It was the sword soul of the Supreme Divine Weapon that Duan Ling Tian's avatar used. If you and Sister Huang don't mind, I can also help the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword refine the embryos of the Supreme Divine Weapons. Helping me refine the embryos will consume a lot of your energy. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Huang spoke first. Whether I'm at my peak or not, my help to Master is limited. Sister Huang on the other hand, upgrading the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword will be of greater help to Master. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could guess what the sword soul of the other divine weapon was thinking when he heard what it said. It wanted nothing more than to curry favor with him. After all, although he had many supreme divine weapons in his possession, most of them had lost their weapon souls when their owners died and became ordinary supreme divine weapons. He couldn't be bothered to spend the effort to suppress and subdue the supreme divine weapons that still had their weapon souls. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as there were no accidents, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword would become a supreme divine weapon in the future. Duan Ling Tian's next step would naturally be to upgrade its original divine weapon. Since you're willing, you can help Huang refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons with the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Although he knew what the sword soul was thinking, he didn't point it out. Besides, this was a good thing for him, not a bad thing. If the 2 sword souls worked together to refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons for the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, it would definitely be more efficient than Huang alone. Yes, Master. The sword spirit responded, and his tone became more respectful. The battlefield of the God's Inquisition. The inner area. A little further into the inner area, at the foot of a towering mountain, there was an inconspicuous cave hidden behind many vines. If someone came nearby and used their divine sense to investigate, they would definitely discover that there were several layers of formations set up above the vines. At this moment, behind the formations, there were 2 figures hiding in the depths of the cave. You shouldn't have come with me. An elegant and beautiful woman sat cross-legged on a bed in the depths of the cave. She looked at the young and beautiful woman beside her and sighed. The battlefield of the God's Inquisition is too dangerous after all. Especially the inner region. Last time, if I hadn't left quickly, we might have been captured by the Upper God Emperor from the Divine Offering Land. At this point, the beautiful woman's eyes were still filled with fear. Last time, she and her daughter had almost been captured by a bearded man who had come from the Divine Offering Land like them. Judging from the other party's intentions, it was obvious that he had come with ill intentions. If they fell into his hands, they would definitely not end well. Mother. The young woman shook her head. It's precisely because I know that this place is dangerous that I want to follow you. Mother, if anything happens to you, even if Xueqi isn't by your side, I won't live to see another day. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's face was filled with heartache, but there was also guilt in the depths of her eyes. As her other daughter had not been by her side since young, she had given double the love and care for her daughter. As a result, she rarely cut ties with outsiders and was especially reliant on her. Now, it seemed that all this was not a good thing for her daughter. Forget it. The beautiful woman sighed. Anyway, 100 years won't make much of a difference. If we can't find your sister within 100 years, we'll have to leave this place. I only hope that she's still alive and well. The beautiful woman said. Mother, don't worry. Sister will definitely be fine. The young woman comforted her. In the divine offering land, the Xia family. Xia Yu had just returned from the old site of the Ling family. He had acted together with the patriarch of the Yun family to seal his daughter, Xia Ning Xue, in a spatial tunnel in the old site of the Ling family. Although he looked calm, there was guilt in the depths of his eyes. Xue, I'm sorry. I owe you too much. Xia Yu sighed. I'll make it up to you in the future. I promise. Ever since his daughter's previous life, although he did not seem to care about his daughter on the surface, in fact, he cared a lot about her in his heart. However, he was worried that if he cared too much, it would make others feel unbalanced. For example, his current wife. He could not be by his daughter's side all the time. Therefore, he could only protect his daughter in this way. However, he did not expect his daughter to be so staunch. In order to break the engagement, she actually gave up her life and chose the almost certain death path of reincarnation. Before that, even he thought that the so-called reincarnation was just a legend. Although it was a secret method passed down in the Xia family since ancient times, even the supreme expert of the Xia family himself said that the secret method was not necessarily true. In the history of the Xia family, many people used the secret method when they were about to fail the heavenly tribulation. However, none of them successfully reincarnated. Therefore, when his daughter chose the path back then, he also thought that his daughter would not succeed. However, he did not expect that a few decades later, he would hear the news that his daughter was still alive. Originally, he did not want to allow his daughter to be kidnapped by her previous life's engagement. However, the master of the Yun family had used the safety of the powerful cultivator behind the Xia family as a threat, forcing him, the master of the Xia family, to make a choice between the Xia family and his daughter. At that time, he chose the family. He gave up the small to choose the big. Until a few days ago, when he found out that his daughter had been stopped by the Yun family at the entrance of the Xia family and had vowed to die, he felt guilty and decided that he would no longer be threatened by the patriarch of the Yun family. This time, he would choose his daughter. However, he did not expect that the patriarch of the Yun family would take the initiative to cancel the engagement and no longer threaten his daughter. At the same time, although he had threatened him again, he had only threatened his daughter's freedom for 1,000 years. In his opinion, that was a small matter that was not even worth mentioning. As for his daughter's husband in this life, he had looked down on him from the beginning. He felt that he had cheated his daughter. Until he found out from the patriarch of the Yun family about the achievements of his son-in-law. Although he was shocked, he did not have any feelings for him. Compared to the supreme expert of the Xia family, it seemed insignificant. Therefore, he was once again threatened by the patriarch of the Yun family. So much so that he and the patriarch of the Yun family had sealed up his daughter in order to help the Yun family lure out his son-in-law after the dimensional battlefield closed. End of chapter. Chapter 4275. In this world, there were a total of 18 realms of gods. Usually, there would be 9 realms of gods that intersected. Every 100 years, there would be a period of 10 years when the 9 realms of gods would be divided into 3 groups and intersected to form a chaotic zone where people from 6 realms of gods would coexist. In other words, there would be 3 chaotic zones. In each chaotic zone, people from 6 realms of gods would coexist. In these 3 chaotic zones, it was said that there were more and better opportunities left behind by supreme experts. If one could obtain great opportunities in these chaotic zones, it was possible for one to soar into the sky. Therefore, when the chaotic zone opened, not only would a group of godly venerable experts enter, But most of the God Emperors would also enter. Multi-source app. Mimi read even when the chaotic zone opened in the inner area of the realms of gods, there were still many God Emperors who entered to take the risk. Most of these God Emperors were eager to become stronger. Among them, many of them were those who did not have much confidence in facing the next heavenly tribulation. They wanted to further increase their strength before the heavenly tribulation arrived, so as to reduce the risk of being seriously injured or dying in the heavenly tribulation. They had cultivated to their level and lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, they would not be willing to die in the face of death. Living in this world was a fight against the heavens. Unless they did not break through to a higher cultivation base, they would not face the heavenly tribulation and would not be in danger. However, how many talented people would be willing to stay at a lower cultivation base? The profound Zen battlefield. It was also the realms of gods where the profound gangland and the pilgrimage grounds intersected. When the chaotic zone opened, there was also a zone in the inner area of the profound Zen battlefield that intersected with the other two realms of gods. The people from 6 realms of gods gathered together. When the chaotic zone opened, the people from the 3 realms of gods swarmed in like a swarm of bees. Of course, it was more of a swarm of bees than a swarm of bees. Since the realms of gods were very big, the inner area was very vast. Even if a group of people entered, it would not be very lively. I wonder how little junior brother is doing. After the Chaos Zone opened, the 10,000 Law Academy's vice headmaster Yang Yuchen, who is also the current 3rd senior brother of the 10,000 Law Academy's inner palace, also entered. Right now, Yang Yuchen was alone. His 2 sworn brothers had left after coming out of the natural secret realm. With their strength, there was no need for them to travel together in the planar battlefield. To them, traveling together was the greatest luxury and waste. That was because if they stayed together, even if they were lucky enough to encounter an opportunity, it would be shared among the 3 of them. He might as well travel alone. Whatever he encountered would belong to him. Furthermore, the chances of encountering a fortuitous opportunity would also be higher. Just like before, Yang Yuchen had encountered a natural secret realm and invited them to enter together. If Yang Yuchen had spent most of his time with them, he might not have had the chance to encounter that natural secret realm. Of course, the natural secret realm that Yang Yuchen encountered had a lot to do with sending Duanling Tian to the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. Or it could be said that if he hadn't sent Duanling Tian to the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, he wouldn't have had the chance to find that natural secret realm. Not long after entering the Chaos Zone, Yang Yuchen arrived outside a mountain range and felt a violent energy fluctuation in front of him. It was obvious that there were experts fighting. This divine power aura. 2 medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen was surprised and couldn't help but move closer out of curiosity. After entering the mountain range, Yang Yuchen finally saw the 2 figures in the storm. The battle between the 2 medium-level ultimate gods was in full swing. After a while, their power of law erupted and 2 heaven and earth anomalies appeared at the right time, illuminating millions of miles. Yang Yuchen's expression changed as soon as the power of law appeared. He naturally knew what it meant. It meant that they were at the peak of the medium ultimate god. Unless both of them had not mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to defeat them with his power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. Boom! Rumble! The 2 medium ultimate gods were fighting. 2 ultimate gods who were more than 100 meters tall were fighting each other. The power of law shrouded millions of miles and the momentum was vast. Every blow caused the surrounding mountain range to tremble. Countless rocks flew up, and many mountain peaks were shattered. With every step they took, many mountain peaks were directly crushed into flat ground. Yang Yuchen realized that the 2 were not to be trifled with and was about to retreat to watch the battle so that they wouldn't notice him. However, he suddenly noticed that one of the figures looked familiar. This is... Yang Yuchen took a closer look at one of the figures and suddenly frowned. It's her. The 2 figures fighting in front of him were a man and a woman. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's eyes fell on one of them, which was the woman. Her power of law has illuminated millions of miles? She won't lose, right? I'd better not watch in case I'm discovered. Let's turn around and leave. Yang Yuchen felt that his luck was a little bad. Why did he meet her here? Wasn't she in closed-door cultivation? Could it be that she came out because of the breakthrough in her power of law? You haven't entered the upper ultimate god realm yet. Didn't you say that you wouldn't come out until you entered the upper ultimate god realm? Yang Yuchen felt a headache coming on. However, just as Yang Yuchen was about to turn around and leave, The woman who was fighting fiercely suddenly spoke and looked in Yang Yuchen's direction. Yang Yuchen, I saw you. Seeing your woman being bullied, you turned around and left. Are you still a man? The woman's voice was loud and magnetic. She had the spirit of a heroine. The middle-aged man who was fighting with the woman suddenly changed his expression. Someone was coming? Moreover, he knew his opponent. Have I been discovered? Yang Yuchen's body stiffened and then he sighed in his heart. He turned around and stepped into the air and flew toward the battle. Since he had been discovered, there was no way to hide. Otherwise, if the woman complained to his first senior sister in the future, he would be in deep trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yuchen stepped into the air and said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if I'm a man, but you're a woman. You should care more about your reputation. What if you can't get married in the future? The woman giggled as she fought with her opponent. I'll definitely marry you. Yuchen, we're destined to be a couple. Otherwise, why would I immediately meet you when I just entered the planar battlefield a few days ago? I heard that you entered the planar battlefield. That's why I came. The woman smiled. Yang Yuchen's face darkened when he heard the woman's words. He cursed in a low voice. It must be that fellow who betrayed me. Brother? Tui. To think that I invited him to enter the natural secret realm with me. So you entered the natural secret realm. The woman came to a realization. Yuchen, you didn't ask me to come because you didn't want to disturb my cultivation, right? Yuchen, you're still the one who cares about me. Unlike my father who saw that the chaotic area of the planar battlefield was about to open, and directly interrupted my closed-door cultivation, so that I could enter to seek opportunities to break through. As the woman spoke, her words were clearly expressing that she felt that her father was inferior to Yang Yuchen. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he felt a wave of exhaustion in his heart. Didn't you say that you came to find me because you heard that I entered the planar battlefield? A woman's mouth was a liar. Bang! A loud bang resounded. The woman exerted all her strength and blocked the opponent's somewhat agitated attack. It's difficult for me to defeat you alone. However, my fiancé is here. You'll definitely lose. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. Since this young man that just arrived was her fiancé, his strength shouldn't be weak, right? Retreat. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man's heart sank, and he prepared to retreat at the first possible moment. However, he just turned around when he was stopped by Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen's speed seemed to have increased greatly in the blink of an eye, and he blocked the middle-aged man's path. At the same time, a phenomenon of the power of laws appeared and illuminated 1,000,000 miles. Yuchen, your power of laws has broken through as well? The woman was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised. In this way, it'll be even easier for us to take down this fellow. Illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Yuchen who was blocking his path with disdain. This bit of power of laws was far inferior to his. However, just as he was about to break through Yang Yuchen's encirclement, he realized that once Yang Yuchen's power of laws was released, its strength was not inferior to his power of laws at all. This is the Tao of control. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Now he finally knew why his opponent, the woman, was so confident in this young man. This young man had mastered an extremely powerful Tao of control. Run. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. His strength erupted as he prepared to escape. However, almost at the same time, Yang Yuchen took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. Even the woman did the same. When the middle-aged man saw this, his expression changed again. At the same time, he did not try to escape. Instead, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. As for Yang Yuchen and the woman, they looked enlightened. At the same time, they did not use the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power that was floating in their hands. Smack! As the jade slip was crushed, an extremely powerful force that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. Then, a huge face appeared. It glanced at the middle-aged man coldly before looking at Yang Yuchen and the woman. When it swept past Yang Yuchen, it did not seem like much. However, when its gaze landed on the woman, it frowned slightly. Old Xue's descendant? Junior Xueqi greets Senior. The woman looked at the huge face that was staring at her and bowed slightly. Senior, Are you planning to intervene in the dimensional battlefield and save your descendant? Needless to say, the woman knew that the middle-aged man was definitely the descendant of this supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he was definitely a descendant that was highly valued. Otherwise, he would not have such a life-saving technique in his hands. Chapter 4276. One had to know that it was not easy even for a supreme powerhouse to condense such a jade slip with the projection of the original body. Every jade slip required a long time to be nurtured. Moreover, only one jade slip could be nurtured every once in a while. Unless it was someone highly valued by the ultimate powerhouse, it was impossible to possess a jade slip that was projected by the ultimate powerhouse. Of course, Xueqi also had such a jade slip. However, she had it because the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Xue family valued her and treated her as his own granddaughter. As for why he valued her, it was because she was one of the two most outstanding people in the current generation of the Xue family. As a woman, she was not weaker than the heir of the Xue family. Moreover, she had a deeper relationship with the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Xue family because the supreme powerhouse ancestor was the ancestor of her lineage, and they were closer by blood. Yang Yuchen of the inner palace of the Myriad Law School in the Xiangang land greets Senior. At this time, Yang Yuchen followed Xueqi and bowed slightly to the giant face that appeared in the void in front of him. At the same time, there was a hint of envy in the depths of his eyes. Look at her. Seeing that she was about to be killed, she crushed a jade slip and her life was saved. When will our inner palace be able to produce such a powerful expert? Senior sister. Is there hope? I hope senior sister won't be too reckless in the outside world. If she dies before becoming a supreme powerhouse, then I will lose a backer who may become a supreme powerhouse. If senior sister becomes a supreme powerhouse, I will ask her for 8 or 10 jade slips with the projection of her original body. I won't have to worry about being killed a few more times. Yang Yuchen was secretly looking forward to it. That's not right. Suddenly, Yang Yuchen thought of something. Now, I found another little junior brother for the inner palace, and 4th junior sister. Both of them are weaker than me. Even if eldest senior sister really becomes a supreme powerhouse and can take out the jade slip with the projection of her true self, I'm afraid she'll give it to them first, right? Thinking of this, Yang Yuchen felt a headache and helplessness. Inner palace of the Myriad Law School? Finally, the giant face that appeared in the void opened its eyes to size up Yang Yuchen for the first time. In the depths of its eyes, which Yang Yuchen did not notice, there was a hint of fear. A moment later he nodded at Yang Yuchen and said, I've long heard that the inner court branch is filled with talents from the lower planes. It's not bad that you've achieved this at such a young age. At this moment, what was the attitude of this utmost powerful being towards Yang Yuchen? It was obvious that he was much more easygoing. As for Yang Yuchen, he thought that the other party was doing it for Xueying's sake. A moment? The giant face's gaze? Would it fall on Soaring again? The girl from the Xue family? I'm Shangguan Mingdao? Is this my direct descendant in the Shangguan family? Do me a favor and let him leave? What do you think? Shangguan Ming said. Hearing the giant face's words, Xueying's eyes flashed. So it's a senior from the Shangguan family of Red Maple Land. Senior, even the projection of your true body has appeared? Of course I have to give you face. But this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop your descendant by myself. It's fine on my side. At this point, Xueying paused for a moment and looked at Yang Yuchen. She smiled and said, I'm afraid Senior will have to show some sincerity on my fiancé's side. Red Maple Land? The Shangguan family's utmost powerful being, Shangguan Mingdao. She knew this person. He was an utmost powerful being whose strength was slightly inferior to her Xue family's utmost powerful being, so she was not too afraid. She would directly ask for benefits from the other party. She also firmly believed that the other party would definitely bleed. In the dimensional battlefield, even if an utmost powerful being appeared, they would not dare to make a move easily. Once they made a move, it would alarm everyone and attract the dissatisfaction of other utmost powerful beings. If the situation was bad, they would be severely punished. Although utmost powerful beings stood at the peak of this world, they could not do whatever they wanted. There were many other utmost powerful beings who could keep them in check. Even if their strength was shocking, a group of utmost powerful beings could still suppress them. Of course, if an utmost powerful being's projection appeared in the dimensional battlefield, as long as they did not make a move, it would not alarm other utmost powerful beings. Right now, This expert from the Shangguan clan clearly did not plan to do anything. He only wanted her and Yang Yuchen to let his descendant go. In this kind of situation, even if it could be said that he had interfered, there would not be any negative consequences for him. However, as the descendant of an utmost powerful being who was still alive, how could Xueqi let the other party save her descendant so easily? Did he not want to bleed? Impossible. Fiancé. Hearing Xueqing's words, the expression on the huge face changed rapidly. Then, he smiled and said, "Sincerity is naturally necessary. I can't let you give me face for free." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge face in the void shook and then condensed into a human figure. It turned into a dignified middle-aged man who was faintly discernible and seemed both real and illusory. "Take these 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts as compensation for you." Shangguan Mingdao glanced at Yang Yuchen, then raised his hand and threw out 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts, which floated in front of Yang Yuchen. When Yang Yuchen saw this, his eyes instantly lit up, but he still looked calm on the surface and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "Thank you, senior." He did not mean to be polite. There was no need to be polite. Even if he did not get what he wanted, the other party might not feel that he owed him a favor. After all, the other party was an utmost powerful being. If this was not the dimensional battlefield and the other party did not dare to make a move easily, the other party would not be so polite. "Thank you, senior." At this moment, Xueqi also smiled and expressed her gratitude. It was as if Yang Yuchen had gotten the embryos of utmost divine artifacts. She was happier than she had gotten the embryos of utmost divine artifacts. "Let's go." Shangguan Mingdao nodded and then looked at his descendant, the middle-aged man. "You have to be careful in the dimensional battlefield. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the dimensional battlefield just because you're one of the best among middle-level ultimate gods and can even fight against ordinary high-level ultimate gods. This time, it can be considered a lesson for you." When the middle-aged man heard Shangguan Mingdao's words, he had a guilty expression on his face. After all, it was because of him that his ancestor had taken out 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts. It should be known that it was not easy for even an utmost powerful being to nurture embryos of utmost divine artifacts. After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man bowed slightly to Shangguan Mingdao's projection before he left. However, before he left, his gaze was cold when he glanced at Yang Yuchen and Xueqi. After all, it was because of these 2 people that he had to crush the jade slip that his ancestor had left him with the projection of an utmost powerful being's true body and caused his ancestor to lose 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts. If it wasn't for the 2 of them joining forces, I wouldn't be afraid of either of them. I, Shangguan Fusu, will get my revenge one day. The middle-aged man's name was Shangguan Fusu. He was the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Shangguan clan in the Red Maple Land. That was the reason why he was protected by the utmost powerful beings. He had originally thought that with his strength, he would be able to do as he pleased in the Chaos region, where the 6 gods of God realms coexisted. He did not expect to meet a woman whose strength was on par with him as soon as he entered the chaotic region. When the woman said her name, he knew she was on par with him. After all, she was the precious daughter of the Xueqi clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the mysterious gangland. She was one of the 2 most outstanding people among the younger generation of the Xueqi clan. As for the other person, Yang Yuchen from the inner branch of Wanfa Law Palace, he had never heard of him. He had only heard of the first disciple of the inner branch of Wanfa Law Palace. She was also a woman with amazing strength. Even the Shangguan clan's high-level ultimate gods praised her. Even his father, who was second only to the master of the Shangguan clan in terms of strength, admitted that he was not a match for the first disciple of the internal palace of Wanfa Law Palace. "He's that person's junior brother, humph. Sooner or later, I'll find a chance to spar with the 2 of you alone." Although he had left, Shangguan Fusu's heart was filled with unwillingness. If he were to meet any one of them alone, he would not be afraid of them. However, the 2 of them were able to team up against him. After seeing Shangguan Fusu leave, Xueqi and Yang Yuchen would not be able to catch up with him. The projection of the Shangguan clan's ultimate expert, Shangguan Mingdao's original body gradually disappeared. However, before he left, he took a few more glances at Yang Yuchen. Just like Xueqi and Yang Yuchen, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen, who was not the descendant of an ultimate expert, was more worthy of his attention. Phew, after Shangguan Mingdao's original body projection disappeared, Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief. An ultimate expert, after all. Even if it's just a original body projection, it's still hard to breathe. When Yang Yuchen heard this, He deeply agreed. At the same time, he sent out the 2 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts that he had just obtained and let them float in front of Xueqi. Keep them for yourself. Xueqi waved her hand and said, "These things are useless to me." Useless to you? Hearing Xueqi's words, Yang Yuchen felt as though his heart had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. You have ultimate divine artifacts? If you have ultimate divine artifacts, why didn't you use them just now? If you had used them, even if you were alone, you would have been able to easily defeat Shangguan Fusu. By now, Yang Yuchen had already guessed the identity of the middle-aged man who was able to make an ultimate expert of the Shangguan clan appear. Only the number 1 person of the Shangguan clan's younger generation, Shangguan Fusu, would have such a card. No. Xueqi shook her head. If I had ultimate divine artifacts, I would have used them to kill Shangguan Fusu just now. Clearly, Xueqi had also guessed the identity of the other party. Shangguan Fusu, even in the upper circle of the various divine planes, was a well-known figure. No matter what, he was still a genius of the Shangguan clan. Then you, Yang Yuchen frowned. I only have 3 supreme divine weapon embryos so far. Even with these 2, it's impossible for me to gather 9 supreme divine weapon embryos before I become a higher ultimate god. Xueqi shook her head and said, not long ago, the elder ancestor promised me that as long as I become a higher ultimate god, he would give me an ultimate divine artifact. So, these things are useless to me. I'll give you the 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts that I have. They are useless to me. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, not only did she return the 2 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts to Yang Yuchen, she also took out the other 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts and handed them to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was dazzled by this, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Deep in his heart, a faint sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. They were all humans. They were all medium ultimate gods. Why was the difference so huge? Chapter 4277. The Chaos Region. Duan Tian entered the Chaos Region from the inner region where the people from the 6 planes of gods were from. His state of mind had changed from the initial calm to a slightly disturbed state. After all, the Chaos Region of the dimensional battlefield was even more chaotic than the usual dimensional battlefield. Many people even called it the meat grinder. The Emperor God's meat grinder. It was also the ultimate God's meat grinder. With his strength, it was difficult to find a worthy opponent among the lower ultimate gods. However, in the Chaos Region, there were not only lower ultimate gods, but also intermediate ultimate gods and even high-level ultimate gods. In this 1 year, the one that improved the most is still the Space Law. Although Duan Tian wanted to improve his cultivation base in the past year of closed-door cultivation, the time was too short. Even if he used up the accumulated rewards in his body, it did not improve much. After entering the ultimate god realm, every step forward in cultivation was harder than ascending to the heavens. On the other hand, the Space Law had successfully transformed and reached the stage of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. Now, my understanding of the Space Law that I'm most proficient in has already surpassed Third Senior Brother's understanding. I wonder if Third Senior Brother has also mastered the law of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. The improvement in the Space Law had also improved Duan Tian's strength. Although there was still a long way to go before he could completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, there were very few medium ultimate gods who could be his match. Of course, those top intermediate ultimate gods like his 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen were not inferior to him. Suddenly, a cry of unwillingness rang in Duan Tian's ears. In the next moment, he saw a faintly discernible shadow soaring into the sky in the distance. After letting out a cry of unwillingness, it crashed to the ground with a loud crash. The heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles loomed in front of him. Just by looking at the fallen figure, Duan Tian could easily tell that a lower ultimate god had fallen. He had seen many similar scenes before and was very familiar with them. What a mess! I've been in the dimensional battlefield for quite some time. Although I often create such scenes, it's rare to see such scenes created by others. Now, this is my first day in the Chaos region? I never expected to see such a scene. Duan Tian sighed inwardly. Of course, he also knew that this was because this area was densely populated. Just this area? The people from the 6 universes were gathered in this place? This meant that he could encounter enemies from 5 different places at any time. No matter who it was the same. If Kerr is still in the planar battlefield now, even if he hasn't come in yet, he should be here soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, thinking of Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a headache. Was it supposed to be a trip to find his wife? Now, it had become a trip to find his wife, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law. Of course he knew as well. It was not Linghu Renfeng's fault. Linghu Renfeng, as Kerr's mother in her previous life? The reason why she took the risk to come here was because she was worried about Kerr's safety. Moreover, she didn't know that this son-in-law of his could grow so strong in such a short time. That year, before Linghu Renfeng came to the battlefield of the God's Judgment, she had looked for him in the Xiangang territory and left him some things. Although he didn't want to meet her face to face, he could feel the good intentions of this mother-in-law. Although Duan Lingtian had been to this area before, he had never been to this area before. However, at that time, it wasn't the Chaos region yet. This area hadn't overlapped with one of the two other planar battlefield's inner regions. Now, when they overlapped, not only did the environment and landscape change, even the atmosphere became much more solemn. For example, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to fly in the air. He only dashed forward on the vast land, crossing mountains and ridges. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. Even though his strength could be considered to be not bad in the Chaos region, there were still many people who could defeat or even kill him. Not to mention the high-level supreme gods. Among the mid-level supreme gods, there were many who were stronger than him. In the past, when this was the battlefield of the God's Judgment, there were high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods, but there weren't as many as there are now. The number of high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods is more than 3 times more than before. It might even be 5 times more, or even 10 times more. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Many mid-level supreme gods and high-level supreme gods came here because of the opening of the Chaos region. Their goal was to seek fortuitous encounters in the Chaos region and obtain what they wanted. The Chaos region was said to be a place that was specially taken care of by the strongest because this area overlapped with the resources of the 3 planar battlefield secret zones and other resources. Under such circumstances, the probability of encountering a secret realm and other opportunities would naturally be much higher than before. It was more than 2 to 3 times more. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was carefully moving forward. He didn't know that he was being watched. Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the mountains and ridges. His figure was sometimes hidden in the forest and sometimes revealed. All of this was seen by 2 people. The 2 people who were watching Duan Lingtian were middle-aged men. One was tall and the other was short. One was thin and the other was fat. The tall one was thin and the short one was fat. It shouldn't be difficult for the 2 of us to take him down, right? The short and fat middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his slightly dry lips as he asked the person beside him with a sharp look in his eyes. The tall and thin middle-aged man was calm and indifferent when he heard that. Don't be hasty. Let's observe a little more. Don't act rashly before we know more about his strength. The Chaos region has just opened. Although there are many opportunities, there are also many hidden dangers. Although he's only a lower ultimate god, we're also lower ultimate gods and we're not considered the best among the lower ultimate gods. The short and fat middle-aged man did not take the tall and thin middle-aged man's words seriously. You're being too careful. This young man is obviously a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. He hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base yet. How strong can he be? If you ask me, you're getting more and more. The short and fat middle-aged man did not finish his sentence. It was because the purple-clad young man they were watching had already encountered 3 enemies. The 3 lower ultimate gods joined forces and attacked at the same time. As soon as the 3 lower ultimate gods attacked, the short and fat middle-aged man could tell that they were all lower ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. Judging by their attacks, any one of them was not weaker than him and his companions. It's too late. They've beaten us to it. The short and fat middle-aged man sighed. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. If we did, I'm afraid we'd be killed by those 3 even if we managed to take him down. The short and fat middle-aged man sighed. The tall and thin middle-aged man, on the other hand, was staring at the purple-clad young man. At his level of cultivation, his eyesight was very good. It was not difficult for him to see that the purple-clad young man was still calm when facing the three people who were attacking him. 100,000 miles weak light. At this moment, the short and fat middle-aged man beside him cried out in surprise. In the distance, the leader of the three people who were attacking the purple-clad young man released his power of law. A heaven and earth vision appeared as a faint weak light covered an area of 100,000 miles. The short and fat middle-aged man gasped. If the two of us are really targeted by the three of them, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. He and his companions had not comprehended the power of law to the level of 100,000 miles weak light. The tall and thin middle-aged man's originally calm face turned solemn at this moment. Something's not right. Suddenly, he found another problem. That was, even if one of the three people who were attacking the purple-clad young man displayed such a power of law, the purple-clad young man still did not change his expression. Is he scared out of his wits? Or, just as the tall and thin middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian in the distance, and found that Duan Lingtian was still calm in the face of the three people besieging him, Duan Lingtian was also a little surprised when he saw the three lower ultimate gods suddenly attacking him. He did not notice the three of them. It seemed that they were very well hidden. Also, with his current divine consciousness, if the other party deliberately hid and used some formations, he might not be able to detect the existence of a lower ultimate god. 100,000 miles weak light? A lower ultimate god who can master this level of power of law is very strong. However, his water law should have just broken through not long ago. Among the three people who had surrounded Duan Lingtian, the person who had comprehended the law of weak light to the extent of 100,000 miles was an expert in the law of water. At this moment, he was the first to charge at Duan Lingtian. Waves rolled out like the mouth of a giant beast as he attempted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. The other two followed closely behind, full of murderous intent. Teleport. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he teleported to the back. None of the three people was an expert in the law of space, so it was difficult for them to restrain his teleportation. However, it was difficult to restrain Gui Nan, so the three people sped up and chased after him. You're digging your own grave. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, then his divine power vibrated and the law of space erupted, illuminating 1,000,000 miles of heaven and earth vision spread out and enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, in front of him, a beautiful figure in a rainbow-colored dress seemed to merge with his power and turned into a rainbow-colored light sword that fell into his hand. Illumination 1,000,000 miles. The leader who comprehended the power of law to 100,000 miles weak light was a young man. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Kill him with all your might. He hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. It won't be difficult for the three of us to kill him together." As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded. As for his two companions, although their eyes were filled with shock at this time, they also used all their strength to attack at the first moment. Illumination 1,000,000 miles? In the distance, the tall and thin middle-aged man who was hiding in the dark was shocked, while the short and fat middle-aged man beside him was already stunned. He just entered the ultimate god realm and he already mastered the power of law to illuminate 1,000,000 miles? And it's the law of space. Chapter 4278. The chubby middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold before him. If he went up alone, even with the help of his companions, he would definitely be killed. Duan Lingtian did not know that someone was watching him in the dark. His attention was completely focused on the three people who were surrounding him. When the three of them saw his power of law that illuminated millions of miles, they attacked him together without holding back. It was obvious that they wanted to use their strongest power to suppress and even kill him. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword has now completely merged with the two supreme artifact embryos. I wonder how powerful it is. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword instantly whistled out. It carried a fierce sword intent that originated from the sword Dao as it charged toward the strongest person among the three. Of course, it was only the sword principle. Duan Lingtian did not use the sword principle of control. Whoosh! The seven-colored sword ray shone brightly and intertwined with the heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. It was exceptionally bright. No! An exclamation filled with shock and disbelief sounded in a timely manner. Then, a ray of light shone. In the next instant, a huge shadow soared into the sky and roared unwillingly before crashing to the ground. Impossible! How is this possible? When the other two people who were besieging Duanling Tian saw that the strongest person among the three of them was killed with a single strike, their expressions changed. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. However, just as they were subconsciously stunned, whoosh, the seven-colored sword ray continued to sweep across the sky. By the time they reacted, the seven-colored sword light was already very close to them. No! One of them also let out a cry of unwillingness. The other person opened his mouth but did not have time to make a sound. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, another two huge shadows soared into the sky. After letting out two unwilling cries, they crashed to the ground. The sound reverberated in all directions as if there was a violent earthquake. It turned out that the other two people who were surrounding Duanling Tian were also killed by Duanling Tian with one move. He had killed two people with a single strike. From the beginning until now, Duanling Tian had only attacked twice. Not bad. It's a pity that you met me. Duanling Tian glanced indifferently at the remains of the lesser ultimate god, who had comprehended the power of law to the 100,000 miles weak light realm, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He believed that if it was any other lesser ultimate god who had not consolidated their cultivation today, they would not be able to do so. Facing the encirclement of these three people, it was basically certain death. Continue walking. I'm so low-key, and my cultivation is so weak. I don't think there's a middle-level ultimate god who would target me, right? Let alone a high-level supreme god. Even a high-level supreme god wouldn't want to look at me, right? As Duanling Tian thought about this, he put away the three divine artifacts and continued forward. The three of them had died too quickly. Apart from the first one, whose attack had been shattered by Duanling Tian. Even the artifact souls had been destroyed by Duanling Tian, but the other two artifact souls were still alive and well. However, when Duanling Tian put away the two divine artifacts, why were the two artifact souls behaving so obediently? They did not dare to show the slightest disobedience or resistance. This was because they knew that if they disobeyed or resisted, they would definitely die. Duanling Tian continued forward. He did not know. At this very moment, behind a cliff behind him, there was a strange voice. Two figures were still looking at him from afar. The short and fat middle-aged man was trembling all over at this moment. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Oh my God! Isn't this too scary? Him. Comprehended the sword principle? That sword principle? It doesn't seem to be as simple as just comprehending it. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate god. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this is someone who has just entered the lower ultimate god realm. Have you ever seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate god? I feel that although he has just entered the lower ultimate god realm, I'm afraid there are not many lower ultimate gods who can match him. He's too strong. The short and fat middle-aged man said as he looked at the tall and thin middle-aged man beside him. The tall and thin middle-aged man took a deep breath when he heard the short and fat middle-aged man's words. His back was soaked with cold sweat. With his strength, I'm afraid he can even protect himself against those who have just entered the intermediate ultimate god realm and have not consolidated their cultivation base yet. He's very strong. Fortunately, someone helped us test the waters first. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. The tall and thin middle-aged man still had some lingering fear when he recalled the scene of the three men being killed in just a blink of an eye. Yes, fortunately, someone made a move first. The short and fat middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Only those who stood at the top of this world knew that the world they were in had another name, the Defiant Divine Realm. In the Defiant Divine Realm, the 18 realms of God stood at the top of the food chain. Below them were 81 Devata realms and countless mundane realms. The 18 realms of gods were the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 supreme powerhouses. They were also the 18 guardian gods of the Defiant Divine Realm. They seemed to be high and mighty, but in fact, they bore extremely important responsibilities. If the 18 realms of gods were shattered one day, this world called the Defiant Divine Realm would not be far from destruction. The positions of the 18 realms of gods in the Defiant Divine Realm were connected together and formed a circle. And in the center of this circle, there was an independent plane. This plane was known as the Conference Plane. The purpose of this realm's existence was for the supreme powerhouses to gather and open a meeting. Today, the long-awaited meeting of the supreme powerhouses was about to begin. In fact, this meeting of the supreme powerhouses had been launched 2 years ago. However, it was not easy to get a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Apart from those who could not leave, 2 years was enough for a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Of course, when supreme powerhouses gathered together, they usually gathered in the form of projections. The conference realm was an empty realm. The spirit energy here was thin, and the space was thin. There were spatial cracks everywhere, giving a feeling of fragmentation. Let the meeting begin. As an indifferent voice spread throughout the realm, shadows were projected from all directions. Each shadow carried an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever they passed, long and narrow spatial cracks appeared in the void. With so many supreme powerhouses gathered together, even if it was just a projection, it was not easy for a single realm to bear. Soon, in the fragmented realm, shadows appeared one after another. At the same time, the huge face that had announced the beginning of the meeting also turned into a human shadow at this moment. Today's meeting mainly revolves around 3 topics. This person was a handsome young man. He wore a long white robe and had a scholarly air about him. He looked like a scholar. However, when he spoke, his pair of sword-like eyebrows seemed to be imposing without being angry. The first topic is that in the battlefield of the divine judgment, someone intervened and saved his descendant from a personal secret realm for a one-on-one duel. When he said this, the young man's originally calm tone turned cold in an instant. In an instant, most of the shadows shifted their gazes to a middle-aged shadow. Ning Yunheng, you say it yourself, the young man said indifferently. The middle-aged man who was called out sighed. This matter is my fault. I hastily intervened in the battlefield of the dimensions and even attacked. I am willing to be punished. The middle-aged man was the only supreme powerhouse of the Ning family in the land of punishment, Ning Yunheng. In the past, the most outstanding descendant of the Ning family, Ning Yishuan, was almost killed. Ning Yishuan crushed the jade slip given by Ning Yunheng at the critical moment and summoned the projection of Ning Yunheng's original body. Ning Yunheng's original body projection attacked and broke through the secret realm to save Ning Yishuan. You will be punished to guard Moluan Ferry for 3,000 years. Do you have any objections? Does anyone else have any objections? The young man glanced at Ning Yunheng indifferently, then looked around and asked. Hearing this, Ning Yunheng hurriedly shook his head. No objections. My original body will rush to Moluan Ferry now. It will not leave Moluan Ferry for 3,000 years. As for the others, none of them made a sound. They could understand Ning Yunheng's actions. After all, if they were in Ning Yunheng's position, they would not stand by and do nothing. It was to the extent that the descendants they valued the most also had a projection jade slip of their true body that was used to save their lives at critical moments. Let's drop this matter. The young man spoke again and ended the first topic. It was obvious he did not want to waste any more time on this topic. The second topic is the realm battlefield. The young man's eyes glinted. There are only 100 years left before the realm battlefield ends. According to past practice, in the past 10 years, 6 realms of gods will open a realm of chaos in the 18 realms of gods. This time, I plan to extend the opening of the realm of chaos to 70 years. At the same time, in the last 30 years, an upgraded version of the realm of chaos will be opened. People from the 18 realms of gods will be able to appear in the same area. The 9 realms of gods will overlap in one of the areas in the realm battlefield. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the group of supreme experts present, including Ning Yunheng who had just been punished, narrowed their eyes slightly. Following that, the sound of heavy breathing reverberated in the air. This was not the first time they had witnessed such a scene. In the past, such a scene had happened before. There were some rare treasures in the outer realm. They were useless to them, but they were very useful to ultimate gods. Even for them, it was something they yearned for. In terms of value, it was even more valuable than all the resources they had spent on their descendants in the past. Previously, I heard that the Ning Yuan realm and the Yuhuang realm discovered a divine corrupting spring in the outer realm's Tianwen Road. While they were fighting for it, someone stole it from behind. An old man looked at the young man with a shocked expression. Could it be? As for the others, their gazes landed on the young man in unison at this instant. Divine corrupting spring. A single drop of the divine corrupting spring was equivalent to a mid-grade lesser ultimate god cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 years. An entire drop. Chapter 4279. Battlefield of the Divine Inquisition. Chaos Region. This region did not only belong to the battlefield of the Divine Inquisition, but also the other 2-dimensional battlefields. To be precise, It was part of the inner regions of the three-dimensional battlefields that overlapped and formed the Chaos region known as the God Emperor and Ultimate God Grinder. Duan Lingtian had been keeping a low profile all the way. However, what puzzled him was that there were still people who dared to provoke him. Those who dared to provoke him were all lower ultimate gods. Without exception, all of them were killed by Duan Lingtian. This lower ultimate god has just entered the ultimate god realm and he's already so strong. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. On one side of a mountain, a figure could not help but gasp as he watched the purple-clad young man who had just killed a lower ultimate god effortlessly. I'm a medium ultimate god, but I have a feeling that I'm not confident in defeating him. I even have a strange sense of danger. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that I, a medium ultimate god, would be frightened by a guy who just entered the ultimate god realm. He shook his head and left in a flash. Whether this feeling is real or not, there's no need to provoke him. There's no reward for killing him. Plus, his storage ring is self-destructed. I'll only get his divine weapon at most. A superior divine weapon that might even lose its artifact soul is not worth the risk. The medium ultimate god vaguely realized that Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with and chose to leave. However, he did not know that he had just saved his life. Duan Lingtian, who had just killed a lower ultimate god, seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the entire Chaos region, the entire battlefield of the Divine Inquisition, and even all the dimensional battlefields who were above the ultimate god realm looked up at the same time. After a few breaths, even the god emperors of the major dimensional battlefields looked up. They looked at the sky. At the same time, the sky of the major dimensional battlefields was no longer calm. It began to shake, as if something was shaking the space above. What's going on? What is this phenomenon? This is the first time I've seen it. 900 years? I've never seen anything like this before. What is this? At this moment, a group of god emperors and reverends raised their heads. Looking at the constantly turbulent sky, their faces were filled with confusion. Only a few long-lived and knowledgeable ultimate gods? Everyone frowned. This is, the supreme expert in charge of the planar battlefield is going to speak? Changing the rules at the last minute? These people? They had either experienced a similar scene before or heard about it from others. However, Duan Lingtian was a newbie who had just entered a realm of gods. He had no idea what was going on. What's the situation? I've never heard of the planar battlefield sky being like this. Duan Lingtian raised his head. Looking at the sky and smacking his lips, he had a puzzled look on his face, completely unable to understand what was going on. This was the first time he had seen it, and he had never heard of it before. He had been in the planar battlefield for at least a few decades. However, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. What's that? Finally, even the existences below the immortal Emperor realm in the battlefield noticed the tremors in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Many of them had their own guesses, and many of them were just as confused as Duan Lingtian. At the edge of the sky, the turbulent sky finally began to calm down. At the same time, an indifferent man's voice reverberated throughout the planar battlefield. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian. In the next 100 years, the realm of chaos will no longer be open for 10 years. It will be open for 70 years. In the remaining 30 years, the upgraded realm of chaos will be opened. The three realms of chaos will be stacked together to form a single realm of chaos. Speaking up to this point, the voice paused for a moment before continuing. The rules of the planar battlefield won't always change in the last 100 years. However, every time the rules are changed, it means that there will be greater opportunities. After the upgraded realm of chaos is opened, there will be a same realm ranking for every cultivation level above the Celestial Emperor realm. There will be a ranking for the lower Celestial Emperor realm, another ranking for the middle Celestial Emperor realm, and so on until the upper Celestial Emperor realm. The ranking will be based on the number of chaos points. In the upgraded realm of chaos, killing someone of the same cultivation level will give you a certain amount of chaos points. If you kill someone of a higher cultivation level than you will receive 3 times the amount of chaos points. If you kill someone of a higher cultivation level than you will receive 10 times the amount of chaos points. After entering the upgraded realm of chaos, you will be given a brand new token. It is similar to the Battle Merit token, and its main purpose is to accumulate chaos points. Killing someone of the same cultivation level as you or someone of a higher cultivation level will give you chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you, not only will you not receive any chaos points, but you will also lose some chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 3 chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 10 chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 30 chaos points, and so on. 1 month before the realm battlefield closes, the same realm ranking will be calculated. The top 10 people will receive additional rewards. Even the 10th place will receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water. In the upgraded realm of chaos, not only can you obtain chaos points by killing, but you can also obtain chaos points if you are lucky enough to encounter a fortuitous encounter. You can also obtain chaos points by challenging the difficulty of the secret realm. The indifferent voice of the man entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, causing the shocked Duan Lingtian and the others to gradually calm down. When the man's voice resonated in the air, Duan Lingtian knew he was a supreme powerhouse. As the man continued speaking, Duan Lingtian also learned that the last 100 years of the realm battlefield would not be the same as before. The realm of chaos would only be open for 10 years, and the remaining 90 years would be the same. This time, the realm of chaos would be open for 70 years. At the same time, in the last 30 years, the upgraded realm of chaos would be opened. At the same time, the same realm ranking and chaos points would appear in the upgraded realm of chaos. In the end, the top 10 people on the ranking would receive additional rewards. / Divine Corporeal Spring Water. What's that? Duan Lingtian had never heard of the Divine Corporeal Spring Water. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he still felt that the term was very unfamiliar. No matter where he went, he had never heard of it before. The top 10 and last place on the ranking will all receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water? It's just a drop of divine corporeal spring water. How valuable is it? Could it be comparable to the divine power of an ultimate expert? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that the ultimate experts were a little stingy. When the 9 great planar battlefields converged, how many ultimate experts would there be in one planar battlefield? 9 planar battlefields meant that there would be dozens of ultimate experts. With so many ultimate experts, the upgraded realm of chaos ranking would only receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water for the last place? Too stingy. Even if you get a drop of ultimate experts' divine power for the last place, no one will think that you're stingy. Are all ultimate experts so stingy? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, although the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan in the Land of Sanction had saved his descendant and caused Duan Lingtian to no longer feel that the supreme powerhouse was mysterious, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the supreme powerhouse was still very lofty and impressive. After all, although the Ning clan's ultimate expert had taken his descendant away, he had still given him 2 ultimate artifact embryos. Too stingy. In comparison, the Ning clan's ultimate expert is too generous. The 10th place doesn't even get a drop of ultimate expert's divine power. Who knows, the reward for the first place might not even be as valuable as the 2 embryos of ultimate artifacts. No one knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have scolded him. In the reverse divine world, a drop of divine corporeal spring water was worth 10 drops of ultimate expert's divine power. Sometimes, even if you exchanged 10 or 20 drops of ultimate expert's divine power for a drop of divine corporeal spring water, the other party might not even be willing to trade. But how many ultimate experts are there in this world? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this question after he finished complaining about the stinginess of the ultimate experts. In this world there were 18 realms of gods, and there were 18 realms of gods. Moreover, the number of realms of gods could not be increased. Since ancient times, there had always been 18 realms of gods. I've heard before that in order to become the master of a realm of gods, one must replace the original master of a realm of gods. Otherwise, one won't be able to turn one's little world into a realm of gods. This world can only accommodate 18 realms of gods. Although there are only 18 realms of gods, there are more than 18 supreme powerhouses in this realm. Apart from that, it seems like there are many other supreme powerhouses as well. There are 9 realm battlefields, and each realm battlefield only has a few ultimate experts. That means there are dozens of ultimate experts. Any realm battlefield was created by many supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian had long heard about this when he was in the Mystic Handle Land. Moreover, he was sure this news was true. Apart from these dozens of ultimate experts, are there any other ultimate experts? If there are, perhaps there are more than 100 ultimate experts? If there are more than 100 ultimate experts, then there are quite a number of ultimate experts in this world. It's not a big deal to become one of them. After all, there are so many ultimate experts. Unless I'm stronger than the other ultimate experts. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stopped thinking about this. At this moment, even he felt like he was getting carried away. He could not continue thinking about it. Now that he thought about it, it was not a big deal to become an ultimate expert. If he continued thinking about it, he might be able to become an ultimate expert before the realm battlefield closed. Chapter 4280. When the voice from the sky came to an abrupt end, the turbulent sky had also completely returned to its original calm state. Of course, there was a process in between. However, it was this process that caused many people to not be able to recover in time. They were still in shock. An immortal had personally spoken and informed them of the sudden change in the dimensional battlefield's rules. I actually heard an immortal's voice. Many people's faces were flushed with excitement. There were also some who began to float. I didn't expect to actually hear an immortal's voice when I came in this time. When I go back out, I'll tell my big brother who didn't come in with me about this. He'll definitely be so jealous of me that he'll go crazy. An immortal. I really didn't expect that I would be able to hear his voice in my lifetime. An immortal's voice. Even if it's a man's voice, it feels like the sound of nature. Usually, it was impossible for an immortal's voice to appear in the dimensional battlefield. At least, most people would not be able to hear it. Moreover, to most people in the dimensional battlefield, an immortal was a legend. Although they knew of the existence of an immortal, they also knew that they were very, very far away from an immortal. In the past, even hearing an immortal's voice was harder than ascending to the heavens, let alone seeing one. Today, however, everyone in the dimensional battlefield had all heard an immortal's voice. In the dimensional battlefield, most people at this moment, after regaining their senses, had an indescribable excitement on their faces. Of course, other than most people who were excited, there were also a few people who were very calm. These people were either people who had experienced similar situations before or people who came from powerful ultimate god forces. Previously, not only had they heard an immortal speak, some had even seen an immortal. After all, powerful ultimate god forces all had immortals behind them. Even if an immortal was elusive, as long as the force behind him appeared once every 10,000 years, as long as he showed his face, there would definitely be some people who would be able to see his true appearance. Now, some people's elders in the dimensional battlefield had never even heard an immortal speak in their entire lives. It was because of this that they were excited. In another chaotic region. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of sharp sword light that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart? Falling from the void? Were they like angry dragons? Wherever the sword passed, the mountain rocks cracked and souls scattered. No. A trembling scream rang out. It was a young man who stared at the green figure in the distance with shock and disbelief. A young man in casual clothes? Standing with his hands behind his back? Surrounded by sword light? He was like a god of swords. How is this possible? How could a mere god emperor like you kill a lower ultimate god? The young man felt like he was going crazy. Him and his elders? As Tao protectors, they would venture into the chaos region together. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone with the same level of cultivation as him. Should he let his elder take care of the formation while he personally made a move? He wondered if he could borrow the other party's hand. Stepping into the upper god emperor realm. That was right. How far away was he from the upper god emperor realm? It was only half a step away. Merely, he did not expect that Wang Chong would declare that he was no match for him right from the start. Then, he turned his attention to the protector beside him and ordered him to attack him. His guardian was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Even among the lower ultimate gods, he was not considered weak. However, even though Wang Chong had given his guardian enough space to unleash his full strength, he was still easily killed by Wang Chong. Bang! A huge figure rose into the sky and after letting out a cry of indignation, he landed on the ground with a loud crash. The heaven and earth vision of a lower ultimate god falling. And all of this, the instigator was merely a middle god emperor. Also, He is only a god emperor, but he has mastered the power of the law of time to the extent of illuminating millions of miles. How could there be such a god emperor? Could he be the reincarnation of an ultimate expert? Thinking of the ultimate expert's voice 2 hours ago before he met the person in front of him, the young man suddenly had such a thought. However, this also became the last thought in his life. A sharp sword light swept past his body and merged into his body. Then, tens of thousands of swords shot out from his body and he turned into a bloody mist. The upgraded Chaos region. At that time, if nothing goes wrong, I should be able to step into the upper God Emperor realm. After the sword light around the green-robed young man disappeared, a sword floated into the air and merged into his body. He looked in front of him and muttered to himself. Little Tian should have entered the Chaos region as well. However, the Chaos region where the Xiangang land is located is not the Chaos region where I am. I'm afraid I'll have to wait 70 years before I can meet him again when the upgraded Chaos region opens. The green-robed young man was none other than Duan Lingtian's master in the lower secondary realm, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Ever since Feng Qingyang came to the solitary destructive heaven alone, he had begun his journey as a lone ranger. At first, he was aimless and left everything to fate. However, later on, there was an item left behind by the Supreme Being's inheritance that suddenly lit up and heated up. Then, it actually guided him to a certain region. That region was the place where that Supreme Being had stayed in the past. That region did not exist in any of the realms of gods. One had to forcefully break through space in the realm battlefield to enter it. It belonged to another realm. With Feng Qingyang's strength at that time, it was naturally impossible for him to do so. However, with the help of the item left behind by the ultimate expert, he easily broke through space and opened the door to that realm. After that, Feng Qingyang entered the realm and discovered it was the ultimate expert's home. It was different from the temporary cultivation ground in the Azura Hell, or the place of inheritance left behind by the ultimate expert before he died. This was the ultimate expert's true home. There were many things left behind by the ultimate expert. Many of them were useful to Feng Qingyang. Even if they were temporarily useless, they could still be useful in the future. It was also because of this opportunity that Feng Qingyang grew rapidly. Currently, he had already stepped into the intermediate God Emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation base. He had even mastered the law of time to the extent that he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The law of destruction that he was good at in the past had also been left far behind. As for the law of time, the reason why he could improve so much was entirely because there was an ultimate expert's divinity in the ultimate expert's home. It was not the ultimate expert's divinity. It was another ultimate expert's divinity. Moreover, the ultimate expert who had left behind the divinity was also good at the law of time. Even Feng Qingyang only realized at that moment that the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had obtained an ultimate expert's divinity in the past. That was why he had a smooth journey until he became an ultimate expert. The ultimate expert's divinity that he had obtained could be considered the ultimate expert's divinity of his grandmaster. Moreover, it was an ultimate expert's divinity that had been comprehended for a long time. It was equivalent to being polished. After Feng Qingyang obtained it, he was able to comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. Of course, the reason why he improved so quickly was related to the sword principle that Feng Qingyang had mastered. His sword principle had recently made another breakthrough. Now, he had even begun to try to integrate it with the law of time. It was not a simple combination, but a complete integration. According to some of the ancient records that the ultimate expert had left behind for him at home, Feng Qingyang had also seen the description of this. Generally speaking, this was a technique that only the extremely powerful ultimate experts could master. Even the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had not reached that step. Feng Qingyang, a mere middle god emperor, had already begun to walk the path that many ultimate experts could not walk. The root of all this was the sword principle that he had mastered. The sword principle that he had mastered was above the ultimate expert level for the time being. Below the ultimate expert level, there was probably no other person who had mastered the four principles of heaven and earth. Only when one's attainments in the sword principle had reached a certain level could one begin to take that step. And that step did not have a high requirement for the power of law. However, one method led to 10,000 methods. Feng Qingyang's sword principle had reached a certain level of attainment and tried to integrate it with the law of time. In this process, he realized that he had gained many new insights into the law of time. This was one of the reasons why his progress in the law of time was so fast. Previously, when he killed the lesser ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base, Feng Qingyang had tried to integrate his sword principle with the law of time. With just one strike, he had killed his opponent. Little Tian is really my lucky star. Feng Qingyang sighed inwardly when he thought about his disciple. Originally, although his path had been smooth sailing, it definitely wouldn't have been as exaggerated as it was now. In fact, although he was more than 10,000 years old, he had not attained godhood even though he had extraordinary achievements. However, ever since his disciple, Duanling Tian, was hunted down by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods and was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his life began to change dramatically. First, he obtained the Supreme Expert's inheritance and successfully attained godhood. Then, after leaving the Devata realms, he found the Supreme Expert's home and obtained an even greater fortuitous encounter. If I didn't have anything to do with Little Tian, I wouldn't have been hunted by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods. If I wasn't hunted by the Yun clan, I wouldn't have gone to the Azura Hell. I'm afraid the luckiest thing in my life is to have such a disciple. I didn't find this disciple myself. He came to me on his own accord. Feng Qingyang could not help but sigh whenever he thought about this. Perhaps, this was the fate of the underworld. Chapter 4281. Even Feng Qingyang himself did not expect that he would have such an exaggerated improvement within 1,000 years after he was 10,000 years old. He had not yet become a god, but he was now an expert among the gods, a god emperor. Although he was only a middle-level emperor god, he felt that he was not far from becoming a high-level emperor god. He was confident that he could become a high-level emperor god before the upgraded version of Chaos Territory opened 70 years later. He was even confident that he could consolidate his cultivation in a short time. What he had obtained from the Supreme Expert's house was enough to support him to reach the ultimate god realm quickly. Of course, he could only rely on himself when he reached the ultimate god realm. Although the Supreme Expert had left some useful things for ultimate gods in his house, they were not very useful. This was also the reason why even the Supreme Expert's son might not be able to progress further when he reached the lower ultimate god realm. Previously, the Supreme Expert could still rely on his own ability and accumulation to help him break through. However, once he reached the ultimate god realm, without stubborn talent and comprehension, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things even if he had help. According to the senior, the Supreme Expert's children and even his descendants wasted their lives in the lower ultimate god realm and died under the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. As a result, many Supreme Experts now realize that their children and descendants do not have enough talent and comprehension. They only let them become ordinary gods and did not let them break through. After all, as long as they do not enter the Divine King realm, they will not face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Feng Qingyang could understand why Zhang Xian was acting like this. After all, if one did not become a divine king and did not face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, they would live as long as heaven and earth. Once they became a divine king, they would have to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation did not care if one's cultivation speed was fast or not. Every 1,000 years, the heavenly tribulation would greatly increase in difficulty. It would continue until one could not take it anymore. I wonder how little Tian is doing now. Although Feng Qingyang had left other law clones in the lower dimensions, but the one in charge had been cultivating in seclusion recently. Moreover, his disciple's law clone had not looked for him for a long time. Therefore, he did not know how his disciple was doing. However, with his progress, he might have already entered the ultimate god realm. Feng Qingyang thought to himself, "It's a pity that there isn't anyone from the profound handle realm in the chaos region this time. Otherwise, I might have been able to find out some information about him." Feng Qingyang was very clear about this. His disciple? In the past, he had already made a name for himself in the profound handle land and stunned everyone. Knew who he was. There were many of them. The planar battlefield where he was now? He had come all the way here? He had also heard of many young prodigies, including the #1 prodigy of some overlord ultimate god sect or the top 3 prodigies of some realms of gods. What's more, he had even heard of this plains battlefield. They were the names of geniuses in the realms of gods that had nothing to do with the Chaos realm. Ning Yixuan, the most outstanding descendant of the Land of Sanction's giant godly venerable rank family, the Ning family, was known as the #1 person of the younger generation in the Land of Sanctions. Some even said that no one in the 18 realms of gods was a match for him. The realm battlefield he was in did not have a sanctioned ground between 2 realms of gods. Even in the Chaos Realm where he was now, people from the 6 realms of gods were gathered. There were no people from the Land of Sanctions among them. He had accurately brushed past Duanling Tian. Of course, Feng Qingyang did not know that Duanling Tian was not in the realm battlefield or the Chaos Realm where the people of the Profound Handle Land were. Instead, he had gone to another realm battlefield and entered another Chaos Realm. Moreover, his disciple Duanling Tian had already met Ning Yishuan, who was widely recognized as the #1 person of the younger generation in the Land of Sanctions. In the Divine Offering Land, many people in the Divine Offering Land still remembered that there was once a giant godly venerable rank family, the Ling family. However, after the Ling family's strongest person of that generation died, the Ling family declined. Later on, the family was annihilated. As for who was the one who annihilated the family, very few people could confirm. Some people said that the Ling family's strongest person had offended another strongest person. After he died, that strongest person added insult to injury, and even sent people to annihilate the Ling family. As for the details, very few people knew. Most people only heard about it from rumors. Now, the once prosperous Ling clan had been reduced to ruins. As a matter of fact, the divine crystal mine beneath the Ling clan had been dug up when the Ling clan was destroyed in the past. As a result, the ruins of the Ling clan had become a barren land where very few people would come for no reason. Moreover, the space where the Ling family ruins were located was very unstable. From time to time, space cracks would appear. It was said that there were Emperor God experts who had been drawn into the space cracks and died immediately when they got close. Of course, there were also people who said that although the Ling family was annihilated, the methods left behind by the Ling family's strongest person were still there. Many space passageways spread around the Ling family ruins. Even if one did not rely on the divine crystal mine to cultivate, one's progress would not be slow. However, those spatial tunnels were not places that anyone could enter as they wished. Even an ordinary godly venerable rank expert would most likely die in there. Only a space passageway that had been strengthened by an expert could be stable and not crack. Otherwise, once the space passageway cracked, anyone below the strength of a higher godly venerable would be doomed to die if they were sucked into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged in one of the passageways. Her eyes were closed as she cultivated. At the same time, the energy of the law was pulsing around her. The beautiful figure was none other than Kerr, the eldest miss of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. I'll be able to reunite with Brother Tian if I stay here for 1,000 years. Even now, Kerr was pleasantly surprised when she thought about how her father no longer forced her and the Yun family no longer forced her. She even began to look forward to reuniting with her husband after 1,000 years. It's only been about 800 years since I left. Although Brother Tian's innate talent and comprehension are very strong, he should be wandering in the Devata realms at most, right? He must be very worried about me, father, mother, and sister Fei, being brought to the Divine Offering Land. With his character, he'll definitely cultivate with all his might and even take risks for some fortuitous encounters. I hope he'll be safe. After 1,000 years, I'll leave this place and look for him. The Ling clan's ruins were deserted. When the wind blew, one could only vaguely hear the echoes from the ruins. A large area around them was deathly silent at this moment. A hint of desolation could be heard in the silence. At this moment, a blue figure appeared outside the Ling clan's ruins. However, the figure was far away from the Ling clan's ruins as he looked at them from afar. The figure was dressed in a long blue robe. Based on his figure, one could vaguely tell he was a man. He wore a bamboo hat that hung low and covered half of his face, making him look mysterious. Father, mother, sister. I've already become a divine emperor. I came back from the realm battlefield to retrieve the items left behind by the old ancestor. Now, I'm capable of retrieving those items. The face under the bamboo hat was that of a young man. It was also because Duanling Tian was not here. Otherwise, he would have recognized the young man as Ling Jueyun with just a glance. It was Ling Jueyun who had given him the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang Er. Ling Jueyun had met Ling Jueyun in the Devata realm. At that time, Ling Jueyun had an independent sword soul. In order to prevent the sword soul from being destroyed, he had taken the initiative to let the sword soul follow Duanling Tian. The sword soul was none other than Huang Er. Huang Er's predecessor was the sword soul of Ling Jueyun's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Naturally, Duanling Tian would be shocked if he saw Ling Jueyun now. This fellow had become a divine emperor in such a short time? The old ancestor had high hopes for me. Before he passed away, he even gave me the key to unlocking one of his cultivation places. I won't let him down. I'll definitely revive the Ling clan and avenge all of you. Ling Jueyun muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Then, he flashed to the side of the Ling clan's ruins and took out something that resembled a talisman. He shook the void, causing a tear to appear in the void. Soon after, the tear opened. Ling Jueyun flew into the tear in the void. As soon as Ling Jueyun made his move, a gust of wind blew. Suddenly, a huge face appeared in the space beside Ling Jueyun. It stared at Ling Jueyun's back as he disappeared into the spatial crack. This lad from the Ling clan is not bad. It hasn't been long, but he's already become a divine emperor. The giant face sighed, then gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space trembled as though a formation was being destroyed. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Although I don't have much of a friendship with that old geezer from the Ling clan, I won't allow you to act so presumptuously in my little world. An indifferent voice rang in the air as the formations were destroyed one after another. The owner of the voice was the huge face that disappeared a moment ago. He said that this was his little world. His identity was on the verge of being revealed. Obviously, he was the owner of the Divine Offering Land, a powerful expert. Ling Jueyun had no idea what was happening outside. He did not know that an expert had tampered with the formation outside. He also did not know that he had avoided a crisis because of the intervention of the owner of the Divine Offering Land. At the same time, in the void of the Ling clan's ruins, the space passageways began to shake violently. Then, the space passageways began to break. No, what's going on? There were some mid-level ultimate gods cultivating in the space passageways, but their expressions changed. Once the space passageways broke, they would definitely die. However, it was too late for them to react. As the space passageways broke, they were sucked into the space turbulence one after another and completely disappeared. What's going on? After a while, there was only one space passageway that was not broken and was as stable as before. However, it was also on the verge of collapse as the formations that stabilized it were being destroyed one by one. The beautiful figure inside the space passageway was shocked. Father, without any hesitation, the beautiful figure immediately took out her soul pearl. As soon as she opened her mouth, she received a reply. I'll be there in a minute. At this moment, a figure that was ridiculously fast was approaching from the north at lightning speed. Chapter 4282. Duan Ling Tian did not know that his wife, Kerr, was no longer in the battlefield of the divine judgment, much less in the chaos territory. He also didn't know that his wife was facing an extremely great danger right now. He also did not know that the danger his wife was facing originated from the only heir of the Ling clan in the world of divine remains who had been annihilated, Ling Jueyun. Of course, all of this was out of Ling Jueyun's control. If he knew that Duan Lingtian's wife was in the spatial tunnel behind the Ling clan, and that opening the sealed cultivation ground left behind by his old ancestor would cause the spatial tunnel to break, he would have thought of a way to inform her in advance. Duan Lingtian could be said to be his only friend in this world. Although they had not known each other for long, they appreciated each other. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was wandering in the chaos territory, killing one lower ultimate god after another who was looking for trouble. Of course, he did not hold back if he encountered other lower ultimate gods in the battlefield of dimensions. They were all rewards of the rules. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. However, as time went by, he realized that it was very difficult for him to encounter lower ultimate gods. Occasionally, he would encounter a few medium ultimate gods who took the initiative to attack him. However, after he killed those medium ultimate gods, it was difficult for him to even encounter a medium ultimate god. Duan Lingtian had not encountered a single person for half a year. Not only did he not encounter any lower ultimate gods, but he also did not encounter any medium ultimate gods. This situation gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that I've been targeted? Duan Lingtian's face gradually turned solemn. Otherwise, this situation would be too strange. Duan Lingtian thought he was keeping a low profile, but he did not know that he had become famous and was called the most terrifying lower ultimate god by the people in the surrounding area. A guy who had just entered the ultimate god realm and obviously had not consolidated his cultivation base. Not only did he kill lower ultimate gods like cutting grass, but he also killed medium ultimate gods like slaughtering dogs. Even some middle-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base and were relatively strong died at his hands one after another. Don't go in that direction. There's a god of slaughter moving forward. He has the strength to easily kill most medium-level ultimate gods, but he's keeping a low profile. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you really go over there, even if you take the initiative to attack him, you won't be able to escape death. Brother, since we're from the same realm of gods, I advise you not to go there. It's very dangerous there. How dangerous? Don't you know that there's a lower-level ultimate god in that direction? He's invincible and invincible. He can even kill a mid-level ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. I'm not lying to you. If you really want to go, don't blame me if you die. Don't go there. It's best not to go there. There's a monster sweeping through that direction. What monster? A low-level ultimate god who hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base can kill a mid-level ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. Are you afraid? At this moment, a large area in the direction Duanling Tian was heading in had become a forbidden area due to the word of mouth of some passers-by. It was a forbidden area that even lower ultimate gods and medium ultimate gods did not dare to enter. In the beginning, there were still a few mid-level ultimate gods who were not afraid of death who took the risk. However, when they saw a few mid-level ultimate gods being killed from afar, those who were hiding in the dark retreated in fear. He's a monster. Although he's just a lower ultimate god, his comprehension of the law of space has reached the point where he can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. On top of that, he's also mastered the terrifying sword principle and control principle. I even feel that the sword in his hand is not simple. It must be a divine sword that has fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Some of the sharp-eyed mid-level ultimate gods who were hiding in the dark saw through some of Duanling Tian's techniques. Due to this reason, as the news about Duanling Tian spread, everyone was shocked. That monster. When the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opens in 60 years, who will be able to compete with him on the lower ultimate gods ranking list? As far as I know, the competition for the lower ultimate gods ranking list should be the most intense. It's said that the rewards this time will tempt even ultimate gods. The higher the ranking, the more divine corrupting springs there will be. What? You don't know what the divine corrupting spring is? You're ignorant. The divine corrupting spring is a divine item that is said to be equivalent to a mid-level lower ultimate god's 1,000 years of cultivation. That's not something that belongs to our world. To be precise, it's impossible for such a thing to exist in our world. What does not belong to our world mean? I don't really understand. I've only heard about it from others. As people talked about the upgraded version of the Chaos Territories ranking list, more and more people knew about Duanling Tian, the peerless monster among the lower ultimate gods. At this time, some people who were observant felt that Duanling Tian was being too high profile, especially those in the upper echelons who knew a lot more. If that purple-clad young man is not a descendant of an ultimate god, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble soon. You heard about it too? I think so too. If that person doesn't have a backer, he'll be in trouble. 60 years later, when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territories ranking list is released, the competition for the lower ultimate gods will undoubtedly be the fiercest. Moreover, many descendants of ultimate gods will compete for this ranking list. Although they're usually taken care of by the ultimate gods, there's a limit to how much they can take care of them. Even the ultimate gods themselves don't have something like the divine corrupting spring. This time, they'll definitely fight to the death for this ranking list. In their eyes, that purple-clad young man is just a stepping stone. We can't rule out the possibility that someone already has their eyes on him and is even gathering experts to kill him. I think so too. That person can fight against a medium ultimate god. But what if he's a top medium ultimate god? What if he's a higher ultimate god? How can he be a match for them? Let's not talk about top medium ultimate gods, let alone higher ultimate gods. Even if a dozen or 20 medium ultimate gods surround him, how can he be a match for them? This is the consequence of being high profile. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. While many people in the upper echelons thought Duanling Tian was going to be in trouble, Ning Yishuan, who had just entered the Chaos Territory, heard the news. A purple-clad young man who has mastered the sword principle. Have you heard of the control principle? This piece of information sounded familiar to him. It was unforgettable for him. Back then, In the single secret realm that he had opened after accumulating many years of battle merits, he had almost died in the hands of his opponent. His opponent was a purple-clad young man who was also skilled in the sword principle and the control principle. He had also mastered the law of space. He had not consolidated his cultivation base yet. The only difference was, at that time, his opponent had only mastered the law of space to the point where the weak light could reach 100,000 miles. Now, he was hearing about a monster who had mastered the law of space to the point where the light could reach 1,000,000 miles. Of course, even so, he did not think that there were two people. I didn't expect. He had another big breakthrough so soon. The law of space has improved further. His current strength is even stronger. Ning Yixuan felt powerless. Now everyone is guessing whether that fellow has an ultimate god as his backer. Thinking about the words he had heard recently, Ning Yixuan could not help but shake his head. No one knew better than him that that person was just someone from a lower dimension and did not have an ultimate god as his backer. He had specially asked around to understand the other party. The other party did not have a backer. He was just a nobody. It was also because of this that he had almost been killed by the other party last time, which made him very frustrated and even a little self-destructive at one point. Fortunately, he had recovered in the end. Now, he also had a new goal, which was to defeat the other party. This would be the motivation to spur him on. In particular, when he heard that the other party had mastered the law of space to the point where the light could reach 1,000,000 miles, the pressure on him increased, and at the same time, the motivation also increased. Now, I don't know if he is still moving forward with a low profile. I also don't know if he knows that his so-called low profile has now become a joke. Ning Yixuan muttered as he shook his head. The descendants of those ultimate gods, especially those who have been stuck in the lower-level ultimate god realm for many years and are not confident about the next heavenly tribulation, must see him as a thorn in their side now. Now, I'm afraid there are people gathering to deal with him. If he dies, does that mean my goal is gone? Originally, this should have been a good thing. After all, if the other party died, he would still be the most outstanding existence among the younger generation in the various planes of gods. However, Ning Yixuan always felt that he would lose his goal and his original motivation would also be gone. This is not a good thing for me. What a worrisome fellow. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian, who felt that something was wrong, was just about to leave the area ahead when the road ahead was blocked after walking for a while. More than a dozen figures appeared in front of him, staring at him fiercely. More than a dozen people, all of them medium ultimate gods. Only one of them was not a medium ultimate god. This person was a lesser ultimate god. He was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Boy, you're really strong. You've just entered the ultimate god stage, but you're able to kill a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. When the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes said this, there was a strong sense of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. As the grandson of an ultimate god, he was usually high and mighty. Even a higher-level ultimate god would be respectful in front of him because he had an ultimate god grandfather who doted on him. However, at that moment, he did not feel any sense of superiority in front of the purple-clad young man in front of him. Although he was the descendant of an ultimate god, his talent and comprehension were limited. He even felt that he would be severely injured in the next heavenly tribulation because the previous heavenly tribulation had already injured him. This time, the appearance of the divine corrupting spring gave him hope of increasing his strength in a short period of time. Because of that, when he heard that there was a tiger in the road, he did not even plan to go out and ask for help from a higher-level ultimate god. Instead, he directly gathered more than a dozen unfamiliar medium ultimate gods. He even promised them that once they killed the target, they would not be mistreated. In fact, after confirming that the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was the descendant of an ultimate god, these medium ultimate gods could not wait to curry favor with him and eagerly followed him. You came especially for me? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Chapter 4283. Duan Ling Tian was certain that he was being watched. Recently, he had not met anyone along the way. It seemed that there was a reason for this. Perhaps he was already famous now. There must be someone spying on him but did not show up. Unless he searched everywhere, it would be difficult to find all the people hiding in the dark. Those he had killed earlier were basically people who took the initiative to show up. There were only a few people who he had killed. Kid, remember to keep a low profile if there's an afterlife. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and raised his hand. Everyone, let's do it. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods behind him flew out one by one. Their auras shook the area and their auras surged. Rays of dazzling attacks pierced through the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn when he saw the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods attacking him in unison, and discovered that there were many outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Although there were no top-level mid-level ultimate gods among their attacks so far, there were a few outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. A few heaven and earth vision that illuminated 1,000,000 miles had appeared. A mid-level ultimate god who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating 1,000,000 miles was considered one of the best even among the mid-level ultimate gods. Even though Duan Lingtian was confident in his own strength, his expression could not help but change. It was one thing to be confident in himself. However, the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods in front of him were no weaklings. All of them had joined forces to attack him, leaving him with no way to deal with them. Even if he used all his techniques and had the divine tree of life, he would not be able to fight them head-on, unless all of the 5 divine elements had recovered and awakened. Moreover, the 5 divine elements had to be at their peak. However, the 5 divine elements were currently in deep slumber and recovering. It was impossible for them to recover to their peak in a short period of time. Therefore, it was unrealistic to fight the dozen or so people in front of him. If half of them were eliminated, he might still be able to fight them. Who the hell is this person? I can't believe he found so many mid-level ultimate gods to kill me. There's no lack of outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Duan Lingtian's gaze? In the blink of an eye, it landed on the middle-aged man. It was as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her heart. And at this very moment, he wanted to teleport? But it was also a discovery. The other party also had an existence that was proficient in the laws of space, and clearly knew that he was proficient in the laws of space. As soon as he made his move, he immediately disrupted the surrounding space. There was no way to teleport. He could only brace himself. He dodged to the side, avoiding the combined attack of more than 10 people. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's avatar of the laws of space also appeared in a flash. Similarly, he wielded his sword and attacked. But even so, even though he did not face the attacks of the dozen or so people head-on, he was still suppressed to the point that he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the dozen or so people attacked again. They all charged at him. Hee hee. Kid, what are you looking at me for? You want to take revenge on me? I'm afraid you can only wait for your next life. Remember, this young master's name is Hong Zhangyi. This young master's grandfather is the omnipotent expert, Hong Wei Lu. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled brightly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too high-profile. As the grandson of an omnipotent expert, even I am not as high-profile as you. Today, unless you also have an omnipotent expert behind you, and he left you with a life-saving method, you will definitely die. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man's face seemed to be smiling like a flower. In his eyes, there was a mixture of jealousy and gloating. So what if his talent and comprehension were strong? Wasn't he still going to die here? So what if his talent and comprehension were not as good as his opponents? With a raise of his arm, there would still be a group of middle-level ultimate gods who would risk their lives for him to kill this peerless genius for him. After you die, there will be a place reserved for the upgraded version of the Chaos region's lower-level ultimate gods list in the future. This is also the reason why I want to kill you. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man, so there was no hesitation in his words, and at the same time, there was a strange sense of pleasure. This was a peerless genius. But he died in his hands. In the future, when he met the descendants of other omnipotent experts, he would be able to brag. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with extreme excitement. The grandson of an omnipotent expert? After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian also understood why the middle-aged man was targeting him. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was worried that he would occupy a place in the top 10 of the lower-level ultimate gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos region more than 60 years later. He was blocking the middle-aged man's path. When the middle-aged man first appeared, he could see that the middle-aged man was also a lower-level ultimate god. It seems that even the descendants of omnipotent experts value the upgraded version of the Chaos region's lower-level ultimate gods list very much. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort to kill me? But, isn't the last place in the top 10 of the list just a drop of some kind of liquid? Could it be that the liquid is not simple? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized that he might have misunderstood something. The drop of liquid obtained from the 10th place in the upgraded version of the Chaos region's same level list might not be that simple. In a hurry, Duan Ling Tian once again avoided the attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods. This time, he still could not find a breakthrough point. The attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods were too concentrated. This time, he was injured. The blood in his body was churning and his divine power was vibrating. If it were not for his 99 heavenly veins, he would not have been able to suppress his restless divine power. I have to think of a way to escape. If I continue to fight and get injured again, it will be even more difficult for me to escape. At this moment, although he was in danger, Duan Lingtian's heart was extremely calm. At this moment, he could only face it calmly. If he did not calm down, he would only die faster. Keep an eye on him. He's trying to escape. There were a total of 17 middle-level ultimate gods. 4 of them had mastered the ability to illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Among them, there was no lack of insightful people. Very quickly, they saw some clues from Duan Lingtian's trembling body and rhythmic divine power. Immediately, the 4 strongest middle-level ultimate gods took the lead and went forward to intercept him. The remaining 13 middle-level ultimate gods followed suit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression became extremely ugly. Now that he was exposed, it would be even more difficult to escape. Originally, he did not have much confidence. Now, his chances were even lower. I've been too careless. Ever since I entered the dimensional battlefield, I've never encountered an absolute crisis. I've gotten used to everything going smoothly. I should have known that someone might have seen me kill those people. I should have also known that once many people saw me kill them, I would be exposed to a lot of people. This time I've been too careless. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also knew that he had been too careless. If he had not stayed in this place all the time and changed places every once in a while, he would not have become a target for others. However, he had been moving in a straight line, which undoubtedly gave others a chance to find him. Sister Xueqi, can you all wake up and help? In the face of 17 middle-level ultimate gods, Duan Ling Tian could only rely on the power of the sacred tree of life to avoid further injuries. The small world in his body opened up and the sacred tree of life's life force continuously swept out and entered Duan Ling Tian's body, quickly healing his light injuries. At the same time, the sacred tree of life projected a looming shadow to block the attacks of the 17 middle-level ultimate gods. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment before the shadow of the sacred tree of life was instantly shattered. Even the weaker higher ultimate gods would not be able to escape death if they did not run away and fought head-on with 17 middle-level ultimate gods of such strength. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Even if he had the ability to kill some middle-level ultimate gods, he could only kill 2 or 3 middle-level ultimate gods who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating millions of miles and had not mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. This was under the condition that he was relying on the power of the sacred tree of life. Today, you will die without a doubt. Boy, you have nowhere to run. After the 17 middle-level ultimate gods destroyed the shadow of the sacred tree of life, they charged towards Duan Ling Tian. Colorful energy shrouded the void and dazzled brilliantly. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have the time to enjoy the beautiful scene in front of him. In his eyes, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe that could take his life at any time. At this moment, the eyes of the lower ultimate god Hong Zhongyi, who claimed to be the grandson of an ultimate expert, burned with jealousy again. This guy even has the sacred tree of life. He has mastered the sword Tao and the Tao of heaven, and he has a complete sacred tree of life in his small world. This guy is really lucky. As the descendant of an ultimate expert, even if his strength was average, his vision was not comparable to ordinary people. He could see at a glance that Duan Ling Tian had a complete sacred tree of life in his small world. It was not the manifestation of the sacred tree of life that the ultimate expert had given him. If this guy grows up in the future, he may become an existence on par with my grandfather one day. I must kill him. If he doesn't die and becomes an ultimate expert in the future, Even my grandfather might not be able to protect me if he really wants to kill me. Hong Zhongyi knew very well that although his grandfather doted on him, if he offended an ultimate expert, his grandfather would most likely give up on him in order to avoid offending the ultimate expert. After all, he was not the only grandson of his grandfather. Little Tian, at this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's small world. It sounded weak. We haven't recovered much from the previous battle. Even if we attack with all our might, we won't be able to help you much. However, since you've come to us, it means you're in a very dangerous situation. If that's the case, At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water knew it had no choice but to awaken the other 4 divine elements to help Duan Ling Tian with the remaining energy it had just regained. Chapter 4284. From the world-cleansing divine water's point of view, she and the other 5 divine elements had no choice but to help Duan Ling Tian even if there was not much of a chance. Even if there was only a slim chance, they had to help him. Duan Ling Tian was their chosen host. Throughout their journey, Duan Ling Tian had not let them down. In just a few hundred years, he had brought them close to their highest form. Coupled with Duan Ling Tian's current achievements, they even felt that Duan Ling Tian would be able to become a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years. In fact, he might even be able to turn them into independent life forms. They no longer needed to look for a host to attach themselves to. Because of this, whether it was her or the other 4 divine elements, they did not have the option of being unlucky. However, the world-cleansing divine water was about to awaken the other 4 divine elements when it was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. Sister Water, there's no need for that. The reason he interrupted the world-cleansing divine water was not because Duan Ling Tian had the ability to escape. Instead, it was because someone else had arrived. This person had attacked his opponents as soon as he arrived and had taken some of the pressure off him. The newcomer was also a lower ultimate god. Although he was only a lower ultimate god, his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned when he saw the newcomer. Why was it him? At that moment, the person who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian was none other than the opponent he had met in the solo secret realm in exchange for his battle merits. He was Ning Yixuan, the young genius of the Ning clan from the Land of Sanctions. Initially, Jian Wushuang did not know much about Ning Yixuan. However, when he went to several military camps, he heard many people talking about Ning Yixuan. It was only then that he realized how outstanding Ning Yixuan was. It turned out that he was only a few thousand years old. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to join forces with Ning Yixuan, one of the 17 medium ultimate gods' faces changed when he saw Ning Yixuan's face. Stop! This is young Master Ning Yixuan from the Ning family of the Land of Sanctions. This medium-level ultimate god was one of the 4 strongest among the 17 medium-level ultimate gods. He was a high-ranking official of one of the ultimate god-level factions in the Sanction lands. Who was the faction behind him? Was it related to the Ning family in countless ways? Many generations had arranged marriages, and even the current generation had arranged marriages between direct descendants. So, he knew Ning Yixuan. The Land of Sanctions. The Ning clan. Ning Yixuan. The expressions of the other medium-level ultimate gods changed as soon as the middle-aged man spoke. Ning Yixuan? They naturally knew each other. He was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Ning family in the Land of Sanctions. In fact, there was no one more outstanding than him among the younger generation in the Land of Sanctions, or even the younger generation in the various divine planes. He was once publicly acknowledged as the #1 person of the younger generation. It was also because of this that they had all heard that this Ning Yixuan was highly valued by that supreme expert of the Ning family, and his status was extremely high in the eyes of that supreme expert. This person? He wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. In the blink of an eye, everyone stopped. Then, they all looked at the middle-aged man behind them at the same time. It was Hong Zhongyi who claimed to be the supreme expert's grandson. Both of them had supreme experts as their backers. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Now, they regretted helping Hong Zhongyi. If they had known that Ning Yixuan was behind the target, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Ning Yixuan. At this moment, Hong Zhongyi also recognized Ning Yixuan. He had seen Ning Yixuan once in the past and was envious of this genius Ning Yixuan. Although he wasn't the grandson of that supreme expert of the Ning family, according to his grandfather, that supreme expert of the Ning family regarded Ning Yixuan as more important than his own grandson. Hong Zhangyi. Ning Yixuan obviously knew Hong Zhangyi as well. He said calmly, "You got someone to kill him because you're worried that he'll occupy one of the spots on the upgraded lower ultimate god ranking list in the Chaos region. I'll definitely enter the realm of a medium-level ultimate god before that. By then, one of the top 10 spots on the lower ultimate god ranking list will be empty. Give me some face and leave with your people. How about it?" Ning Yixuan opened his mouth. Although his tone was calm, it was not aggressive. No matter what, the person in front of him was the grandson of a supreme expert. He was used to being arrogant. In order to not cause any trouble, Ning Yixuan did not pressure him with his power. It was a completely negotiable tone. Hong Zhangyi's ugly expression eased a lot at this moment. At the same time, he nodded. "Since you, Ning Yixuan, want to protect him, I'll naturally give you face. Let's leave it at that." After that, Hong Zhangyi glanced at Duan Lingtian again with some unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. He was so close to killing him. He did not expect Ning Yixuan to appear halfway. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Zhangyi left with a dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods. The dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods also transmitted their apologies to Ning Yixuan and Duan Lingtian at this time, saying that they had eyes but failed to recognize such a great person. More than half of them said that they had been coerced by Hong Zhangyi. In this regard, Duan Lingtian only listened to them with one ear and out with the other. However, he would remember Hong Zhangyi. "I thought that someone who was more outstanding than I, Ning Yixuan, was a smart person. I didn't expect you to be so stupid to put yourself in such a dangerous situation." Ning Yixuan looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled coldly after Hong Zhangyi and the others had completely disappeared from sight. Duan Lingtian did not get angry although he heard the disdain in Ning Yixuan's tone. He looked at Ning Yixuan solemnly and said, "I owe you my life." "Humph." Ning Yixuan snorted coldly. "I saved you because I wanted to get back the 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts that Ancestor gave you back then. It should be worth it to exchange your life for those 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts, right?" "Of course. Not to mention 2 embryos of supreme artifacts. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of embryos of supreme artifacts, Duan Lingtian did not think that they were more important than his life. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. If he kept his life and became a supreme expert in the future, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to obtain as many embryos of supreme artifacts as he wanted. However, Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed when he thought of those embryos of supreme artifacts that he had integrated into the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Those 2 embryos of supreme artifacts have already been integrated into the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. However, I will find 2 more for you. No, I will collect 3 embryos of supreme artifacts and return them to you. The extra 1 will be considered as interest." Duan Lingtian said bluntly. "Integrated?" Ning Yixuan frowned slightly, but his brows relaxed after a while. "There's no need for 3 embryos. Just return me 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yixuan's divine power pulsated. It was obvious that he was preparing to leave. "Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to appear in this area for the time being. Hong Zhangyi is not the only one who thinks that you're in his way. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that some of the descendants of supreme experts have gone out to look for high-level ultimate gods to deal with you. You're on your own now." After Ning Yixuan finished speaking, he left in a flash. He came and went like the wind. Only Duan Lingtian remained standing on the spot, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Of course, he also knew that he had been too careless this time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had been stupid. The journey was smooth sailing, so his vigilance was greatly reduced. "Little Tian, are you all right?" The world-cleansing divine water's voice rang from Duan Lingtian's little world. "The divine tree of life seems to have consumed a lot of energy. Have you resolved the problem you encountered?" Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze and said, "Sister Water, I'm fine now. Both of you can continue to recover." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he closed the little world in his little world. Before he closed the little world, it was not difficult to see that the divine tree of life that was originally full of vitality had dimmed. It was obvious that the attack this time had consumed a lot of energy. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian did not continue to stay in the same place. He teleported a few times and left the area. He did not continue to move in the direction he had been heading. He changed direction and walked for a while before he changed direction again. Naturally, it was the opposite direction from where he had been heading in the beginning. Today, when he encountered the descendant of the supreme expert and his people, he realized he had been too careless. Even without Ning Yishuan's reminder, he would not have continued to stay in the area after he had escaped. Ning Yishuan, this time, Duan Lingtian knew very well that if it were not for Ning Yishuan, even if the 5 divine elements had helped him, his chances of escaping would have been slim. For this reason, he would remember Ning Yishuan's kindness in his heart. Since Ning Yishuan had said there were 3 embryos of the supreme divine weapons, he would return 3 embryos to Ning Yishuan. Apart from the 3 embryos of the supreme divine weapons, if there was a chance, he would continue to return Ning Yishuan's favor. After all, a life-saving grace was more important than anything else. Until now, Duan Lingtian was still drenched in cold sweat when he thought about how he had been on the brink of death earlier. If he had died, what would happen to his wife Kerr? What would happen to his children? What would happen to his parents and his wife, Li Fei? Fortunately, the supreme expert from the Ning clan saved Ning Yishuan. Otherwise, Ning Yishuan would have died in my hands. If he had died in my hands, no one would be able to save me today. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He felt that fate was fickle. Originally, there were some things that he was unwilling to accept, but now, he felt that he was lucky. Before today, he did not even dare to think that he would overturn his previous thoughts. I must always remember this encounter in my heart to remind myself. No matter what, I must not be careless. I must think of all possibilities. Duan Lingtian secretly warned himself that he would never make the same mistake a second time. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, several groups of people entered the area where Duan Lingtian had gone. Without exception, these people were the descendants of supreme experts and the people they had brought with them. Among them, there were many high-level ultimate gods. Where is he? Did he run away? Why can't I find him? Didn't they say that he was in this area? With his speed, he can't have reached the front so quickly, right? Let's go ahead and look for him. Although Duan Lingtian could only occupy a place on the lower-level ultimate gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone 60 years later, the group of descendants of supreme experts thought much more. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it was possible for him to reach the top of the lower-level ultimate gods list. Among them, a few descendants of supreme experts even knew that Ning Yishuan had been defeated by the purple-clothed young man. Some people even knew the purple-clothed young man's identity. Land of Shengang, Myriad Arts Academy, Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4285. In the past, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ning Yishuan in the secret realm was supposed to be a very private matter. However, as the Ning clan's utmost powerhouse broke the rules of the planar battlefield and hastily intervened to save Ning Yishuan, he was punished in the utmost powerhouse conference. At the same time, many utmost powerhouses who were curious about the ins and outs of this matter also found out about it. Some of the supreme powerhouses also told their descendants about this matter. The descendants of the strongest experts were also very curious about the lower-level ultimate god who almost killed Ning Yishuan, especially when the other party was just a lower-level ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. After a large-scale investigation that encompassed all the planes of gods, they quickly locked onto a single person. The mysterious Handleland, the Myriad Arts Academy, Duan Lingtian. Among the strongest lower-level ultimate gods in the current generation of the planes of gods, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. Of course, the Duan Lingtian that appeared in the Myriad Arts Academy in the end was a higher-level god emperor who had consolidated his cultivation base. However, Duan Lingtian's rapid advancement from a higher-level god emperor to a higher-level god emperor left them with no doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to make another breakthrough in a short time in the planar battlefield. After making a breakthrough, he would naturally be a lower-level ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. Moreover, according to their strongest experts' fathers, grandfathers, and even ancestors, the young man who had almost killed Ning Yishuan was also wearing a purple robe at that time. The Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy in the mysterious Handleland was usually wearing a purple robe. This way, everything matched up. In addition, a lower-level ultimate god wearing a purple robe who was strong enough to kill most medium-level ultimate gods and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base appeared in the Chaos region where the three-planar battlefield intersected. It was not difficult for them to guess that the other party was Duan Lingtian. As for why Duanling Tian was not in the Chaos region where the profound Zen battlefield and the other two realm battlefields converged, they were puzzled as well. However, they did not deny the fact that Duanling Tian was in the Chaos region. Although Duanling Tian is very talented, he has yet to consolidate his cultivation base. The path of ultimate God realm cultivation is 1,000 times harder than the Emperor God realm. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base before the upgraded Chaos region opens, let alone enter the medium-level ultimate God realm. Therefore, he is a great threat to us lower-level ultimate gods. With his strength, the first place on the lower-level ultimate god list will be within his reach after the upgraded Chaos region opens. He has no background. We don't have to worry about getting into trouble if we kill him. Although there were shadows of supreme experts behind the Myriad Arts Academy, they were not supreme experts of the Myriad Arts Academy. It was almost impossible for them to take revenge on the descendants of supreme experts just because of a disciple of the Myriad Arts Academy. Moreover, a dead genius was even less worthy for those experts to make a move. Even supreme experts would weigh the pros and cons after the fact. Killing Duanling Tian is equivalent to having one less competitor on the lower-level ultimate god list in the upgraded Chaos region. If I'm only at the 11th place now, I'll be able to enter the top 10 after his death. Kill him. We must kill him. Due to the fact that Duanling Tian did not have any connections or background, the group of descendants of the supreme powerhouses had no qualms about killing him. Even Duanling Tian did not know that after he left, so many descendants of the supreme powerhouses were conducting a thorough search in that area. Among them, more than half of the descendants of supreme experts had brought their upper-level ultimate gods with them. In the following days, many descendants of supreme experts would meet each other face to face in that area. The first thing they said when they met was, "Did you find that guy?" However, Duanling Tian had left first, causing them to miss their target. Not long after, some descendants of supreme experts found out that Xueqi, who was also a descendant of supreme experts, had once led more than 10 middle-level ultimate gods to find and kill the target. At the same time, they also found out that Ning Yixuan had appeared in time to save Duanling Tian. I was wondering why we couldn't find that guy. It turns out that someone had acted rashly and alerted the enemy. Xueqi is too useless. He brought more than 10 middle-level ultimate gods, but he still couldn't kill Duanling Tian before Ning Yixuan showed up. Why would Ning Yixuan help Duanling Tian? Didn't Duanling Tian almost kill him? Could it be that this purple-clothed youth is not the same person as Duanling Tian? Or the person Ning Yixuan met earlier wasn't Duanling Tian? If it's really that person, why did Ning Yixuan save him? That's the person who almost killed him. Moreover, he even harmed the Ning family's ancestor because of this. The group of descendants of supreme experts whispered to each other, unable to understand why Ning Yixuan would save that purple-clothed youth. There were also many people who felt that Xueqi was not efficient enough. If he had killed that purple-clothed youth earlier, even if Ning Yixuan appeared later, he would be powerless. However, no one felt that Xueqi giving Ning Yixuan face was anything, because if it were any of them, if Ning Yixuan appeared before the other party died, they would not be able to kill him. Because they were not willing to offend Ning Yixuan. They were even happy to do Ning Yixuan a favor. Ning Yixuan was not an ordinary descendant of a supreme expert. He was a descendant of a supreme expert who had the potential to become the second supreme expert of the Ning family. This kind of supreme expert's descendant was also the most valued by the later supreme experts. As descendants of supreme experts, they knew this very well. Duanling Tian fled tens of thousands of miles away. Next, he no longer walked forward in a straight line. Instead, he wandered to the south, then to the north, then to the east and then to the west. His whereabouts were erratic. Even if someone found him and spread the news, it would be too late by the time the descendants of supreme experts came with reinforcements. Having learned his lesson once, Duanling Tian naturally would not put himself in danger again. He wandered here and there without any pattern, so he did not worry about being blocked. In addition, Duanling Tian would not stay in the same place for too long. Later, although there were descendants of supreme experts who came with reinforcements, they still came up empty-handed. What Duanling Tian did not expect was, as time passed, some descendants of supreme experts began to speculate about his identity and origin to others. Gradually, more and more people knew his identity. Have you heard? That low-level supreme god who could kill a medium-level supreme god when he just entered the supreme god realm is from the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. His name is Duanling Tian. Now, He's not even 1,000 years old. It's been confirmed. In the past, this Duanling Tian almost killed Ning Yishuan from the Ning clan in the single-person secret realm. Oh my god! This Duanling Tian is really not even 1,000 years old? You have to know that Ning Yishuan is already a peerless genius. Not to mention him, there's no one among the younger generation in the various planes of gods who can catch up to his current achievements at his age. If all of this is true, doesn't this Duanling Tian deserve to be called the #1 genius among the younger generation in the various planes of gods? I still don't quite believe it. A young man who's not even 1,000 years old can have such achievements? That's too exaggerated. Even if he's a descendant of a supreme expert, no matter how much they dote on him, it's impossible for him to have such achievements at his age. As the name Duanling Tian spread, more and more people knew about his existence. At the same time, there were also people who deliberately went to the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land to inquire about Duanling Tian. It would have been better if they did not inquire about it. After some investigation, they found it hard to believe. The speed of Duanling Tian's rise was far more exaggerated than they had imagined. At the same time, they confirmed that Duanling Tian did not have any powerful background behind him, nor did he have any supreme experts who stood behind him to support him and help him. He had to rely on himself for everything. It was also because of this that they were even more shocked. As a result, when they returned to the Chaos region where the battlefield of the Divine Judgment and the other two planes of existence intersected and brought back the news, it caused an even bigger commotion. Someone personally went to confirm. Duanling Tian is indeed not even 1,000 years old. How terrifying! Do you think there's such a monster in the past? Maybe there has been. Who knows? After all, this world has a long history, and many things have been buried in the long river of history. What we can be sure of is that, if such a monster appeared in history, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a heaven-defying character in the future. At the same time, he would have a higher chance of becoming a supreme expert than others. This Duanling Tian does not have any status or background, and he must have had many fortuitous encounters to reach where he is today from the lower planes. It won't be that easy to kill him. Last time, so many descendants of supreme experts wanted to kill him, but no one succeeded, right? I feel that since there's no news about Duanling Tian recently, he might have been killed by some supreme powerhouse's descendant. However, they were afraid of offending Ning Yishuan, so they didn't spread the news. That's also possible. Recently, Duanling Tian had found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He did not expect his reputation to grow in the Chaos realm where the God's Judgment battlefield intersected with the other two planes' battlefields. While Duanling Tian was cultivating in seclusion, in another part of the Chaos realm, a sloppy middle-aged man had just walked out of a secret realm. When he arrived at the military camp where the people from the 6 planes were gathered, he was stunned when he heard the news about Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian? He's from the lower planes? He has mastered the Sword Tao and the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. He's from the Myriad Laws Palace in the Mystic Handle Land? He's not even 1,000 years old. Also, the divine artifact he usually uses is a divine sword with 7-colored light revolving around it? Xueqi was completely dumbfounded when he heard the news. The name matched up. The divine artifact he used matched up as well. Wasn't it the 7 Orifices exquisite sword that he had given away? Could he have been killed by someone named Duanling Tian and taken the 7 Orifices exquisite sword? Xueqi muttered to himself. If Duanling Tian was really his nephew's son-in-law, how heaven-defying would his achievements be? Chapter 4286. In Xueqi's opinion, he had only met his niece's son-in-law not too long ago. 800 years was a very short time for him. In fact, if he were to enter seclusion for 800 years, he would be in seclusion for 800 years. How could a person from the mundane realm become a lower ultimate god in 800 years? Is that even possible? Although Xueqi hoped Duanling Tian was his niece's husband, he felt it was unrealistic. In fact, he felt it was impossible. But what was going on with all the things he had heard? Did these people conspire to deceive him? However, did they know him? They were from 6 realms of gods. Moreover, all of them had said the same thing. It did not seem like he was worthy of their cooperation. What's going on? Xueqi was still in a daze. After a while, Xueqi finally calmed down. At the same time, He was certain of a few things. First, it was impossible for the people around him to deceive him. Second, it was impossible for someone with the same name as Duan Ling Tian to kill his niece's son-in-law and impersonate him. Third, his niece's son-in-law was a sword user as well. Moreover, he was quite skilled in the sword as well. For this reason, he had given the 7 orifices exquisite sword to him. Fourth, if he wanted to know if Duan Ling Tian was his niece's son-in-law, all he had to do was look for him. After calming down, Xueqi no longer thought about it. I'll go look for him and see if he's my niece's son-in-law. As long as I see him, I'll be able to confirm if he's my niece's son-in-law or not. Although Xueqi was not completely sure if Duan Ling Tian was his niece's son-in-law. However, in his opinion, this was too much of a coincidence. It was very likely that Duan Ling Tian was his niece's son-in-law, even if he did not think it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to achieve so much in just 800 years. While Xueqi was learning about Duan Ling Tian, another person who knew Duan Ling Tian had also heard about Duan Ling Tian in the Chaos region where the God's Adjudication battlefield and the other 2 battlefields intersected. It can't be him. But isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? When Ling Hu Renfeng heard that there was a monster called Duan Ling Tian in the Chaos territory that she was in, her first reaction was that this was a monster with the same name as her son-in-law. She even thought that it would be great if her son-in-law was also so monstrous. In that case, it would definitely be a good thing for her poor daughter. Only men were strong enough? Only then could he better protect his woman. Of this, she firmly believed. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that her man wasn't strong enough to recognize her existence, he wouldn't have been able to protect her life. She wouldn't have to wander around with her other daughter. Although she had always felt that he was a heartless man, but in fact, it was more of a way to comfort herself so that she wouldn't have no one to vent her feelings on. This Duan Ling Tian? It was someone from the Profound Handle Land. Him. It's also in the Profound Handle Land. With the same name, they're all from the Profound Handle Land, and they're all from the lower plains? They are all less than 1,000 years old. Is it really him? Ling Hu Renfeng was still in disbelief. She even asked her daughter at one point. Chuyin, what do you think? Could it be him? Mother. Ling Hu Chuyin said, don't forget? Back then, brother-in-law's achievements in the Profound Handle Land? It also surprised you, and you even personally went to find him and left him some things. At that time, brother-in-law was already not an ordinary person. Can an ordinary person enter the Profound Handle Land and become a god in a short few hundred years? When Ling Hu Chuyin's words fell into Ling Hu Renfeng's ears, it also made her wake up from her dream. That's right. Back then, if she hadn't seen Duan Ling Tian in the Profound Handle Land with her own eyes, how would she dare to believe that he was the husband that her daughter had found in the lower plains in this life? Even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, if it had been someone else who told her, she also wouldn't dare to believe that he could kill his way from the mundane world to the Profound Handle Land in a short few hundred years. Then it should be him. His talent and comprehension ability really can't be measured by normal logic. Ling Hu Renfeng nodded and sighed. It's just that I didn't expect him to have entered the realm of lesser god. Regardless of strength, just based on cultivation alone, he's already ahead of me. As for strength, Ling Hu Renfeng admitted that she was far inferior. After all, the other party could even kill lesser gods. Moreover, there were many lesser gods who had died in his hands. Clearly, the one he killed might not be the weakest lesser gods. Mother, brother-in-law must have come here for elder sister, Ling Hu Chuyin said. Ling Hu Chuyin said. She felt that this was not difficult to guess. If Ling Hu Chaui could think of this, what more Ling Hu Renfeng? Now that he's here, I can be more at ease. This chaos region is too chaotic. Ling Hu Renfeng glanced at Ling Hu Chuyin and sighed. Mother has let you down. I'm the one who's looking for my daughter, and I even brought you here to take risks. Since that brother-in-law of yours has come in, and he's so powerful, and his reputation has spread far and wide. As long as that girl Xueqi is still alive, as long as she's still in the God's Inquisition battlefield, she'll definitely hear about him and go find him. We definitely won't be as efficient as him in finding Xueqi. Let's go out. Now, there's not much use in continuing to stay here. Along the way, she had brought her daughter Ling Hu Chuyin to search for her other daughter, Xianing Xue. During this time, they had encountered many dangers. Although they had averted danger several times, every time she thought of it, she would still be frightened and break out in cold sweat. It didn't matter if she died. She was more concerned about her daughter's safety. Originally, she felt that it was unfair to put her other daughter in danger in order to find her other daughter. However, she had no choice. She couldn't watch her daughter die. Now, she knew that her daughter's husband had come, and he was even more powerful than her. Now, in the Chaos region where the God's Inquisition battlefield and the other two battlefields intersected, the probability of finding her daughter was much higher. Under such circumstances, there was not much use in her staying. "Mother, why don't we go look for brother-in-law?" Ling Hu Chuyin said. "We can meet up with brother-in-law and then go look for big sister together." "Look for him for what?" Ling Hu Renfeng shook her head. "To drag him down? Let's go." Ling Hu Renfeng did not say anything more to her daughter. Instead, she brought her to the teleportation formation in the military camp and teleported to the military camp of the God's Inquisition battlefield outside the Chaos region. The teleportation formation in the military camp of the Chaos region was unable to teleport people out of the dimensional battlefield. One could only teleport to a military camp of a certain dimensional battlefield and then leave through the teleportation formation in the military camp. Duan Lingtian was currently in closed-door training. He did not know that many of his acquaintances had already found out about him in the Chaos region. His mother-in-law and sister-in-law had cleverly left the Chaos region and the dimensional battlefield. Xia Jie, the third uncle of his wife Ker's previous life, was also looking for him. However, as Duan Lingtian had found a secluded place to train in closed-door training, he had not shown himself recently. Although Xia Jie had looked for Duan Lingtian in several places where Duan Lingtian had last appeared, he had not been able to find Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he could only choose to give up. That's not right. Suddenly, Xia Jie remembered something. Since that kid has come to the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, it means that he can go to the world of divine remains at any time. And he doesn't know that Xueqi is not in the world of divine remains. Xia Jie remembered clearly that his niece, Xianing Xueqi, had entered the dimensional battlefield back then. Duan Lingtian's parents and family did not know about it. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian had reunited with his family later on, it was impossible for him to know that his niece had entered the dimensional battlefield. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian would definitely go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains first. Leave the Chaos realm, leave the dimensional battlefield, and return to the Xia family. Xia Jie quickly made up his mind. However, Xia Jie would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had long known that Ke had entered the dimensional battlefield. However, he had not heard it from his parents, family, or friends. Instead, he had heard it from Ling Hu Renjie in the Mystic Handle Land. Ling Hu Renjie was the elder brother of his mother-in-law. Ling Hu Renjie had also heard about this from his mother-in-law, Ling Hu Renfeng. However, although Duan Lingtian had known about this for a long time, after arriving at the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, he had indeed gone to the world of divine remains and the Xia family. Of course, his purpose was to find out if Ke had returned to the Xia family. At the same time, he also wanted to make a trip to the Yun family. After leaving the Chaos realm and returning to the military camp in the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, Xia Jie immediately teleported back to the world of divine remains. After that, he headed north and returned to the Xia family. After returning to the Xia family, Xia Jie learned from the people around him that someone had looked for his niece, Xianing Shui. At that time, that person had looked for the son of the person beside him. He said that his name is Duan Lingtian. Is he Xueqi's husband? It's really him. It's finally confirmed. Good lad. Amazing. How long has it been? In just 800 years, he has actually come this far from the mundane realm. After confirming that Duan Lingtian, who had caused a stir in the Chaos realm, was his niece's husband, Xia Jie's face lit up with joy. At the same time, he looked as if this was how it should be. How can the person that my niece has taken a fancy to be a mediocre person? Xueqi really has good taste. After saying that, Xia Jie looked at the person beside him and asked, "Has Miss Xueqi returned recently?" However, the person beside him seemed to have something to say at this moment. "Speak." Xia Jie's expression changed slightly. Did something happen to Miss Xueqi? He knew the person beside him very well. Judging by the expression on his face, he knew that something bad must have happened. Moreover, it was most likely related to his niece. Third Master. The middle-aged man beside Xia Jie smiled bitterly. Some time ago, I saw the Patriarch bringing Miss Xueqi back. However, not long after that, the Patriarch of the Yun family came as well. After that, I didn't see Miss Xue again. I didn't hear anyone saying that they had seen Miss Xue in the family either. Chapter 4287. Big Brother? Xueqi was stunned when he heard the words. Then, he flew into a rage. Is he going to continue being a fool? Previously, before entering the dimensional battlefield, he had met his big brother once. When he saw that his big brother looked apologetic, he thought that his big brother would stop forcing his niece after she was released. He did not expect that his big brother would do such a thing again when he returned. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield. Xueqi regretted his decision. Although he had obtained some unexpected gains by entering the dimensional battlefield to look for his niece, he would have preferred not to enter the dimensional battlefield if he had known this would happen. I'll go look for him. Without any hesitation, Xueqi left the middle-aged man beside him and left like a gust of wind. The middle-aged man who was left behind sighed. The third master is still as hot-tempered as ever. The middle-aged man's unkempt figure looked eccentric, but his eyes were filled with sincere respect. His life was saved by the third master. If the third master needed it, he was willing to give up his precious life for him. After leaving, Xueqi went to look for his big brother, Xiaoyu, the current patriarch of the Xia family. Where's Xueqi? As soon as he saw Xiaoyu, Xueqi immediately asked about his niece. I heard you brought her back to the family? Where is she now? Xiaoyu glanced at his impatient brother and frowned slightly. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Can't we talk things out properly? In the past, he felt guilty in front of his third brother. After all, he felt that his third brother loved his daughter more than he loved his daughter. He felt guilty in his heart, so much so that when his third brother mentioned his daughter, he felt a little ashamed to show his face. However, he no longer felt guilty. This was because he no longer forced his daughter to marry Yun Qingyan from the Yun family. Humph. Xueqi was furious when he saw his big brother acting as if nothing had happened. Where's Xueqi? Didn't she come back? Didn't you hand her over to Yun Tingfeng? Yun Tingfeng was the patriarch of the Yun family in the Divine Offering Land. He was also Yun Qingyan's father. You just came back, but you know quite a lot. Xiaoyu faintly smiled. Don't worry, I didn't hand Xueqi over to him. Xueqi frowned. Where is Xueqi? Could it be that you grounded her after she came back? She's not allowed to meet anyone? It had been over 700 years since he last met his niece. His niece had been in the planar battlefield for over 700 years. After such a long time, the soul energy in his niece's soul bead had been completely annihilated, and it could no longer transmit messages. Sort of. Xiaoyu nodded. Sort of. Xueqi was enraged again. What do you mean? Didn't you tell me that if she made it out of the realm battlefield alive, you wouldn't force her to marry Yun Qingyan? Facing his third brother's wrath, Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. If you're worried about this, then you don't have to. Xueqi's engagement with Yun Qingyan has been annulled. As for the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng personally promised that he would not force Xueqi to marry him again. So, you can rest assured now? As soon as Xiaoyu's words left his mouth, the furious Xueqi was dumbfounded. The engagement was annulled? What was going on? Moreover, the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng, personally said so? Since when was Yun Tingfeng so agreeable? Also, Xiaoyu continued to say, Xueqi has been in the realm battlefield for over 700 years. Not only has she recovered her cultivation base from her previous life, but her current strength has also increased by a level. This time, she had a fortuitous encounter in the realm battlefield. Now that I've told you this, you should be even happier, right? Xiaoyu smiled. Xueqi had a headache when it came to his third brother. However, he was still his biological brother. Moreover, he loved his daughter dearly. Therefore, he had always been tolerant of his third brother. Otherwise, if it was someone else who dared to act so rudely in front of him, the patriarch of the Xia family, he would have been punished by the family. Really? Xiaoji's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaoyu's words. In such a short time, she has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life. Moreover, her strength has increased by a level. It seems that the secret method of reincarnation passed down in the family does have its own uniqueness. Xueqi is not even 1,000 years old in this life. A mid-level supreme god who was not even 1,000 years old. Xia Jie could imagine that once this news spread, it would cause a stir in the entire divine offering land. Even the various planes of gods would be shaken. Of course, something passed down by the ancestor is not simple. Xia Yu sighed. However, in the history of the Xia family, there were very few ancestors who used that secret technique before the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. However, none of them succeeded in reincarnating. Xueqi is the only successful case in the history of the Xia family. Of course, in the history of the Xia family, it was said that the ancestor who created the secret technique also succeeded in reincarnating. In other words, Xueqi is the second case after him. As for whether the ancestor had succeeded in reincarnating, no one knew. This was because it was too long ago. Even if he was the clan leader of the Xia family, he could not be 100% sure of this. Perhaps it depends on the person's courage. Xia Jie shook his head and said, how many people would dare to use the secret technique unless they were facing the heavenly tribulation? Perhaps the secret technique requires a courageous person to try it. In the history of the family, it's not like there haven't been people who didn't have such courage. Xia Yu shook his head. It's just that there are very few of them. Perhaps in order to succeed in reincarnating, one must not only have courage but also other factors. Of course. Xia Jie said otherwise, in the history of the Xia family, Xueqi wouldn't be the only one who succeeded in reincarnating after the ancestor who created the secret technique. My niece is indeed extraordinary. Xia Jie said with a smug expression on his face. Although Xia Yu did not want to hurt his pride, he still reminded him when he saw how smug Xia Jie was. She's my daughter. My biological daughter. That's right. She's your niece. However, she's also my biological daughter. If she's not my biological daughter, she wouldn't be your niece. Why are you acting so smug in front of me? Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, the smug expression on Xia Jie's face froze. Then, he scolded in exasperation. Now you know she's your daughter? What about when you forced her in the past? This time she managed to reincarnate with great difficulty, but you still forced her. Xia Jie became even angrier when he spoke about this. Xia Yu didn't get angry at the furious Xia Jie. Instead, he sighed and said, "Third brother, you should know that I was also coerced." Humph. Xia Jie snorted coldly. You told me about that last time. Didn't I tell you? If the Yun family is really so ruthless and wants to destroy the Xia family, as soon as the old ancestor's soul pearl shatters, we'll immediately attack the Yun family and fight to the death. Who's afraid of you? Even if that old man comes back in time, there won't be many people left in the Yun family. If they want to recover, they'll have to wait and see. Xia Jie said in a deep voice, I'm certain Yun Tingfeng won't dare to do that. Otherwise, he'll be a sinner of the Yun family. Xia Jie said decisively. This time, I threatened him in the same way. He no longer insisted on marrying Xueqi to his son, Xia Yu said. Xia Jie nodded. You should have done that earlier. Xia Jie replied as he looked at Xia Yu with a frown. You've said so much. Where's Xueqi? She's in a stone chamber in the Xia family's ancestral hall. Xia Yu looked at Xia Jie and did not hide anything from him. However, you're not allowed to see or communicate with her for 1,000 years. Why? Xia Jie frowned. What kind of logic was this? His own niece had returned home, but he could not see or communicate with her. It's because of the Yun family. Xia Yu said, this time, even though the Yun family has agreed to us canceling the engagement, Yun Tingfeng isn't willing to let the matter rest. His request is to confine Xueqi for 1,000 years, and forbid her from contacting the outside world during this time. After 1,000 years, Xueqi will regain her freedom. Xia Yu paused for a moment. He glanced at Xia Jie who was looking around before he added, Don't think that Xueqi is in the Xia family. You can ignore Yun Tingfeng's request. Since you know that Xueqi has returned, I'm sure you know that Yun Tingfeng came by some time ago. He came to set up a formation outside the stone chamber where Xueqi is grounded. If anyone breaks the formation to meet or communicate with Xueqi, he'll ask the person from the Yun family to harm the old ancestor. It's still the same threat. However, the conditions have changed this time. They only want Xueqi to be grounded for 1,000 years. They want the Xia family to give the Yun family an explanation. Xia Yu said. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, Xia Jie's expression turned for the better. Although he felt that it was shameless for Yun Tingfeng to use the old ancestor of the Xia family to threaten them, He felt that this punishment was nothing. Back then, the Yun family was not the only one who was interested in the engagement between the two families. The Xia family had also agreed to it. If the Xia family wanted to annul the engagement, they would naturally have to pay a price. Being grounded for 1,000 years was not a big price to pay. Big brother, is it true that the Yun family only wants Xueqi to be grounded for 1,000 years? Xia Jie frowned slightly. Based on his understanding of the Yun family's clan leader, Yun Tingfeng, he was not someone who would compromise easily. Was he really worried that the Xia family would fight to the death with him? Even if that was the case, was there a need to make such a small request? In his opinion, 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Being grounded for 1,000 years was not much different from not being punished at all. It was as though the Yun family only wanted a way out. Yes. Xia Yu nodded. Yun Tingfeng is doing this because he wants a way out. He did not tell Xia Jie that Yun Tingfeng still wanted to kill his son-in-law because he knew that Xia Jie would be angry with him if he found out. Therefore, he did not plan to tell his third brother about this. Yes. Chapter 4288. Xia Yu knew that his third brother had been in contact with his son-in-law before. He also knew that his third brother wouldn't let him help the Yun family deal with his son-in-law, so he didn't mention this matter from the beginning to the end. If he did, he would only be asking for trouble. Therefore, he did not intend to bring it up. In addition, there was news in the chaos territory of the divine adjudication battlefield that a lower ultimate god named Duan Ling Tian could kill a medium ultimate god as easily as killing a dog. His strength was comparable to a top medium ultimate god. Most importantly, he had just entered the ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base yet. Moreover, it was said that he came from the Myriad Art Academy, a heavyweight ultimate god force in the mysterious gangland, and he was not even 1,000 years old. When Xiao Yu heard the news, he guessed who it was. This person must be his son-in-law. He was even more monstrous than what Yun Tingfeng had told him. However, no matter how monstrous he was, there was nothing he could do. The supreme expert of the Xia clan might really be in trouble because of his momentary willfulness. If that happened, he would be condemned by the Xia clan for eternity. The only thing I can do is not to do it myself. I won't even let the Xia clan deal with him. I can only follow Yun Tingfeng's instructions and cooperate with him to lure him out. Although Xia Yu was the patriarch of the Xia clan and was used to seeing life and death, he was not cold-hearted. If it did not concern the safety of the supreme expert of the Xia clan and the fact that his daughter approved of the man, he would not let him die. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Xia Yu sighed inwardly. After confirming that the Yun clan only wanted his niece to be grounded for 1,000 years, Xia Jie was in a better mood. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Then, I'll bring Xueqi out after 1,000 years. Xia Jie's mental state was completely different from when he first arrived. A smile finally appeared on his face. However, when he noticed that his brother was staring at him, the smile disappeared and was replaced by a stern expression. I really don't know how you fell for Yun Qingyan. That boy can't even compare to Xueqi. He's not good enough for Xueqi. He's a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Xueqi, only her husband in this life is worthy of her. Xia Jie had a smug look on his face when he said that. It was as though he was waiting for Xia Yu to ask him why he said that. However, he soon discovered something. Xia Yu just looked at him quietly without saying anything. You, in the end? Xia Jie couldn't help but ask. Aren't you curious at all about why I said that? I've heard. Xia Yu heard this. How could he not guess what his third brother was thinking? A few days ago, I heard that there was a peerless genius less than 1,000 years old in the Chaos region where the battlefield of the Gods Inquisition intersects with the other two planar battlefields. After hearing his name and origin, I guessed who he was. Xia Yu said. He nodded and said, not bad indeed. From the mundane plane? To have such an achievement in less than 1,000 years. Was it that genius of the Ning clan who was known as the #1 person in the younger generation of the god-defying realm? I'm not as good as him. I heard that the genius of the Ning clan almost died at his hands? What if the person behind the Ning clan hadn't made a move? That genius from the Ning clan is gone. However, fortunately, the Ning clan's genius was saved. Otherwise, he would have died in the Chaos region of the Gods Inquisition battlefield not long ago. Xia Yu shook his head. He's just a young man less than 1,000 years old. He doesn't have any sense of danger at all. Or perhaps he's used to having a smooth journey and thinks the chaos region is just like any other place? Xia Yu was no less knowledgeable than Xia Jie. Xia Jie snorted when he heard this. So what if you make a mistake once in a while? When you were young, you couldn't even compare to a finger of his. Sometimes, a mistake can cost you your life. Xia Yu glanced at Xia Jie and said indifferently. Humph. Xia Jie snorted again. My niece-in-law is a person with great luck. Even if it seems like there's no chance of survival, there's still a chance for a turnaround. He's the same as Xueqi. Xueqi successfully reincarnated and cultivated again. In less than 1,000 years, she's already a medium-level ultimate god. Her strength is even stronger than in her previous life. In my opinion, Ning Yixuan from the Ning clan is not only inferior to my niece-in-law, but he's also far inferior to my niece-in-law. He might not even be a medium-level ultimate god now, said Xia Jie. Xia Jie did not refute Xia Yu. Xia Yu didn't refute Xia Jie's rebuttal. Instead, he looked behind Xia Jie and asked in surprise, Second brother, why are you back? Second brother? Xia Jie instinctively turned his head when he heard Xia Yu's words. However, as soon as he turned his head, he seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed drastically. Xia Yu, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was suppressed by an extremely powerful force before he could even finish speaking. He even fainted from the pressure before being tossed into a spatial artifact and trapped there. Xia Yu, what are you doing? Xia Jie asked with an ugly expression when he woke up after being imprisoned. Third brother. Xia Yu sighed. The Yun clan didn't only imprison Xueqi. They also asked me to imprison you when you returned. Now that they know that Duan Lingtian has entered the Divine Adjudicator battlefield, they think that Duan Lingtian's achievements today have something to do with the help you gave him when you met him in the past. That's why they asked me to imprison you as well. I'll release you after 1,000 years, said Xia Jie. Xia Jie sneered. Nonsense. Xia Jie cursed. Back then, I only gave my niece-in-law a prominent divine tool. It's a prominent divine tool that doesn't even have an artifact soul. He achieved what he has today on his own. What does that have to do with me? Third brother. Just stay in there. Just as you said, 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye, said Xia Jie. Xia Jie nodded. Without waiting for Xia Jie's reply, Xia Yu sealed the spatial divine tool in his hand and connected it to the Xia clan's protective grand formation when the spatial divine tool shook violently. The spatial divine tool immediately suppressed the spatial divine tool. At this moment, Xia Jie, who was desperately trying to escape from the spatial divine tool, became completely obedient. Xia Yu, when I get out, I won't let this matter rest. I'll burn your room down. I want more. At this moment, Xia Jie was exasperated. In the end, he stopped causing trouble. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel worried. Based on what his elder brother, Xia Jie, said, did the Yun family already know about his niece-in-law? At this moment, Xia Jie seemed to have forgotten what he had said to his elder brother, Xia Yu, about how his niece-in-law was a son of providence. Even if he encountered a situation where there was no chance of survival, he would still be able to survive. I hope he'll be careful. The Yun family is too big for him right now. It was true that Xia Yu had asked the Yun family to imprison Xia Jie. However, the Yun family's explanation was different from what Xia Yu had said to Xia Jie. According to Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, he planned to lure Duan Lingtian out after the realm battlefield was sealed for 100 years. During this process, he could not allow anyone to spoil his plan. Xia Jie was someone who would spoil his plan. He had also said that if Xia Jie spoiled his plan and failed to lure Duan Lingtian out, he would think that the Xia family was not cooperating with him. Xia Yu had no choice but to agree that he would keep Xia Jie in check. As Xia Jie's elder brother, he naturally knew the only way to keep Xia Jie in check was to imprison him. Meanwhile, in the Yun family's residence in the northwestern region, even Xia Yu, the patriarch of the Xia family, knew that a peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the chaos region of the Divine Adjudication battlefield. How could the Yun family not know about this? Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had an unsightly expression on his face when he heard the news. At this moment, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was the person who had almost killed his son, Yun Qingyan. Moreover, according to the news, Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than when he had dealt with his son previously. How long has it been? His strength has actually improved again. Although Yun Tingfeng was usually calm, he could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. Father. Yun Qingyan had also received the news and came looking for his father. I heard that Duan Ling Tian is currently in the chaos region of the divine adjudication battlefield. I don't think he knows that cousin has left the realm battlefield. Father, send someone in to kill him. He's in the chaos region. Yun Qingyan's expression was unsightly. After all, he had an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Ling Tian. In the past, he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as an aunt. However, the last time they met, Duan Ling Tian had almost killed him. It made him realize that Duan Ling Tian had grown to the point where he was no longer a match for Duan Ling Tian. Initially, when he learned that his father had a plan to kill Duan Ling Tian, he was still relatively calm. However, when he heard the news from the divine adjudication battlefield that Duan Ling Tian's strength had improved again, he began to panic. At the same time, he regretted not killing Duan Ling Tian back then. Calm down. What's wrong with you now? Yun Tingfeng frowned when he saw his son losing his composure. A hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'll be able to kill him if I send someone in? Since you've heard the news, you should know that a group of descendants of supreme powerhouses are currently searching for him in the Chaos region. However, they can't find him. Many of the people brought in by the descendants of supreme powerhouses are higher ultimate gods." Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Apart from that, there hasn't been any news of Duan Ling Tian for a long time. Now, he's either dead and the news has spread, or he's cultivating in seclusion in the Chaos region. That's why no one has seen him recently." "Father, do you think he's dead or alive?" Yun Qingyan's eyes were filled with hope. "There's a high chance he's still alive." Yun Tingfeng said indifferently, "A monster like him won't die so easily. Especially after experiencing such a life-or-death situation, he must have become more careful." This was the first time Yun Tingfeng had seen a monster like Duan Ling Tian in his life. It was also the first time he had heard of someone from the mundane realm who had achieved such a feat in just 1,000 years. Yun Qingyan's expression turned ugly when he heard Yun Tingfeng's words. "I really don't know what Ning Yixuan from the Ning clan is thinking. Duan Ling Tian almost killed him, but he's still trying to save his enemy's life." Yun Tingfeng had cursed Ning Yixuan 1,000,000 times in his heart since he learned of the news. If Ning Yixuan had not intervened, Duan Ling Tian would have been dead. Chapter 4289. In fact, Yun Qingyan was not the only one who questioned Ning Yixuan. In the Chaos Zone where the battlefield of the Divine Adjudication and the other two-dimensional battlefields were located, Ning Yixuan would be questioned whenever he met someone he knew. "Ning Yixuan, I heard that Duan Ling Tian almost killed you in the past. It was the senior from the Ning clan who saved your life at a great cost. Although it's not as deep as the ocean, it's not shallow either, right? Why did you save him?" However, when faced with such questions, Ning Yixuan only had one sentence. "Before I defeat him, I will not allow him to die in front of me." To Ning Yixuan, defeating Duan Ling Tian or even defeating Duan Ling Tian was his obsession. This obsession had allowed his cultivation base to improve rapidly. He was only half a step away from becoming a medium ultimate god. He only needed an opportunity to enter the intermediate ultimate god realm. Even if he did not find an opportunity, he was confident he could make a breakthrough and become a medium ultimate god within 10 years based on his obsession to surpass Duan Ling Tian. Once he learned about Duan Ling Tian's death, his obsession would disappear. If he did not have an opportunity, he would not be able to become a medium ultimate god within 20 or 30 years, let alone 10 years. "Duan Ling Tian, I hope you can live well after that lesson. Wait for me. I'll defeat him and take back the glory that belonged to me in the past." Although Ning Yixuan was not surrounded by people who gossiped about him, many of them did not think it was true that he had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian. However, only Ning Yixuan felt that his past glory had become a joke the moment he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. There was only one way for him to take back his past glory. He had to defeat Duan Ling Tian and defeat Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not know what Ning Yixuan was thinking. He had chosen to exit his closed-door cultivation. If he continued to cultivate, the improvement would be minimal. It would be useless. Why not come out and try? He might be able to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. It feels like it's a long way to go before I can consolidate my cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Although he had been in closed-door cultivation for a few years, however, to Duanling Tian, the improvement was not enough to satisfy him. In fact, it had disappointed him. After all, this was considered a fast cultivation speed. A few years? Perhaps it was because of the pressure. He felt that his cultivation base, there was still room for improvement, which was why he chose to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. Now, he had already used up all the motivation he had gained from converting the pressure back then. I can still get more battle points as worth its time to open the secret territory's secret realms. Should I get more battle points? Open the secret territory's secret? The past? Should I get more points? I only opened a single-person secret realm and met that Ningyi Xuan. This time, I'll accumulate a little more battle merits. Open a secret to open secret. The more people there are, the more battle merits will be consumed. The various opportunities and fortuitous encounters in the secret realms will definitely be better. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he decided on his next step. Of course, while achieving his goal, he did not forget his wife, Ke, his sister-in-law, and his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng. The three of them were the targets he was looking for this time. He also knew that finding the three of them in the realm of chaos was like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, he could only leave it to fate. I'll find a military camp and stay there for a while. I'll see if the descendants of the ultimate gods have stopped targeting me. This time, Duanling Tian did not plan to stay in one area for a long time like before. However, if there were still many descendants of the ultimate gods looking for him, he would definitely have to be more careful. In addition, he also wanted to know the current situation in the realm of chaos. Of course, he still had a small fantasy of going to the nearby military camp. Could he occasionally see his wife Ke there? Or meet his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin, and mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng? It seems like there are only a few military camps in the realm of chaos. However, there are many entrances and exits in those few military camps. This must be one of the entrances. Duanling Tian continued to travel. Following his memories, he spent a few days before he finally arrived at the nearest military camp entrance. He had passed by this place in the past. The military camp was located in the realm of chaos. Anyone from any realm of gods could enter it. However, although the military camp seemed to be right in front of him, it might not be there. The military camp in front of Duanling Tian was covered by a layer of light blue energy barrier. It looked real, but if one looked closely, they would find it to be illusory. In fact, although the military camp was there, it did not seem like there was anyone inside. Clearly, these were all illusions. In the realm of chaos, even if two people enter the same military camp at the same time, they might not necessarily appear in the same military camp. In the realm of chaos, there were only a few military camps. However, there were many entrances. Moreover, every entrance led to a military camp that was constantly changing. If one entered a military camp at the same time, they might end up in military camp A. However, if one's companions entered the same military camp at the same time, they might end up in military camp B. In fact, if there were 3 people in a group, even if they entered the same military camp hand in hand, they might end up in 3 different military camps. Therefore, when people traveled in groups in the realm of chaos, unless their lives were in danger, they would not choose to enter a military camp. Once they entered a military camp, their group would be disbanded. It was the same when they exited the military camp. People in the same military camp would be sent to different entrances. Moreover, the entrances were not fixed. They could be sent to any place in the realm of chaos, unless they had some sort of method left behind by a supreme expert. That way, they would be able to bring people into or out of the military camp together. They would always end up in the same military camp or outside the same military camp. Of course, even if they had such a method, they would need the other party's permission before they could bring people in or out of the military camp. For example, the descendant of the supreme powerhouse who had gathered more than a dozen medium ultimate gods to deal with Duanling Tian, was able to gather more than a dozen medium ultimate gods in a military camp and lead them out to kill Duanling Tian because of the treasure given to him by his supreme powerhouse grandfather. Enter! After standing outside the military camp entrance for a while, Duanling Tian entered the military camp in a flash. Then, in the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian discovered that he had appeared in a vast military camp. Moreover, He was surrounded by an empty space. After Duan Ling Tian entered, no one noticed him for now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, with just a thought, Duan Ling Tian transformed his face into another one. In fact, even a lower ultimate god or a high-level ultimate god could see through his disguise and see his true face with their divine consciousness, let alone a medium ultimate god or even a high-level ultimate god. However, in a peaceful place like the military camp, it was rare for people to use their divine consciousness to investigate others, as it was an offense. It was fine if they were just ordinary people. However, if they were to meet someone with an extraordinary background, they would often get into trouble. At first, Duan Ling Tian was worried that he would attract attention if he hid his true appearance. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. First of all, this military camp covered a large area. There were not many people he met along the way. In addition, some people might have hidden their true appearance like him. However, if one did not use their divine consciousness to investigate, no one would know who was and who was not. In next to no time, a voice drew Duan Ling Tian's attention. Do you think that Duan Ling Tian who came from the Xiangang land's Wandala Palace died, as some people said? Or did he find a place to hide? Not far away, a few people gathered together and happened to be talking about him. When Duan Ling Tian heard these people's words, he was inexplicably shocked. How did these people know about his background? However, when he thought that those who were searching for him were the descendants of the ultimate experts, Duan Ling Tian was relieved. The descendants of the ultimate experts, even if they did not seek help from the ultimate experts, used the influence of the ultimate experts. It was not difficult to find out his origin after a period of time. Soon, with the in-depth discussion of these people, Duan Ling Tian also realized that his background in the Xiangang land had been dug up thoroughly. Even the fact that he was less than 1,000 years old had spread. Do you think that Duan Ling Tian really defeated Ning Yixuan? I don't think it's possible. Although I also don't think it's possible, my cousin knows a descendant of the ultimate experts, and according to what that person said, this matter is true. It said that the ultimate expert ancestor of the Ning clan was also punished for making a move in the planar battlefield. The ultimate expert was punished? Who can punish him? At this time, Duan Ling Tian also realized that the matter between him and Ning Yixuan had spread. Many people also knew that Ning Yixuan had saved his life. Many people could not understand. And some people also said the words that Ning Yixuan had said to other people about this matter later on. It was nothing more than wanting to defeat Duan Ling Tian with his own hands. I didn't expect that after so many years. The popularity of this matter still hasn't died down. Duan Ling Tian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also heard many other things, but compared to his popularity, these things were rarely mentioned at the same time. It was unlike him, where he could hear people talking about him after walking for a while. During this time, Duan Ling Tian also heard that many descendants of the ultimate experts no longer had eyes on him and were looking for their own fortuitous encounters. Although they were the descendants of the ultimate experts, they usually only had one ultimate expert behind them. In the realm battlefield, there were some fortuitous encounters that even the ultimate experts behind them could not provide. Most of the time, these fortuitous encounters were obtained by a group of ultimate experts in the realm battlefield and were used to nurture their descendants. During this time, Duan Ling Tian also learned more about the ultimate experts in the realm battlefield. The mysterious ultimate experts in the realm battlefield. Their realm battlefield encompassed 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms. They were collectively known as the God-defying realm. Chapter 4290. There are 81 Devata realms. There are 18 realms of gods. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain this world, including the realms of gods, Devata realms, and mundane realms, was part of the reverse divine realm. Apart from that, the outer realm should be outside the reverse divine realm. Apart from that, the independent realms, such as the realms created by supreme powerhouses and those created by those with some strength, could also be considered as realms. However, they were not stable realms. In fact, the little world in each person's body could be considered as a realm. It feels like this world is much bigger than I thought. At this moment, the world in Duan Ling Tian's eyes had changed. It no longer included this piece of heaven and earth. In the past, he thought this piece of heaven and earth was this world. However, that was not the case now. This world was just the world of the reverse divine realm. It was not necessarily the entire world. Naturally, It was also possible to say the reverse divine realm was a world. For example, Earth in his past life was also considered a world. Outside of Earth, including Earth, could also be considered as a world. After all, Duanling Tian did not know much about the God-reversing realm and the outer realm since he did not ask them face to face. However, it was a huge blow to him. He was a little absent-minded. I don't think this can go on. It's going to affect my cultivation. I don't even want to accumulate battle merits to open secret realms. What I want to do now is to learn more about the outer realm. It had to be said that the God-defying realm and the outer realm had a huge impact on Duanling Tian. It had almost overturned his understanding of the world. For this reason, it was difficult for him to extricate himself from it. I should leave the Chaos Realm and the Realm battlefield for a while. In the end, Duanling Tian decided to temporarily leave the Realm of Chaos and the Realm battlefield after he discovered he could no longer suppress the shock and confusion in his heart. Not only did he leave the God's Judgment battlefield, he also crossed from the God's Judgment battlefield to the Profound Zen battlefield of the Profound Gangland, then left from there and returned to the Profound Gangland. Once again returning to the Profound Handleland, Duanling Tian felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the past, when he had left the Profound Handleland, he had left with his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. At that time, he had only been a high god emperor. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the ultimate god realm and became a lower ultimate god. Although the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace is only a heavyweight ultimate god force and not a giant ultimate god force, it has been around for a long time. As a higher ultimate god, the old dean probably knows a lot. After Duanling Tian returned to the Profound Handleland, he did not stay outside and directly returned to the Myriad Arts Academy. During this process, although he knew that there was a high probability that he could move in a high-profile manner, he still chose to move in the dark. Now that the news of him being in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the Divine Judgment had spread, the people here must have received the news as well, including the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. In the past, if the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect wanted to kill him, they only needed to send an ultimate god. Now, not to mention an ordinary lower ultimate god, even a stronger middle ultimate god would not be able to take him down. Even a top middle ultimate god might not be able to stop him if there was only one of them. Unless a higher ultimate god made a move. However, the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect only had one higher ultimate god on the surface, and it might even be only one. For such an expert to personally deal with Duanling Tian, it would be possible if they could confirm when Duanling Tian would appear in a certain place. It was almost impossible for such an existence to wait outside the Myriad Arts Academy for Duanling Tian. Especially now that in everyone's eyes, Duanling Tian was in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the Divine Judgment. It was almost impossible for the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect to send someone to wait outside the Myriad Arts Academy. However, because of the previous lesson, even if Duanling Tian felt that it was impossible, he still carefully returned to the Myriad Arts Academy. It was not until the moment Duanling Tian stepped into the Myriad Arts Academy that he removed the mask on his face and revealed his true appearance. At this time, the patrolling teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy who recognized Duanling Tian also exclaimed in surprise. "It's Duanling Tian. He's back. Isn't Duanling Tian in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the Divine Judgment? He's actually back? Duanling Tian has really entered the lower ultimate god realm." It's said that although Duanling Tian has just entered the lower ultimate god realm, he has the strength to surpass most middle ultimate gods. Moreover, those middle ultimate gods who are very strong in our eyes may not be his match. I think that apart from a few deputy palace masters, the rest of the medium ultimate gods in the academy may not be his match. After Duanling Tian returned to the Myriad Arts Academy, the news spread like wildfire. A group of Myriad Arts Academy teachers and students wanted to see Duanling Tian who had entered the ultimate god realm. It was said that this person had almost killed a descendant of a supreme expert in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment. However, although they rushed over as soon as possible, they still missed him. "Where's senior brother Duan? Where's senior brother Duan?" When the group of people did not see Duanling Tian and felt that it was a pity, Duanling Tian had already returned to the independent dimension where the internal palace was located. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by someone. "Little junior brother, you're finally back. You and third senior brother have been gone for too long this time. My cultivation has improved recently. You can practice with me. Don't worry, I'll be gentle and won't hurt you." The person who stopped Duanling Tian was Duanling Tian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-Wan. During the trip to the Divine Trials, Lang Chun-won had successfully entered the lower ultimate god realm and quickly consolidated her ultimate god realm cultivation base. Now that a few decades had passed, Lang Chun-won's strength was naturally stronger than before. That's not right. Suddenly, Lang Chun-won seemed to have noticed something and her eyes narrowed slightly. Little junior brother, you've also entered the ultimate god realm? Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. You haven't consolidated your cultivation base yet, right? Lang Chun-won murmured. No. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The cultivation of a lower ultimate god is too difficult. Although I've broken through for some time, it's still difficult to completely consolidate my cultivation base. That's good. Lang Chun-won breathed a sigh of relief. She felt great pressure when she saw that her little junior brother had entered the ultimate god realm. After all, she was his senior sister. How could a senior sister be surpassed by a junior brother? After entering the ultimate god realm, the cultivation speed has indeed slowed down a lot. Lang Chun-won sighed. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. Now, I just hope that I can get more divine corrupting spring when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opens 60 years later. Divine corrupting spring. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know much about the divine corrupting spring. He even thought that the divine corrupting spring was not as good as the divine energy of an ultimate god. It was not until he was chased by a group of ultimate god descendants that he vaguely realized that the divine corrupting spring was not ordinary. Later, he confirmed the benefits of the divine corrupting spring from some people, and learned that it was a treasure that could rapidly improve an ultimate god's cultivation base. Even an ultimate god would covet the divine corrupting spring. Some ultimate god descendants and even their own sons might not have used the divine corrupting spring before. The divine corrupting spring was too rare and did not exist in the god-defying realm. It came from outside the realm. Divine corrupting spring. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chun-won lost her composure. Junior brother, are you sure you're not wrong? You're talking about the divine corrupting spring? At that moment, Duan Lingtian saw that his fourth senior sister's eyes were a little red. It's the divine corrupting spring. Fourth senior sister. Do you know about it? Yes. Lang Chun-won nodded hurriedly and then said unhappily, first senior sister brought back a drop of the divine corrupting spring before, but she gave it to third senior brother. It was because of that third senior brother was able to break through the bottleneck and enter the intermediate ultimate god realm. According to first senior sister, the divine corrupting spring is very precious. Even she was lucky enough to get it by chance. The divine corrupting spring does not exist in the god-defying realm where we are. It only exists in the outer realm. Lang Chun-won said. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask after hearing Lang Chun-won's words, Lang Chun-won stared at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. Junior brother, tell me about the method to obtain the divine corrupting spring in the Chaos Territory. I'll see if I can get a few drops of the divine corrupting spring to drink. Duan Lingtian suddenly regretted mentioning the divine corrupting spring earlier. Would his fourth senior sister abandon her responsibilities and run away because of this? According to third senior brother, the inner palace branch could not be left unguarded, right? Once there was no one to guard it, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch was located would not last long before it collapsed and turned into ashes. Even if everyone from the inner palace branch left, they would not be able to leave for too long. Fourth senior sister, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, it's fine if you want me to tell you. However, you have to promise me that even if you want to go to the Chaos Territory, you can't go with your original body. You should know that your original body can't leave this place for too long. Otherwise, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch is located will collapse and shatter. This was actually the reason why Yang Yu-chen, the previous ruler of the inner palace branch, had specially left the inner palace branch in Lang Chun-won's hands before he left. Only the ruler of the inner palace branch could stabilize this space. Junior brother, why don't I pass the position of the ruler of the inner palace branch to you? Lang Chun-won stared at Duan Lingtian and asked tentatively. If it was said that she had been tricked into accepting the responsibility of the inner palace branch. Now, she completely realized that her third senior brother was completely passing the responsibility to her. She regretted it. However, she had no other choice now. If she left, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch was located would disappear. Not only would she lose her home, but her third senior brother, second senior brother, little junior brother, and eldest senior sister would also lose their home. Chapter 4291. Fourth Senior Sister. I'm afraid I can't do that. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he said, My wife, who is also your sister-in-law, is still trapped in the God's judgment battlefield. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Before I'm found, I won't be able to take over the responsibility of managing the inner palace. I hope you can understand. Fourth Senior Sister. Although his fourth senior sister was still like a child, Duan Lingtian still treated her as his senior sister in his heart. This was because she treated him as her junior brother and took care of him. He was not a cold-hearted person. If someone treated him well, he would not treat them badly. Little junior brother. I'm just joking with you. Lang Chunwan smiled awkwardly when she saw Duan Lingtian's serious expression. Although she looked young and had a childlike personality, she was not immature. She regretted her earlier joke when she saw her little junior brother being serious. Don't worry. Since third senior brother has handed the inner palace and our home to me, I'll make sure our home is gone. Lang Chunwan giggled. Her previous seriousness was gone at this moment. It was replaced by her usual childlike innocence. Little junior brother. Don't worry. Even if I'm going to the realm battlefield, I'll only send my avatar. Furthermore, my clones of laws are not much weaker than my true body. Little junior brother, why don't you tell me how I can obtain the divine corrupting spring in the realm battlefield? It was obvious that Lang Chunwan had not forgotten about the divine corrupting spring. It was obvious how attractive the divine corrupting spring was to her. Duan Lingtian could understand why. He knew how precious the divine corrupting spring was. It was something that even the descendants of the ultimate powerhouses would fight over. Otherwise, why would the descendants of those supreme experts spend so much effort to search for him, and even hunt him down in the chaos region of the planar battlefield? Fourth senior sister, the divine corrupting spring. In the face of Lang Chunwan's questioning, Duan Lingtian, who knew that she was just joking, didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. He started from the time when he discovered the change in the chaos region and heard the voice of the utmost expert. He repeated the words of the utmost expert. Even the 10th place in the same realm has a drop of divine corrupting spring water? After hearing this, Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up. There are so many rankings of the same realm, and the person at the bottom of any one of them can still get a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It seems that those supreme masters have gained a lot in the outer realm this time. He actually obtained so much divine accumulating spring water. Could it be that he obtained a pool of God's gathering spring water? As she spoke, Lang Chunyuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. According to his fourth senior sister, as well as those people in the planar battlefield, the divine corrupting spring was extremely precious. Even a single drop was enough to make the strongest desire it. However, this time, a large amount of divine corrupting spring water had appeared in the planar battlefield. He didn't think that only the 10th place in the same realm could get a drop of divine corrupting spring water while the others couldn't. There was a high probability that the others also had more than one drop of divine corrupting spring water. Fourth senior sister. How much do you know about the outer realm? Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan and asked curiously. Lang Chunwan gradually came back to her senses and shook her head. Little junior brother, I've never been to the outer realm. I've only heard about it from eldest senior sister, so I don't know much about it. I only know that although eldest senior sister is a higher ultimate god, it's still very dangerous to go to the outer realm. It's said that even utmost experts have the risk of dying there. There aren't only people from the god-defying realm in the outer realm. There are also people from other realms. There are also utmost experts and higher ultimate gods in the other realms. I heard from eldest senior sister that the masters of the 18 realms of gods, the 18 powerful utmost experts, are the guardians of the god-defying realm. They guard the 18 passageways from the god-defying realm to the outer realm. We can also leave through those 18 passageways to go to the outer realm. In addition, it's said that as long as one becomes a higher ultimate god in the realms of gods or the planar battlefield, they'll be entrusted with responsibilities. They'll need to go to the outer realm to serve the god-defying realm at certain intervals. Although Lang Chunwan said that she didn't know much about the god-defying realm, what she said was something that Duan Lingtian had never heard of before. However, after listening to her, Duan Lingtian also realized how terrifying the outer realm was. In the god-defying realm, those who had not reached the higher ultimate god realm and the utmost experts of the god-defying realm did not recommend them to go to the outer realm. Of course, there were also many people who went to the outer realm before reaching the higher ultimate god realm in order to seek greater opportunities. However, these people basically died 9 out of 10 times. Even those who survived were not all lucky. Some people were directly crippled and then returned to the god-defying realm to retire until the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation came and they died. Also, I heard from Elda's senior sister that the planar battlefield is actually a group of utmost experts who made an imitation of the outer realm space. Killing people in the outer realm can also get something similar to the rules of reward. However, it's not limited to the rules of reward. It's also possible to get some treasures. Treasures like the divine corporeal spring. Back then, the drop of divine corporeal spring that Elda's senior sister obtained was a reward for killing a higher ultimate god from other realms. Lang Chun-Wan continued. After telling Duan Ling Tian everything she knew, another Lang Chun-Wan suddenly jumped out of Lang Chun-Wan's body. This Lang Chun-Wan smiled at Duan Ling Tian and then left. Little junior brother, my law clone will go to the Chaos region in the profound Zen battlefield. If you have any questions, you can come directly to my original body. However, my understanding of the outer realm is limited to this. If you want to know more, you can go to Old Man Su Baili. Lang Chun-Wan said to Duan Ling Tian. Su Baili was the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy, a higher ultimate god expert. I originally planned to come back and learn more about the outer realm from the palace master. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Fourth senior sister, I'll leave now. After I learn more about the outer realm from the palace master, I'll leave the Myriad Law Academy again and go to the Chaos region in the God's Judgment battlefield. Duan Ling Tian was also preparing to leave. When Lang Chun-Wan heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she smiled and said, Little junior brother, after 60 years, when all the Chaos region gathers, I look forward to competing with you for the lower ultimate god ranking list. She was also a lower ultimate god. At that time, she would be on the same ranking list as Duan Ling Tian. I'll definitely be ahead of you, Lang Chun-Wan said confidently. This was also her stubbornness. No matter what, the person in front of her was only her little junior brother. Even if she was only a law clone, she would not allow herself to be inferior to her little junior brother. Otherwise, how could he face others in the future? If second senior brother and third senior brother knew, would they not make fun of him? After Duan Ling Tian left the internal palace's independent space, he went directly to the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Baili. This time, it was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had met Su Baili. He had met Su Baili before, so they were quite familiar with each other. I've heard. Su Baili sighed when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Originally, when you entered the dimensional battlefield, I guessed that you would have an amazing performance. However, it seems that I underestimated you. He had also heard about Duan Ling Tian's fame in the Chaos region in the God's Judgment battlefield. Even before that, the current patriarch of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains, Yun Tingfeng, had personally paid him a visit and wanted to ask for a favor by killing Duan Ling Tian. However, Su Baili had rejected him. Palace Master, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian said humbly. Luckies. Su Baili shook his head. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you defeated and almost killed the Land of Sanctions Ning family's genius, Ning Yixuan, is enough to make you famous in the various planes. You'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the godly defying world. In the past, this honor belonged to Ning Yixuan. Although Duan Ling Tian already knew that Ning Yixuan was famous, he was still surprised when he heard Su Baili's words. He did not expect Ning Yixuan to be so famous that even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master praised him so much. I heard that the Ning family supreme expert personally saved Ning Yixuan and suffered a heavy punishment because of it. Su Baili paused. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, you don't have to worry. That supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan isn't a petty person. He was the one who broke the rules this time, so he won't target you. In fact, what Su Baili said was what Duan Ling Tian had been worried about. After all, he had caused the supreme expert to suffer a great loss. Not only did he give him 2 supreme divine artifact embryos, but he also suffered a heavy punishment. Perhaps the supreme expert hated him. It was not a good thing to be hated by a supreme expert. It would be easy for the supreme expert to kill him. However, now that he heard Su Baili's words, he was relieved. Since the supreme expert was not a petty person, he should not hold a grudge against him. Also, before Duan Lingtian could ask Su Baili about the extraterrestrial lands, Su Baili spoke first. Do you have a grudge against the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land? Su Baili's question stunned Duan Lingtian. After a moment, he came back to his senses and vaguely guessed something. Palace Master. Did someone from the Yun family come? Previously, near the Yun family's residence in the divine offering land, he had almost killed the Yun family's young master, Yun Qingyan. At the critical moment, Yun Qingyan had used the means left behind by his father, the Yun family's patriarch, to escape death by a fluke. At that time, the Yun family's patriarch had personally rushed over. He had almost been left behind by the other party. After that, he knew that he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Yun family. However, he did not expect the Yun family to send someone to the Xiangang land and find the Myriad Law Academy. Chapter 4292. Yes. Su Baili nodded. Not only did someone come to the Yun family, but it was the current patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng. Duan Lingtian was surprised to hear Su Baili's words. He did not expect the patriarch of the Yun family to come personally. At the same time, he was curious. Why did Yun Tingfeng come to Myriad Law Academy? Did he want Myriad Law Academy to hand him over? He came because he wanted me and Myriad Law Academy to give up on you and expel you. Su Baili smiled faintly. Although Myriad Law Academy is not a giant godly venerable rank force and does not have a supreme expert backing it, there are a few supreme experts who are somewhat related to Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, even those giant godly venerable rank forces do not dare to offend Myriad Law Academy. As a genius student of Myriad Law Academy, you will naturally be valued by Myriad Law Academy. If he kills you openly, it will be tantamount to making an enemy of Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, he wants to get rid of some future troubles. Su Baili said. I see. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He looked at Su Baili and said solemnly, Thank you, Palace Master. Evidently, from what the Palace Master had said, he had strongly rejected Yun Tingfeng. Perhaps Yun Tingfeng had once promised the Palace Master some benefits in this matter, but the Palace Master still refused. To him, this could be considered to be a favor. There's no need to thank me. Su Baili shook his head. There's no need to feel that you owe me a favor. What I did was nothing more than what I should have done. If I truly expel you from the 10,000 Law Academy because of that Yun Tingfeng, then perhaps the 10,000 Law Academy will also be completely separated from the 10,000 Law Academy. This time, Su Baili's expression was solemn when he mentioned the internal palace branch. Perhaps in your eyes, the internal palace branch has a place in Myriad Law Academy, but it is in a semi-transparent state. However, in reality, the internal palace branch is the guardian of Myriad Law Academy. In the history of 10,000 Arts Academy's existence, the branch of the inner palace has contributed to 10,000 Arts Academy many times. Among the few supreme masters who are currently involved with 10,000 Arts Academy, 2 of them died. It is because of the branch of the inner palace that they are involved with 10,000 Arts Academy. At this point, Su Baili paused for a moment before continuing. Duan Lingtian, as time goes on, you will naturally understand more about your inner palace. Even if you people from the inner palace want to leave, it's more than enough for you to establish your own ultimate god faction. Your innate talent is monstrous and unparalleled. Even your 4th senior sister and 3rd senior brother are rare monstrous geniuses. At the very least, in the current generation of Myriad Law Palace, you won't be able to find anyone who is around the same age as them, let alone find someone who can surpass them. Although your 2nd senior brother's cultivation talent is slightly inferior to your 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister's, he is still a genius. His comprehension of the laws is not inferior to your 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister's. As for your eldest senior sister, that goes without saying. If I were to go up against her now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Su Baili laughed self-deprecatingly at the end of his sentence. If we were to talk about seniority, that girl would have to address me as senior granduncle. Duan Lingtian did not think much of Su Baili's words because he also knew that his 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior brother, and 4th senior sister were extraordinary. If they were not monstrous geniuses from the lower dimensions, they would not have been accepted into the branch of the inner palace. It was the same for him as well. If he had not displayed sufficient talent and comprehension, his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would not have personally left 10,000 Arts Academy to ask him to join the 10,000 Arts Academy's inner palace. However, when he heard the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy mention his eldest senior sister, he was shocked. Although he knew his eldest senior sister was a high-level ultimate god, he thought she was just an ordinary high-level ultimate god. However, from what the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy said, his eldest senior sister was very powerful even among high-level ultimate gods. He had heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy in front of him was definitely not a weakling among high-level ultimate gods, even though he was not as powerful as the leaders of those giant ultimate gods' forces. Such an existence actually said that he could not last more than 3 moves against his eldest senior sister? Eldest senior sister is that powerful? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian felt as if he had inexplicably gained a powerful backer. Although he had never seen his eldest senior sister, according to his third senior brother and fourth senior sister, his eldest senior sister was very protective. As her youngest junior brother, how could his eldest senior sister not protect him? Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, since you said my eldest senior sister is that powerful, how does she compare to the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng? The Yun family head was undoubtedly a very powerful existence. Even among high-level ultimate gods, he was a top existence. Back then, if the Yun family head had arrived earlier, he would not have been able to escape alive. That's hard to say. Su Baili also shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Even if I encounter the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng, I'm not confident that I can last more than 3 moves. I can only say that if your eldest senior sister has improved over the years, she should not be afraid of the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng. Su Baili's words were undoubtedly the greatest acknowledgement of Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister whom he had never met. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, shocked by Su Baili's answer as well. Who was Yun Tingfeng? He was the Yun family head, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains. He was the strongest existence in the Yun family apart from the supreme ancestor. He was definitely in the top echelon among high-level ultimate gods. His eldest senior sister was actually not weaker than him? Now, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why Su Baili had said that even if the internal palace branch became independent, it would be more than enough to become a heavyweight ultimate god force. With his eldest senior sister, the combat power of the internal palace branch would not be inferior to any heavyweight ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods. Palace Master, I heard that. My eldest senior sister is currently in the extraterrestrial land? Duan Lingtian thought of the purpose of his visit to Su Baili and asked, can you tell me more about the extraterrestrial land? Although my fourth senior sister knows a little about it, she doesn't know much. Su Baili shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Actually, you don't need to know about this for now. Even if you're a lower ultimate god, you're still too far away from that place. Usually, only high-level ultimate gods go to that place. Anyone below the upper ultimate god level, unless they're powerful enough to be comparable to a high-level ultimate god, would only be courting death if they went there. Su Baili said. However, seeing Duan Lingtian's curiosity and eagerness, Su Baili continued, if you're really curious, I can tell you in advance. I just hope that it won't have a negative impact on you. Of course, this could also be a motivation for you to move forward and let you know how high the real heaven is. The heaven of this world is not limited to the reverse god realm. Su Baili said. Then, Su Baili began to tell him everything he knew about the extraterrestrial land. The extraterrestrial land is the place where the passageways of the 10,000 realms converge. Over there, as long as you're strong enough, you can travel to the extraterrestrial land. The reverse god realm is just one of the realms. Su Baili said. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He asked in surprise, the reverse god realm is just one of the 10,000 realms? About 10,000 realms. Su Baili said, no one can say in detail the number of realms. However, there are more than 10,000 realms that are known and have been discovered. Of course, although there are 10,000 realms, most of them are very weak, and they are all subsidiary realms of the strong realms. For example, our reverse god realm has more than 10 weak realms as our subsidiary realms. Among the 10,000 realms, although our reverse god realm is not the strongest group of realms, we are still considered to have some strength. Among the 10,000 realms, there are 3 major realms that are the most powerful. There are hundreds of subsidiary realms under each of the 3 major realms. Below them are the 18 realms including our reverse god realm. Below them they are basically weak realms, and the number of supreme experts among them is not more than 10. The number of supreme experts is not more than 10, which is generally the sign of a weak realm. Of course, there are also other reasons, and that is, the supreme experts among them are strong enough. For example, among the other 17 realms that are as famous as our reverse god realm, there is a realm that has an extremely powerful supreme expert. His strength is so strong that he is not inferior to the strongest existence in the 3 major realms. And because of his existence, although there are only a few supreme experts in the realm he is in, the realm he is in is still considered a strong realm. The land outside the realm, as the intersection of the outside world, is also a very magical place. Inside, it is full of all kinds of rewards. As long as you are strong enough, you can get a lot of benefits there. The plain battlefield of our reverse god realm, as well as the divine trial grounds that you have been to before, are actually created by the supreme experts of our reverse god realm by imitating the land outside the realm. As for the rules and rewards inside, they are not the strength of the supreme experts themselves. They all come from the dozens of subsidiary realms under our reverse god realm, and from the power of those subsidiary realms. When the power of the realm is absorbed to a certain extent, it will also collapse and be destroyed, and all the creatures inside will be annihilated. Only the supreme experts can survive. This is also the sorrow of a weak realm. We should all be glad that we are not people of a weak realm. Otherwise, even if we can live for a long time unless we become a supreme expert or have a relationship with a supreme expert, and can make the supreme expert willing to take us away before the realm is destroyed, otherwise it will be difficult to escape death. With Su Baili's words, Duan Ling Tian also had a deeper understanding of the land outside the realm. In the land outside the realm, 10,000 realms gathered. Among the 10,000 realms, there were 3 most powerful realms. The reverse god realm was not one of them. The reverse god realm was one of the 18 most powerful realms below the 3 great realms. Below them were the weak realms with no more than 10 supreme experts. Chapter 4293. Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask Su Bailai, earlier, I heard you say that among the 10,000 realms, apart from the 3 great realms, the strongest ones are the 18 realms, including our reverse god realm, 18 realms. Duan Ling Tian was very sensitive to the number 18, because there were 18 realms of gods in the reverse divine realm and 81 Devata realms. Was all of this just a coincidence? There are 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm. According to rumors, there have always been 18 realms of gods. Does it have anything to do with the 18 second-tier realms, including our reverse divine realm? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Yes. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought he might have been overthinking. However, he did not expect Su Bailai to confirm that his thoughts were just wishful thinking. In the Outer Land, although the 18 realms are all second-tier realms, they have to work together to contend with the 3 strongest realms. The 18 domains are in a cooperative relationship. Many years ago, they used the power of the domains to form a formation to defend the 18 domains and resist the possible invasion of the other 3 domains. The 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm have also formed a formation similar to the realm-crossing Grand Formation. In other words, it's an imitation of the Grand Formation to defend the reverse divine realm. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when he heard Su Bailai's words. Palace Master, according to what you said, the 18 realms, including the reverse god realm, are in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, the realm energy between each other has formed a defensive Grand Formation. In that case, the safety of the reverse divine realm is very important. Why do we need another layer of protection in our own home? The other 17 realms won't just stand by and watch the reverse divine realm be destroyed by the 3 great realms, right? Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be? Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Bailai and asked in a low voice. Could it be that there are also conflicts between the 18 domains? Su Bailai looked at Duan Ling Tian approvingly and nodded. That's right, there are also battles between the 18 domains. Of course, we won't go too far. As for what you're fighting for, when you become stronger, step into the realm of Upper Ultimate God, enter the Outer Realm and understand, or become an ultimate expert and become one of the guardians of the God-defying realm, you'll naturally understand. There are some things that you may not understand even if I tell you now. After all, you've just entered the ultimate God realm. You still don't know or understand some of the higher-level things. Su Bailai said. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he was naturally enlightened. He was no longer curious about this because everything was similar to what he had guessed. There were indeed battles in the 18 domains. However, this battle should not affect their joint defense against the possible invasion of the 3 great domains. It was normal. In his previous life on Earth, there was another saying: where there were people, there would be conflicts. Usually people would fight with each other. However, when both sides were in danger and had a common enemy, it was normal for people to put aside their personal grudges and work together to defend against the enemy. Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian asked further about the Devata realms. After listening to Su Baili's explanation, Duan Ling Tian learned that the 81 Devata realms had nothing to do with the 18 realms of gods. In the beginning, there were not 81 Devata realms. Later on, there were only 81 Devata realms. In the past, there were more than 100 Devata realms. The Devata realms are not created by humans, including the mundane realms. They're naturally formed in the God-defying realm. After the living beings are born in them, they continue to grow and transform. In fact, some of the Devata realms used to be mundane realms many years ago. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard about this. However, he did not think it was impossible. In short, Su Baili said with a smile. Su Baili said with a smile, what you can do now is to make a name for yourself in the Chaos Territory. It's best if you can become the first on the Lesser Ultimate Gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory 60 years later. At that time, you'll appear in front of many supreme powerhouses. Who knows, maybe some supreme powerhouse will come up with the idea of forming a good relationship with you. Before you become stronger, it's very important for you to be taken care of by a supreme powerhouse. Upon hearing Su Baili's words, Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he was in the single-person secret realm in the Divine Judgment battlefield, he had encountered Ning Yixuan, the genius from the Ning clan in the Land of Sanctions. At that time, he had almost killed Ning Yixuan. It was the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan who had intervened and saved him. After that, the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan had given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. At the same time, the person who had given him the embryos of supreme divine weapons had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, there was another supreme powerhouse whom he had never met or heard of who had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, they were sword-shaped embryos. At that time, he had realized that they were also 2 supreme powerhouses. Those 2 supreme powerhouses were planning to give me the embryos of supreme divine weapons as a gift to form a good relationship with me? When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood. Previously, he had been puzzled. Were all supreme powerhouses so generous? Now, it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. They must have seen great potential in him and had taken out 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as an investment for him. At the very least, if he became stronger, and the 2 supreme powerhouses were unfamiliar with the situation, his attitude would definitely be different if they were in front of him. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Although he was not young now, more than 900 years old, compared to the age of those supreme powerhouses, he was not even a fraction of their age. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Now, he had understood what he wanted to know. Duan Ling Tian was preparing to return to the Chaos region in the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. He would continue to look for his wife, Kerr, his mother-in-law, and his sister-in-law while improving himself. Let me give you a ride. Su Baili smiled and said, although there may not be anyone guarding outside, I'll give you a ride so you can be more careful. Thank you, Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian thanked him repeatedly. He still trusted this Palace Master. To put it bluntly, if even this person wanted to harm him, he would have been captured and killed as soon as he entered the Wanda Law Palace. Immediately after, Duan Ling Tian and Su Baili walked together and entered the battlefield of the Dark Zen. Then, they entered the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. After entering the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, Su Baili was ready to leave. Although you've been amazingly talented along the way and have been able to turn danger into safety every time, I still have to remind you that you still have to be more careful. In the history of the God-defying world, although I've never heard of such a talented person like you, the God-defying world has a long history. There may have been someone like you, or even someone more talented than you. Although I don't know if such a person has grown up successfully. What I know is that even such a person has the risk of dying halfway, and once he dies, everything will be for naught. No matter how talented he is, he will be forgotten by people with the passage of time. Speaking of this, Su Baili's serious face relaxed slightly. So, you have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Palace Master. I'll be careful. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. In fact, if it were not for Ning Yishuan's help last time, he would have died. Since then, he had become even more careful. He also knew that even if his journey had been smooth sailing and he had been able to turn danger into safety many times, once he fell, he would really fall. Go. Su Baili said as he tore open the space and left. At the same time, a blade-shaped metal embryo appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It exuded a chilling aura that was breathtaking. This is... Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he looked at Su Baili again, he saw that Su Baili had already disappeared. The embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Duan Lingtian sighed. This embryo of a supreme divine weapon must be something very precious even to the palace master. It might be the only one he had. However, he had given it to him. Not everyone, even a high-level ultimate god, had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Of course, the high-level ultimate gods who stood at the top of the pyramid of high-level ultimate gods would have many embryos of supreme divine weapons in their hands. They might even have a complete supreme divine weapon. However, the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy should only be an ordinary high-level ultimate god. After all, the Palace Master had told Duan Lingtian that he would not be able to last more than 3 moves in front of his eldest senior sister, Yun Tingfeng, the head of the Yun family. I owe him another favor. Duan Lingtian shook his head but still put away the blade-shaped embryo of a supreme divine weapon in front of him. This was something he urgently needed. After all, he had already collected 7 embryos and integrated them into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Now, there was another one. There were a total of 8. 2 more. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword is given enough time, it can directly transform into a supreme divine weapon. If I have a supreme divine weapon, my strength will rise to another level. Even if I have a supreme divine weapon now, even if I'm a top mid-level ultimate god, as long as my opponent doesn't have a supreme divine weapon, I might be able to match him. Perhaps, I might be able to defeat him. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with desire. Let's go to the Chaos Territory. After confirming that he was in the outer area of the battlefield of the God's Adjudication, Duan Lingtian found a military camp nearby, and made a trip to the Divine Offering Land before re-entering the inner area and entering the Chaos Territory. As soon as he entered the Chaos Territory, he passed by a canyon and was suddenly enveloped by energy that swept over Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He had just arrived, but he was about to be swept into a secret territory and become a gatekeeper? Was he not too unlucky? The challenger is definitely not from the world of divine remains. I wonder if he's from the land of sanctions or the other 4 realms of gods. Chapter 4294. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the situation he was facing now, because he had experienced it before. Back then, he had been drawn into a secret realm. The challengers were from the land of sanctions. They were confident they could defeat all the challengers, including him. At that time, the people from the world of divine remains who were trying to break through with him had already lost all hope. He was the one who killed the people from the land of sanctions and forced them to retreat. Then, he was transported out of the secret realm with the people from the land of divine offering, saving them from death. This time, he was drawn into a secret realm again. However, he did not know which realm of gods this secret realm belonged to. The only thing he was certain of was that it was definitely not a secret realm from the divine offering land. This was because he had entered the realm of chaos with the identity of someone from the world of divine offering. This time, the challengers who were drawn into the secret realm with him were definitely from the land of divine offering. As for the challengers, they were definitely not from the land of divine offering. If the land of chaos had not opened, the challengers would definitely be from the land of sanctions. However, now that the land of chaos had opened and 4 realms of gods had joined, there were 5 possible challengers. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright before he discovered he was above an icy plain. A gust of cold air swept toward him, but it was blocked by the divine energy on his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 6 people appearing next to him one after another. The 6 of them did not look too good at this moment. How unlucky! I can't believe I was sent here to guard the secret realm. One of the middle-aged men cursed. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Another old man shook his head. The most important thing now is for us to join forces and fight the challengers in front of us. As long as we defeat them, we'll be able to leave this secret realm safely. That's right. What we need to do now is not to complain, but to join forces and leave this place alive. Another middle-aged man said, hitting the nail on the head. The other three nodded as well. Their expressions were solemn as well. Duan Ling Tian did not speak. He was looking at the other side of the icy plain. Over there were 7 people looking straight at them. When the 7 people saw them, 6 of them were still fine, and they still had calm smiles on their faces. But the last person's expression instantly changed, and his face turned extremely ugly. Young Master Hong Yu soon, one of the other 6 noticed the ugly expression on this person's face. He was very puzzled. This person was the descendant of a supreme expert. Furthermore, he was the grandson that the supreme expert doted on. Normally, he was aloof and insufferably arrogant. Even when he was challenging the trials and facing any of the trials, he was always calm and collected. But now, his expression suddenly changed. According to the difficulty of the previous checkpoint, the difficulty of this checkpoint shouldn't be too high, right? At this moment, the other 5 people's gazes simultaneously landed on the middle-aged man whose expression suddenly changed. Each of them had a puzzled look on their faces. Young Master Hong, could it be that there's a tough one among these people? Young Master Hong, is your enemy here? If he's your enemy, we'll join hands and kill him first. Master Hong. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Although he was not the strongest among the group of challengers in the land of cloud and water, he could be ranked in the middle. In addition, he was the descendant of a supreme expert and even the grandson of a supreme expert. Therefore, everyone was very polite to him. They kept calling him Young Master Hong. What a coincidence! Duan Ling Tian smiled. He did not expect to meet this person in such a small world. Hong Zhangyi. In the past, it was this person who led a dozen middle-level ultimate gods to besiege him and almost killed him. It was Ning Yishuan's timely appearance that saved him. He did not expect to meet this person here. This was interesting. At this moment, the people around Duan Ling Tian in the land of divine remains also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. For a moment, they could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was the focus of the group of gatekeepers' attention. He's Duan Ling Tian from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xueqi. At this moment, even Hong Zhangyi had to inform the people around him about the identity of the purple-clothed young man. He was the target that the group of descendants of supreme experts, including himself, wanted to kill even in their dreams. Firstly, it was because they had a direct interest in him. Secondly, they were jealous of Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension. Why? As the descendants of supreme experts, how could they not be compared to a country bumpkin from a lower secondary plane? When the 6 people around Hong Zhangyi heard Hong Zhangyi's words, their originally puzzled expressions and indifferent gazes disappeared and were replaced with astonishment. Duan Ling Tian? He's the monster from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xueqi? He just entered the ultimate god realm, but he's already able to fight against the best middle-level ultimate gods. It's him. The 6 people's expressions changed when they came to their senses. Their expressions were even worse than Hong Zhangyi's. Let's go. After the 6 of them looked at each other, they also noticed that a door shadow had appeared above Hong Zhangyi's head. He had chosen to leave the secret realm instead of continuing to break through. Seeing Hong Zhangyi's reaction, the 6 of them naturally did not have any hesitation. A door appeared above their heads. In the next moment, when 7 doors appeared, the 7 figures, including Hong Zhangyi, disappeared almost at the same time, leaving only the sound of a biting cold wind. At the same time, the 6 people around Duan Ling Tian had a stunned expression on their faces. What's going on? Hong Zhangyi and the others were too far away after all. In addition, they did not use their divine sense to probe, so they had no idea what Hong Zhangyi and the others were talking about. The only thing they knew was that the purple-clothed young man beside them had something to do with the departure of the 7 gatekeepers in front of them. Could this purple-clothed young man be some kind of extraordinary person? Suddenly, an old man seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened rapidly. Could he be the monster Duan Ling Tian from the Xueqi land? I heard. Duan Ling Tian entered the battlefield of God's judgment as a person from the world of divine offering. Also, Duan Ling Tian looks like a young man, wearing a purple robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Everything matches. As the old man spoke, the others looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment. Could he really be Duan Lingtian? Why don't we ask him? The 6 of them hesitated. They wanted to ask Duan Lingtian, but no one dared to speak first. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who smiled faintly. Yes, I am Duan Lingtian. The moment he saw Hong Zhangyi, Duan Lingtian had guessed the outcome. Although he had the chance to teleport closer and kill Hong Zhangyi at that moment. However, unless he killed everyone here, the news of Hong Zhangyi being killed by him would definitely spread. It might even reach the ears of Hong Zhangyi's omnipotent grandfather. As for the failure to kill Hong Zhangyi and his grandfather's projection appearing, Duan Lingtian was not worried about that. The possibility of that happening was close to zero. The projection jade slip of an omnipotent's true body was a rare item. Even an omnipotent would have to expend a lot of effort to condense it. Hong Zhangyi was indeed the grandson of an omnipotent. However, as far as he knew, that omnipotent had many grandchildren. Hong Zhangyi was just one of them that he doted on more. Such an omnipotent's descendant was actually not worthy of an omnipotent's true body projection jade slip. The true body projection jade slip was usually given to the most talented descendants of the omnipotent. It might even be the disciple of the omnipotent. Those people were irreplaceable. At least in the eyes of the omnipotent, they were irreplaceable. Take Ning Yixuan for example. Ning Yixuan, as far as he knew, was not actually a direct descendant of the omnipotent of the Ning clan. However, because of Ning Yixuan's outstanding talent, he was valued by the omnipotent since young. Therefore, in the eyes of the omnipotent, Ning Yixuan's status was even higher than his own descendants. His descendants, as long as they were omnipotent experts who had not severed their emotions and desires, had lived for so many years. For example, the omnipotent expert of the Ning clan had more than 100 children. Grandsons, granddaughters, maternal grandsons, maternal granddaughters, there were even more than 1,000 of them. As for an outstanding Ning clan descendant like Ning Yixuan, he was the only one in the current generation of the Ning clan. What a pity. I actually met him in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity. If he had met him outside, he could have killed him directly. Then, even if the omnipotent experts knew that he was dead, they would not be able to trace it back to him. There was no way to send messages in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, outside of the secret realm, even the omnipotent experts who were monitoring the dimensional battlefield could not keep an eye on every corner of the dimensional battlefield. They would not pay much attention to the death of a lower ultimate god. This was what Duan Lingtian had learned before. Of course, if he killed Hong Zhangyi in front of a group of people in the secret realm, the news would spread. Even if the omnipotent expert did not openly deal with him or was open-minded enough to not deal with him, it was inevitable that the omnipotent expert's subordinates would make a fuss about it. In his opinion, it was better to avoid this kind of thing as much as possible. He had just entered the lower ultimate god realm. As long as 1 or 2 stronger upper ultimate gods came, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Everything was for survival. Although Duan Lingtian could not wait to kill Hong Zhangyi to avenge the past, he forced himself to endure. It's really you. You're really Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're too strong. Those people did not even have the courage to attack after recognizing you and left immediately. Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to you that we were able to pass this time. Thank you. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the people from the world of divine remains were shocked and thanked Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was sent out of the secret realm as the others thanked him. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered he had appeared in a valley. With just a glance, he saw a person who was bombarding the cliff at the side of the valley. It was as though he was trying to create a shelter for himself. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance also alarmed the other party. After seeing Duan Lingtian, the other party's face instantly turned pale. No. Impossible. How is this possible? What a coincidence. Duan Lingtian was also shocked at this moment. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Or was Hong Zhangyi unlucky? After he was teleported out, he actually appeared at the place where Hong Zhangyi was. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Chapter 4295. Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhangyi looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. However, a moment later, A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes while deep in Hong Zhongyi's eyes. There was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Hong Zhongyi was no longer as arrogant as when he first met Duan Lingtian. He was no longer as arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had more than a dozen medium ultimate gods with him. His strength could completely crush Duan Lingtian and he had the confidence to be arrogant. However, he was alone now. Not to mention that he was alone. For example, in the secret realm earlier, even if he had a few helpers, he did not think they would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if they joined forces. Duan Lingtian, seeing Duan Lingtian walking toward him, Hong Zhongyi's expression turned ugly. However, he forced a smile on his face. I don't have any personal grudges with you. The reason I brought people to look for you last time was purely because of my brother's instigation. He's my grandfather's disciple and is expected to be in the top 3 of the Chaos region's upgraded lower ultimate gods list 60 years later. He asked me to help him deal with you so that he can be in the top 3. Hong Zhongyi could feel the coldness and murderous intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was already trying his best to survive. As for the brother he mentioned, it was completely fabricated. He did it so that Duan Lingtian would not vent all of his anger on him. Do you think I'll believe you? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although he felt that it was a coincidence to meet Hong Zhongyi again, he did not plan to let him go. If he missed such a good opportunity, he might not get another one like this in the future. Even if it was not a coincidence and was arranged by someone, he was not afraid. The person who arranged this was most likely an ultimate expert. If it was really arranged by an ultimate expert, the other party must not be on good terms with the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhongyi. Otherwise, he would not have set up Hong Zhongyi, an ultimate expert's descendant. If the other party could do such a thing, he was not worried that the other party would complain to the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhongyi. Of course, it could also be a coincidence. Duan Lingtian. Hong Zhongyi's expression changed again when he saw Duan Lingtian was ignoring him even though he tried to be soft. He said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, if you dare to kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. My grandfather is a supreme expert. If he wanted to kill you, it would be easier than crushing an ant. This time, Hong Zhongyi was going to be tough. Using both soft and hard methods was all for the sake of survival. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled in the face of Hong Zhongyi who had become unyielding. Hong Zhongyi, if I kill you, do you think your supreme powerhouse grandfather will know that I'm the one who killed you? Lingtian Lingtian's S. Lingtian Lingtian's. If's Lingtian Lingtian's Lingtianus, Lingtian Lingtian Lingtian. He Lingtian, show about it? If he doesn't make a move, there's no need to worry about violating the rules of the planar battlefield and the Chaos region. If his true body projection appears, I will give him face. Duan Lingtian continued. The smile on his face? His smile grew brighter and brighter. He was certain that Hong Zhongyi did not have his grandfather's projection jade slip. Hong Zhongyi's expression changed again. Moreover, her face was slightly flushed, as if she had become somewhat embarrassed and resentful at this moment. Although he was the descendant of a supreme expert and his own grandson, and his grandfather doted on him a lot, something like a projection jade slip. However, it was not his turn yet. Even a few years ago, he took the initiative to ask for it from his grandfather and was reprimanded by his grandfather. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhongyi could not find the dark place above the void. An elderly figure was faintly discernible. Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Even though I helped him take revenge? If old Hong finds out, I'm afraid he won't let this go. The elderly figure was, shockingly, an old man. If Duan Lingtian heard his voice, it would be easy for him to recognize that he had heard this voice before. Moreover, he would be able to recognize that this was the voice of the person who had given him 6 embryos of supreme artifacts. Back then, the embryos of supreme artifacts given to him by the supreme expert of the Ning clan had also been given by the other party. Although the other party had not appeared, his voice had entered Duan Lingtian's ears, leaving a deep impression on Duan Lingtian. Because that was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard the supreme expert's voice. Therefore, Duan Lingtian still remembered it clearly. Of course, now that the old man was speaking, Duan Lingtian could not hear his voice. Therefore, there was no way he could remember or recognize the old man. At this moment, beside the old man stood a young man. His figure was elegant and carefree. So what if he knows? Is he a match for me? His calm words were filled with confidence. Hearing this, the old man could not help but smile bitterly. We're all on the same side. If possible, it's better to avoid conflict. This time, as long as you don't take the initiative to mention it, he won't know. As he spoke, it was obvious that he was leaving. It depends on my mood, the young man said indifferently. The old man shook his head, looking a little helpless. Then he said, last time, I felt that you were just on a whim and threw him 2 embryos of supreme artifacts. This time, why did you specially take revenge for him? You left some time ago. It seems like you went to find your father's successor? The old man asked curiously. Did you find him? Hearing this, the young man's eyes flashed and then he nodded. I found him. He's not bad. His attainments in the sword Dao are not much weaker than my father's at his peak. He's even stronger than me. As long as he successfully grows into a supreme expert, the Sword of Time will reappear in the God-defying realm and the land beyond. The Sword of Time. Hearing these 3 words, even the old man's face could not help but turn solemn. That was a legend of the God-defying realm. It was a pity that he died later. Although he died, he also fought to the death of several powerful supreme experts who invaded the God-defying realm. In that battle, the God-defying realm won a great victory. The supreme expert known as the Sword of Time was also the father of the person next to him. He was proficient in the law of time and was known as the #1 sword cultivator in the God-defying realm. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrank sharply. This Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that he has something to do with your father's successor? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that even the purple-clothed young man in front of him had very high attainments in the sword Dao. You old man, you're not following me, are you? The young man looked at the old man, and his eyes narrowed slightly. When the old man heard this, his eyes shone brightly. Is there really a relationship? As soon as he finished speaking, he said again, if I really followed you, wouldn't you find out? Hurry up and tell me. What's the relationship between this Duan Ling Tian and your father's successor? The old man asked curiously. When the young man heard this, he glanced at the old man indifferently. After which, his gaze landed on the purple figure below. He said in a calm tone, this little fellow is my junior brother's disciple. He also learned his sword Dao from my junior brother. Junior brother. In the young man's eyes, the person who had obtained his father's inheritance was naturally his junior brother. What? This time the old man was shocked. He's your junior brother's disciple? In addition to being surprised, he suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder you suddenly intervened in this matter, and even sent old Hong's grandson to his sword. It turns out that he's your junior nephew. That's right. Even Duan Ling Tian himself did not know that he had inexplicably gained a supreme master's uncle master. If you give him such a chance, aren't you worried that he'll be afraid of old Hong behind Hong Zhongyi, so he won't dare to kill Hong Zhongyi? The old man asked. If that's the case, the young man smiled faintly. Then let him be. I did give him a chance. It's up to him whether he grasps it or not. If he doesn't do it now, he'll definitely attract revenge in the future. At that time, even if I want to protect him, I can't always follow him to protect him. This God-defying realm is very big, and I'm not a guard who seems to have nothing to do, the young man said. However, I believe that he'll make a move. When the young man spoke again, he was obviously quite confident in Duan Ling Tian. In the face of Hong Zhongyi, who used both the carrot and the stick, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to him. It was so much so that when Hong Zhongyi tried to escape, he unhurriedly took action and directly imprisoned Hong Zhongyi. Only then did he kill Hong Zhongyi as Hong Zhongyi begged bitterly. Of course, Hong Zhongyi was begging Duan Ling Tian to spare his life. However, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to show mercy. Last time, he had almost died in Hong Zhongyi's hands. This time, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to take revenge. After killing Hong Zhongyi, although Duan Ling Tian did not know if there was a supreme powerhouse helping him in the dark, he still walked one round in the air and cupped his hands slightly to salute Hong Zhongyi. After bowing to the 4 directions, he left. It seems that he's also guessed something. In the void, the old man said with a smile. He's not stupid. The young man smiled faintly. It's a coincidence that he could meet Hong Zhongyi in the secret realm. If it's a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Of course it's not impossible. However, there's a high probability that such a coincidence will happen. Now, he's probably still not sure if all of this is a coincidence. He's just guessing that someone is secretly doing something. However, he's also lucky that the secret realm he was swept into happened to be in the area that you and I are in charge of. If it were in other areas, I wouldn't be able to help him even if I wanted to. As the young man spoke, the smile on his face grew wider. You rascal, when the old man saw this, he could not help but shake his head. Since 900 years ago, when I monitored the battlefield of the gods' judgment together with you, today is definitely the day you smile the most. How is it? All of a sudden, you have a junior brother and a junior nephew. Doesn't it feel good? You should know that before this, you were all alone. Chapter 4296. Old thing, I just realized that you're so talkative. The young man glanced at the old man and said. Hearing this, the old man didn't mind and chuckled. Isn't it because you're different from usual? How about it? Did you show yourself and meet with your junior brother? Facing the old man's question, the young man shook his head. I won't interfere with his path. Before he becomes an omnipotent, I don't plan to meet or acknowledge him. The young man said. Even so. The old man smiled faintly. But, with your character, I'm afraid you can't ignore it, right? After all, he's your father's successor. Not everyone can get your father's favor. From what you said, his attainments in Sword Dao aren't inferior to yours. I think it's because of this that your father took a fancy to him. Or, one of the ways to open the inheritance left by your father, the Sword of Time, is to comprehend Sword Dao to a certain level as a keeb. The old man said. Old thing, you know my father well. The young man looked at the old man deeply. My father didn't mention you to me when he was alive. The old man smiled slightly. When the Sword of Time dominated the god-defying world, I didn't have such an achievement. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, Senior Sword of Time is my idol. At this moment, the young man's gaze became even deeper. In other words, you're close to me because I'm my father's son? A little. The smile on the old man's face suddenly became a little awkward. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. That was because one of the supreme experts who had invaded the world with the Sword of Time was the person who had killed his master. Since he was young, he had no parents and was raised by his master, groomed and acknowledged. Therefore, he viewed his master as his father, and the hatred of his master was no different from the hatred of his father. It was also because of this that he had always been very grateful to his master. Duan Ling Tian naturally couldn't discover Hong Zhongyi, who was being watched by two omnipotent. Of course, Duan Ling Tian also guessed that there might be an omnipotent hiding in the dark. Even the second time he met Hong Zhongyi was arranged by that omnipotent. Because everything was too coincidental. However, even if he felt that there was a supreme expert here, he couldn't guess that the other party was intentionally helping him. He only thought that the other party had a grudge against Hong Zhongyi's grandfather. He wanted to use him to kill Hong Zhongyi. It was even more impossible for him to know about the supreme expert who had helped him. Furthermore, he was the son of the original owner of the omnipotent inheritance that his teacher, Feng Qingyang, had obtained. His master, Feng Qingyang? Unbeknownst to him, he had become the junior brother of a supreme expert. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had become the junior nephew of a supreme powerhouse without him being aware of it. There are still 60 years left. I'll also accumulate some battle merits and open the secret realm. Open the secret realm? Obtain treasures inside? It's much easier than finding treasures in the chaos territory. Moreover, when a lower ultimate god opens the secret territory, the people inside are also lower ultimate gods. Their battle achievements are destined to be my wedding dress. This was also Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage. Not to mention others, just Ning Yixuan, who was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. Even if he entered the same secret realm as him, he was destined to be unable to compete with him. Of course, if Duan Lingtian met Ning Yixuan in the secret realm now, he would definitely not have a conflict with him. He would even give up any benefits to him. After all, Ning Yixuan had saved his life. No matter what reason Ning Yixuan had saved him, he had saved his life after all. And he wasn't someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. In the following period of time, Duan Ling Tian wandered around the chaos territory. With the lesson of the past, he did not stay in one place and kept wandering around. Under such circumstances, even if someone recognized him in the dark, he was not stopped by anyone. No matter where he went, there was no pattern to follow. How could anyone stop him? The Chaos Territory was neither big nor small. Unless everyone in the Chaos Territory was mobilized and searched for him after finding out where he had appeared not long ago, there might be a chance of finding him. However, was that possible? This was simply an unrealistic thing. In the next few years, Duan Ling Tian wantonly collected battle merits. At the same time, 5 years later, he used half of his battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. Of course, a multi-person secret realm was not something he could open whenever he wanted. For example, this time, Duan Ling Tian chose a 10-person secret realm. This was already the limit of the number of people in the secret realm. If he wanted to open it successfully, another 10 people had to pay a similar amount of battle merits to open it successfully. Unless the 10 of them had discussed it beforehand, how could they possibly pay the same amount of battle merits? Once battle merits were paid, there was no way to return them. Let's wait. After spending his battle merits, Duan Ling Tian knew that what followed next would be a long wait. When there were 10 people who paid a similar amount of battle merits, the 10-person secret realm would open. Of course, there was also a possibility that 7 or 8 people before him had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Therefore, he did not need to wait for long to open the secret realm successfully. Another possibility was that he was the first person who had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. In that case, he would need to wait for the other 9 people to catch up to him. In that case, he would have to wait even longer. I'll continue collecting battle merits. After opening the secret realm, there was no need to wait in one place. This was because the entrance to the secret realm would appear next to the person who opened it. As long as one was still in the Chaos Territory, no matter where one went, the entrance would appear next to them. Of course, if one went to a crowded place, the entrance would appear in front of everyone. Of course, only one could enter the secret realm. No one else could enter. If this is the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, it would take at least a few decades or even a century to open the secret realm with so many battle merits. After all, there are only 2 people from the realms of gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. Since there are 6 people from the realms of gods in the Chaos Territory, it would be much more efficient. Even if I'm the first one to open the secret realm, I should be able to open the 10-person secret realm after a few decades. Duan Ling Tian could accept waiting for a few decades. Since he was mentally prepared, Duan Ling Tian calmly waited for the 10-person secret realm to open. What Duan Ling Tian did not know was that he was not the only one who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Before him, there were 6 other people who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. He was the 7th person. Therefore, after waiting for 4 years, the space around him trembled and a spatial vortex appeared. It was like a deep spatial door that led to an unknown place. When the spatial door appeared beside Duan Ling Tian, he met someone from the Cloudy Waterland. The Cloudy Waterland was the realm of gods where the descendant of the supreme expert he had killed, Hong Zhongyi, was from. Hong Zhongyi was a member of the Hong clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the Cloudy Waterland. His grandfather was the only supreme expert in the Hong clan. Naturally, the people from the Cloudy Waterland that Duan Ling Tian encountered were not from the Hong clan. It could not be so coincidental. The person from the Cloudy Waterland did not recognize Duan Ling Tian. When he saw a new ultimate god green blocking his path and saw the spatial door appear beside him, he immediately sneered. You want to stop me, play tricks on me, and then rush into the secret realm entrance so that I can't catch up? You're underestimating me. Just as Duan Ling Tian was considering whether he should enter the secret realm directly or kill the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland before entering the secret realm. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, a figure appeared beside him out of thin air and blocked him from the entrance of the secret realm. It was none other than the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland, whom he had just intercepted. A lower ultimate god who had already consolidated his cultivation base. The law he was proficient in was the same as Duan Ling Tian, the law of space. At that moment, the person had used the space law's teleportation esoteric profundity to appear in front of Duan Ling Tian and block his path to the entrance of the secret realm. Boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland shouted coldly. He was a tall middle-aged man with a ruthless face. A giant hammer appeared in his hand and a giant soul appeared. The giant hammer carried an earth-shattering power and directly smashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Boom! The hammer smashed out and shook the void. If there were other people with low cultivation base present, their eardrums might have been shattered. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he subconsciously wanted to teleport away. However, the person had already shaken the void and cut off Duan Ling Tian's teleportation path. Boy, when you appeared to intercept me, I already knew that you're proficient in the law of space. You want to teleport away? No way. The middle-aged man sneered. The power of the giant hammer in his hand surged and raged. A terrifying spatial storm condensed and pressed towards Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, his expression did not change. He gently shook his head and said, I was still considering whether to ignore you and enter the secret realm, or kill you first before entering the secret realm. Now, it seems that there's no need to consider. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm appeared on Duan Ling Tian's body. Tens of thousands of seven-colored sword rays surged out of his body and merged into a sword before it collided with a gigantic hammer that was crashing down. Whoosh! When the sword was drawn, the seven-colored sword rays illuminated the entire area. At the same time, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Before this, the middle-aged man's attack did not even produce a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. Impossible! The middle-aged man who thought he could easily kill the purple-clad young man was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had mastered the law of space that could illuminate millions of miles of heaven and earth vision? Was this a joke? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.